I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night, and that means it is time for the official long-form Nicaragua Live. Sorry that we're getting started a little bit on the late side tonight, but I was exhausted and I decided to take a nap, and that's just how it is. So welcome to the show. Glad to have everyone hopping on. Going to send out the messages as I do. Let people know that the show has finally kicked off. I like to get it started early under normal circumstances, but just not realistic this week. But we've done so many lives that I don't feel it's quite the travesty that it would be if something else was going on. So I think it's all pretty decent. We're going to get some people on here in just a few minutes and get the party started. So glad to have everyone here. Whew, how's everyone? Janet's already here. I'm in class, but I'll leave it running. How is everybody doing? And where's my stuff? There we go. It's been a nice evening. We had Luke is here already. Hi, Luke. See? Told you I was getting it ready. Actually had calamari for dinner tonight, and my daughter, who's always been very much into, when she was very little, her favorite food was cuttlefish, right? So she's always been into this kind of seafood. She said she thought it was the best calamari she's ever had, and it was made here in-house, which is pretty exciting. So that was, I was very, very happy with the calamari. It was delicious. We'll need to get it onto our regular rotation. We're always looking for something different. I didn't ask, I think my wife liked it as well. Sorry, I got some ice with my Pepsi. A little too much in the glass, so I ate it. Brian is here. All right, now the party can officially stop. Sorry, it's all over, guys. Brian's here. Always got to ruin the fun, Brian. Roger is here. Hey, Roger. Good to see you a week and a half ago. I don't know if I'm going out tomorrow night. I am generally tired. It's going to depend what band is out. I have not had time to edit any of the lives that we've recorded for the last several weeks. I hope I can get to that sometime relatively soon. But good to have you here. And if I'm not mistaken, Alberta Boy is moving here tomorrow. Will be my new neighbor. I need to actually verify that I have that right. I have not talked to him yet. Is he on? Your virtual Van Gogh is missing an ear tonight. Yes, thanks to my daughter Luciana, who does my Thursday live thumbnails. Those are all real art drawn by a real person, and they're awesome. I've been thinking about collecting them and making like a book of them. I thought that would be like a cool thing. So anyway, no particular theme for tonight or anything. We've had so much going on this week that we're pretty much just here, just doing our thing. We did, for those who are following the thing for Winston, he was looking for a translator. We got him all set up, met with his new translator today, got things rolling. All seems to have gone very well. So what is up with everyone? How's it going? Brent is already on. Hola, Scott's getting closer to being on live stream 24/7. I've considered just working on the live stream. I was like, I keep wondering if I do that, will people actually watch? If I'm just like, occasionally I'll talk to people, obviously, and I'll like mumble, but like I have to really work if I do that. Like this, I'm actually on the live stream. I do stuff in the background, but I'm still, here. But I don't know if that would be interesting in any way whatsoever. But there's no reason I can't leave it running all day. Before I forget, everyone, thumbs up, please. It does help get the ball rolling as people come on. So the more thumbs up people see, the more they're encouraged to participate. Brian says, thoughts on the administration that has mentioned Cuba and Nicaragua next on the list? What are your concerns? Time to move again? So yeah, we're definitely concerned, right? But only so much. So let's be real. This is a very concerning thing. We're very very nervous about it, but we also have a constant concern that there's going to be U.S. intervention anywhere in the region, right? Obviously, Nicaragua more than most places. So that's a very real, fear. And so let's talk about a couple things there, though. The United States just tried to intervene in Venezuela and so far has failed. Yes, they've managed to take their president, but they've not managed to dismantle his administration. Venezuela is still, unless I missed something that has just happened, fully operational, and the people are pouring onto the streets. In fact, there's more and more going on that makes it harder and harder for the U.S. to intervene in the region. Right, Venezuela is, hopefully this is obvious, right, in very much support of their very popular president. Everything that we have in the news, all the results we have from votes, all the information we have from the ground is that he was a pretty popular president. And bombing the country from the United States really solidifies that, right? This is not a move that the U.S. does until they're desperate, because once you've crossed this line, you've pretty much made it that everyone on the ground knows exactly what's going on, and all of the rhetoric and propaganda and stuff coming from the United States becomes very ineffectual. And so the U.S. gave up its pretense of there being reasons to go in there and such. So support for the president is probably at an all-time high now in Venezuela with an armed populace. And as people like to point out, the government armed the populace in order to defend the country. That is something you only do if you have extreme confidence that they actually do support your government, or you're willing to just have your government overthrown. But they gave weapons to everyone with the full confidence that they would back the government. And that's what we see happening. So Venezuela is pouring out and preparing for what Nicaragua showed was effective in 1979 and through the 1980s, which is a grassroots, on-the-ground guerrilla war against the United States. And the United States has proven throughout time that it is utterly incapable of waging such a war. It has lost every engagement since 1946. So that's something that Venezuela feels quite confident it will win, even if it is a devastating thing on the ground. That makes it very difficult for the U.S. to branch out elsewhere. Venezuela is a large place. And so this is not going to be for the U.S. like the Iran-Contra war in Nicaragua, which was a pretty losing endeavor for the United States. This is going to be many times the population, a much richer country with a lot more resources, a lot more jungle to hide in, and so forth. The U.S. could become entrenched for a very long time. The U.S. is also at its all-time record number of engagements worldwide. Now, most of them are pretty minor, but it is actively involved in multiple locations in the Middle East. Its partners attempted a coup in West Africa last night. This is actually really interesting. Under cover of the chaos caused by the Venezuela situation, it was deemed an opportunity for France and Côte d'Ivoire to attempt to overthrow Burkina Faso, who is the poorest and theoretically weakest member of the Sahel Alliance. And they realized too late that, like Venezuela, the populace actually supports their president. They poured into the streets and the coup failed. Burkina Faso held the line and remains a free country and is now more dedicated than ever after the third failed coup that France is not allowed in anymore. So the resources of the colonial powers are being stretched thin as they attempt to take on the global south. Now, that doesn't mean we're safe by any stretch. And yes, for Brent's question, every mention of Cuba includes a mention of Nicaragua, both from U.S. sources and the rogue opposition fake government that they've created in Europe for Venezuela has openly threatened Nicaragua and Cuba that she was going to colonize these countries and destroy them because she's just a warmonger. And democracy is in their sights, obviously, trying to wipe it out wherever it exists in Latin America, as is often the trend. So the possibilities of something happening here are real, but as we're speaking, right, Brazilian military is being moved to the Venezuelan border, which is a pretty obvious move, but Brazil has a pretty large military presence, and putting them on, putting them in potentially a line of fire. Hold on, just reading as there's breaking news. Apparently, there is more ICE shootings in the U.S. Right now, breaking news in Portland, 2 more people have been shot. No, I don't have any news on it. So who knows? Maybe it wasn't ICE, but they're mentioning ICE in the news of federal authorities shooting 2 people in Portland, of course. So the U.S. is openly now, right, more and more close to internal things. Economy is obviously slipping. They've decided to up the military spending by $500 billion, the largest increase in history, as they attempt to cover the faltering economy and unemployment stuff. Yeah, Brazil might have to step on Trinidad and Tobago. Everyone may be stepping on Trinidad and Tobago. They definitely pushed their luck a bit with everything going on. So so we are worried, but we also have the advantage that in this particular round, the battleground looks like it's going to be Venezuela. So if Nicaragua, this is my personal opinion, but I've seen official statements. This is not private in any way. This is public stuff. Nicaragua has stated openly, if Venezuela fights on the ground, Nicaragua fights with it. So is there a possibility that Nicaragua is going to be pulled into a ground war? Yes, the possibility exists, but I think it's far more likely to be pulled into a ground war on Venezuelan soil than it is on Nicaraguan soil. But Nicaraguans still have a large number of veterans who have successfully combated the U.S. in jungle terrain, in guerrilla warfare, and so there's always cross-training and so forth with Venezuela. It's expected that a lot of countries in the region will be assisting to make sure that Venezuela is able to hold the ground. Colombia is very much taking Venezuela's side. Brazil is taking Venezuela's side. Mexico is taking Venezuela's side. Those countries alone pretty much equal the United States in population. They don't need to equal the United States in military power because they're able to keep their economies going. The U.S. is pouring its economy into its military, making a very, very desperate short-term play that if it doesn't work, will be left in a pretty crippled state. So they're able to wage a war of attrition against the U.S. The U.S. is depending on a fast war, which could come to fruition, but it's a play for sure. They're taking a gamble. Do I think it's time to move again? I do not. Not at this time. The ability to get out, like first of all, if the United States decides to attack Nicaragua tomorrow, which could happen, right? We always know that could happen. If you live outside the United States, you are always aware that the United States could come for you. But if you live inside the United States, you also know that. So it's not as crazy as it seems. It's not as fearful as it seems. But if we need to get out, right? They're not coming to remote, wild areas outside of Leon. They're not coming to the beaches to come for the sprinkling of expats who are living out there. No, they're going to be hitting the capital. They're going to be hitting military bases. They're going to be hitting roads, potentially bridges, that kind of stuff, but not random places. They're not carpet bombing the entire country. They're just not realistic. That means that we have distance, time to make decisions, and we'll be able to get to another country very easily. right? We live so close to the border. If bombers lifted off from the United States right now, we have time to get in the car and be in Honduras before they arrive here, right? Like that's the distance that we have to travel, right? So we have to be prepared for these things, but I think that they are a remote eventuality. I think that the things going on in Venezuela, and especially the stuff that China has added into it, where the potential poison pill that China has prepared in many of these countries is something the U.S. is not looking forward to and may be surprised by. KL7RRC, Hola Scott from Rainy, Washington. In digital format, it says, how would you describe the government in Nicaragua? Awesome, and thank goodness is generally how we think of it here. I assume you actually mean like its format or so. So we're officially a republic, to the best of my knowledge. I don't spend a lot of time studying exactly the workings of it because it's not something I'm involved in, obviously. But it is, so we're in, so this is actually an interesting thing here, right? Like we are now in and having something that the U.S. has promised to never have happen again, which is we have an election cycle. So Nicaragua is a republic, but very close to a standard democracy, where there's very little remote between the people and the election. So we're kind of what you would call a direct republic, if you will. So in places like the United States, you have no democracy whatsoever and not a republic. You vote for people, and then that's ignored, and then a separate group decides what to do for the government. And your vote, while everyone has to be aware of it, doesn't actually directly tie to anything. It's separate, and it's gerrymandered, and not just in the gerrymandering that we talk about, but the entire state voting system is gerrymandering on top of things. So it's layers upon layers upon layers of gerrymandering to produce a final vote that is not honored, but is made aware to the people who actually vote. And so it's so wildly and so many steps removed from being a democracy that Americans are often quite unaware of what democracies would look like, even though if you asked, you could describe it. But then all Americans have been trained to go, but you can't really do that. But many countries do, and Nicaragua being one of them, where you actually cast direct votes for your representatives. You still have representatives. A true direct democracy, you don't have representatives. Like Switzerland, at least in some things, you can just vote on the item, right? Are we going to approve, I don't know, raising the speed limit? We're going to make the speed limit 80 instead of 70. In Switzerland, the people can directly vote on that. I think that 80 is the way to go. Now, if it was pure direct management, you would directly choose the speed, which you can't really do. There's no mechanism that you could make that happen. So someone has to propose speeds. There has to be some mechanism to come up with which thing you're going to put on the docket. That's where democracy falls down anywhere. And then having the people directly make that decision, will we do this or not do this, is how it works there. So that's the closest thing to direct democracy that exists, that I know, short of like small villages or whatever. Here in Nicaragua, we still have representatives. So you still have a president, like you imagine. You have an assembly, which is like a parliament or a Congress, very similar, but it's a single not Cambria. Is that right? Single Cambria? Single room is what it means. It comes from the word camera, but in Latin. So it's unicameral, I guess is the term I'm looking for. Unicameral lawmakers, and then they have a Supreme Court, which is very similar to the United States. So Americans kind of can picture those things. Most of the people on my channel are from a country where these things are pretty standard terms. But you vote directly, you, not expats, but you, if you were a Nicaraguan citizen, vote directly for those things. And so, and they use an election cycle that mirrors like France and Germany. They used to model after the US, but that's not considered the best model. The European countries are slightly better. generally accepted to be. They're only slightly different. So that's what they use now as a timing cycle model. But so it's a pretty representative republic, whereas the United States is a non-representative republic, right? Which is exactly the thing you don't want, right? It's kind of a republic, except where the things that make it a republic are missing. Indigenous says, thankfully you don't have oil. We are, in this case, thankful we don't have oil. That is true. Manuel is here. Hi from Los Chiles, Costa Rica. Hey, Manuel, how's it going? Brazil might have to step... Oh, yeah, we mentioned that. Brent says, won't the occupation of Venezuela be mostly out to its east in the very rural jungles? Seems like that far away from any population centers. That's potentially true, but I would guess not likely. If the United States is going to try to occupy Venezuela, they have to take Caracas, or they've done nothing. So we'll see, right? But I would assume it will be in population centers, just like it was in Nicaragua when it was occupied here, right? The primary occupation was in Managua and Leon. Andres Luna says, in digital, I'm a U.S. and Nicaraguan dual national who's been studying in Managua since in 2018. I was part of the protest demanding free and fair elections. I was ambushed at gunpoint by government soldiers. That's what you need to know about the regime in Nicaragua. Well, but what he's leaving out is that he was part of a coup that was backed by a foreign government. So that makes it a terrorist action. So if you had the same thing happen in the United States, you would hope... but they failed to stop a coup, right? So you got to remember that in 2018, now they're saying they wanted free and fair elections. But at the time, right, the United States and other governments had declared that the elections that they had were free and fair. And they were complaining that they were free and fair. That was actually the complaint. They didn't like that they were free and fair elections. I've been here and heard nonprofits that are funded by the U.S. talking about that they had free and fair elections, and the U.S. was upset about it because it made the U.S. look bad. And so they were funding things. This was after the U.S.-backed coup, but it's misleading. So it is true. He's right. What you need to know is that when there was a coup trying to dismantle democracy in Nicaragua, the government did something about it. Unlike the United States, where when they tried to take over the government and erase the last semblances of democracy, the government let everyone go. So, yes, it is what you need to know, but you have to understand the complete context. And of course, there's a lot of intricacies to these things, but trying to overthrow a country's government that's been elected by force, with force of arms, and having a foreign government backing it and planning it and providing weapons and funding, is exactly what, if you're in a real democracy that has the capability to do so, they must shut that down, right? And so it's the perfect example, right? Nicaragua managed to have an armed foreign-backed coup that they managed to shut down, and did so with incredibly tiny loss of lives. The actual numbers, even the huge inflated numbers that they talk about in places like the U.S., are really small when you actually look at how long the conflict went on and how much it was being backed foreignly. Right. And I've talked to people here on the ground who were part of that and are like, I'm so ashamed because we were tricked. And, now we realize what we were tricked into. And people who definitely have the capability to leave the country all the time are easily able to come and go. Right. It's always a complicated thing because, especially in places like Nicaragua, there is so much propaganda on the ground that being on the ground makes it very difficult to know what's going on because you're isolated from context in many cases. It's crazy we have to have this conversation, that's for sure. Seeking Truth says, no oil, lol. Luke says, the Electoral College is not required to vote as you wish. Individual says, thanks, Scott. My dad's here. Howdy from Western New York. Matthew Dollard, when people vote, they lose the right to vote for anything afterward. I think it means when people vote, they lose the right to vote for anything afterwards when you vote in the United States and and you vote for a non-vote, as they did. Andrew Boyd is here. Hey, from Alberta, Canada. Boy, we get a lot of people from Alberta. How's it going? Brent says, keyword context. Andres Luna says, I actually spent half my life in the United States and Nicaragua. I think he means half and half. I'm definitely more educated on Nicaraguan government and history than you, buddy. Sure, I'm sure you are. Yes. But that doesn't mean that you didn't give exactly the context, right? You left out the context. You said you were ambushed. You tried to overthrow a government, right? And you were stopped. So coming from the United States, as someone who's from the U.S., right, that's exactly what you need to have happened, right? He says, no Nicaraguan agrees with this clown. Clearly, he's never been to Nicaragua because you only take a little bit of time. So we now know he hasn't been to Nicaragua and he's faking it. Because if you're here on the ground, right, are there people who don't agree with the government? Absolutely. And they're free to say so. Not with guns, but they are free to say so. And they do on a regular basis. But the number of people who come out and support the government is also very noticeable, right? Do I know percentages? No, not at all. What I do know is the United States government and many foreign governments, most, have stated that Nicaragua had free and fair elections. So if he had an education in the United States, he would know that Nicaragua, from the outside, had free and fair elections, that the United States has always tried to overthrow it. So he says he knows more about the background. If he knew about the background, then he would know that it was occupied for 70 years in the 20th century. He would know about the U.S. and the pressure it puts on people. He would also know that if he was in the United States today, and he's Nicaraguan, that he is forced, through fear of retribution in the United States right now, that ICE could come and arrest him if they don't feel he supports U.S. intervention in Nicaragua enough. So he has admitted what we need to know in context, that unlike me, who's here in Nicaragua and free to talk about either country, he's in the United States and doesn't have that freedom. Because he's Nicaraguan, right? So he's given us the hints we need for context. He can't tell us this, but he's led us the information we need. As a Nicaraguan who lives in the United States, he does not have freedom of speech, nor is he free. And we get this a lot from this particular group, right? Of course, a lot of people are just bots. Some people are just dishonest. Some people are actually fearful independently. But we know that a Nicaraguan who lives in the United States, if he's carrying dual citizenship, the United States has said they will consider revoking that citizenship. They have said they may deport him simply for being Nicaraguan, right? Legal or not has very little to do with it. Now, of course, if you're illegal, you're far more likely to have something go wrong. The fact that many legal foreigners in the United States don't get deported, right? It only takes a few for the fear to be there, right? So we're not saying that the U.S. is doing a ton of terrible things. They're just doing enough, for sure, to make it really, really fearful. So this is a person who has given us the clues that he doesn't have the option to tell us the truth. He has to say what he thinks they'll want to hear because he lives in fear of permanent deportation to El Salvador. So that is the situation. That's the real context that you have to have today, whether he was ever in Nicaragua, whether he's ever seen anything about the country, whether he's ever been here during 2018. All of that we have to take with a grain of salt, unfortunately, because he gave us the clues. A Nicaraguan living in the U.S. lives in fear and under duress. So everything he posts is under duress is the clue that's given to us. Indigenal says, please share. And John Mason says, hey, Scott, where do you get news that isn't U.S. biased? Obviously, very difficult, and so much is, direct observation helps a lot. Being in a country as small as Nicaragua, you're able to see a lot of things that others are not. But it's always going to be difficult, right? Because most media in the world has some amount of financial ties to the United States. And those that don't have financial ties often have fearful ties, right? The U.S. can cancel their URLs. It can cancel their supplies of things. And in the case of, there are places where, John, I actually have Al Jazeera up on my other screen. It's where I kind of keep track of things. Yeah, Al Jazeera is the best international news source that I know of. Even it has some U.S. influence. It's afraid of really speaking out, but it does to some degree, right? It's some of the best. It's tempting to turn heavily to things like Twitter, whatever it's called, and Blue Sky or whatever, Mastodon, and those things can be beneficial, but there's so much garbage in that stuff that it's very difficult to filter through. So we live in a time where news is very, very difficult. And so we have this problem like in Venezuela. What do we know about what's going on in Venezuela? Extremely little, right? We know mostly from what the U.S. is saying and what they leave out. You have to kind of, my opinion is, your strongest guide is in what they don't say, not what they do say, right? So we know that you're going to have news agencies that come out and make stuff up. A great example is this false claim that you can't have Bibles and books and magazines and all this stuff in Nicaragua, right? Beyond the fact that we've checked on this and we know it's fake, even if we didn't do that, even if we didn't have the capability of doing that, we can look at the article and know a bunch of things, right? So the same thing happened with the famous, I say famous, because I took note of it, I call it famous. The rabies article from a few years ago, where someone claimed there were no rabies vaccines in Central America, even though both of my kids have had them. We can get them at our local clinic for free. They come around to our house to do it for free. Yet they claimed it doesn't exist anywhere, and they had to be flown to the United States at great cost because someone's pet cat bit them. So being on the ground, of course, gives us a whole bunch of information. We know a bunch of the statements are false, and that makes it easy. But what if you were far away? Well, we have to apply common sense. We have to look at the source material. So we say, where is this source article? Where did it come from? The source article came from Australia. The source material left out identifying information. So it was this very ambiguous thing. This is a tiny city. Had they given any information at all, we could have tracked down the cat, right? Quite literally. Had any information been given or been real, we could have tracked down the animal, and we could have worked back all these things. And we didn't, right? We didn't have that stuff. And so there's a trick to this and seeing what's missing, right? What does real news look like? Well, real news tends to have identifying information. It tends to be verifiable, at least at a logical level, where you can sit and go, okay, does this make sense? Yeah, this all plays out. So let's talk about the Bible ban propaganda that came out, right? First of all, there's only one source that it came from. It came from a fake news source claiming to be a religious news source. It's not a religious news source. It's a propaganda source that attacks a specific religion by making them look bad and provides fake news. So that's the first thing. It's not a reliable source at all. Then you look in the article, and they had things like, if you actually had a ban in Nicaragua, you would expect things like firsthand people telling you what had happened. There'd probably be a law. If Nicaragua was really banning something, they would need to tell somebody, right? A ban is not the kind of thing you do secretly. It makes no sense unless you're banning something no one could possibly have. Like, we're going to ban pocket hot air balloons from crossing the border. Well, okay, we don't need to tell anybody because no one has a pocket hot air balloon, so that works out. But if you want to ban, let's say, chocolate from crossing the border, you got to tell people, because either they're going to cross the border accidentally and just sneak it into your country and no one's going to have caught it. You're going to be like, oh, we got chocolate, right? Or they need to not bring it so you don't have a problem at the border, or they need to do it so when the border takes it away, they're not freaking out about it. So you need to do these basic things. To be able to have a ban, right? So is there a ban announced? No. So you look at the article. The source article said, and I'm going to do a video just on this because people need it broken down. The source article said that they had a source that was one business But they didn't have any reference from that business. And the business itself disavowed it, right? The business actually had a website that said the opposite. So that didn't make for a good source. They couldn't provide an image, even a doctored one, which is just lazy in this day and age. It's pretty easy to doctor an image and make it anything you want, right? Or to provide an old image and just pretend. No, they didn't have any of that. So they simply pasted a piece of paper next to something on a wall, took a quick picture, probably took it down again, and claimed that was a source for something. And then the only person that was a reference wasn't a person in Nicaragua, and wasn't a person in Costa Rica, where they were claiming the information was coming from. No, the person they were claiming was simply a guy with no authority, no information, no anything in Honduras. And so you're like, well, why would this guy be used as a reference for news? This makes no sense. The ban makes no sense, right? Because it's a Catholic country. There's Bibles everywhere. Why would one more Bible make a difference one way or the other? No matter how much they may want or not want Bibles, notwithstanding, just it makes no sense. And books come in digitally. Like everyone's moving 1 million books by accident, right? The average person has access to 100,000 books on their phone or on their Kindle or on their iPad. They're not thinking about it. They're not, intentionally bringing a book across the border. It's just books are digital. They're everywhere all the time. What does it even mean to have a book in the country, right? Because they're available at any given moment. So there's already an unlimited access, not just the number that are here, but there's a literally unlimited access to Bibles in Nicaragua. So why would you ban one at the border? It makes no sense at all, right? And so when you do that stuff, you can say, there's no chance this is real news. It still makes us nervous. Like, oh, am I wrong? Did I miss something? But we're never wrong. We never miss something, right? It's always this silly, ridiculous situation where we feel this way because we grew up being told the news was this reliable thing. But when you dig into it, first of all, it's not the news. Now, news outlets did start repeating that because that's what they're told to do, and it sells papers or whatever. But that's a really great way to look for that, and so you can find that information in reverse, right? By looking at what's missing. Hold on. Translating some stuff. Please share. Where do you get the news? So there's no great answer, right? What I do like here is we have pretty good access to government news, which, without saying, right, is going to be biased. But it's at least biased not in a U.S. way. So you can compare what's officially coming out of the U.S., what's unofficially coming out of the U.S., and what's officially coming out of here. And it gives you a counterpoint, right? And you still have to work with, but the news that comes out of here for the most part is very mundane, right? They're talking about buses and new roads and things like that, things that are much more tangible, and you're not really not really in a position of being like, this is propaganda. No. There's buses. You can see them. They're just announcing things you can see, so you know what's going on. And so that's a lot of what you get. Now, they do make announcements about Venezuela, for example. And obviously, there's plenty of opportunity for that to be quite biased. And you have to you have to accept that. You're not guaranteed that it's going to be perfect news. But we do get this counterpoint that if you're in the U.S. is quite difficult to get. But Al Jazeera is good. John says, I was a fan of Chavez, never really found a lot to like about Maduro. I did, however, like the approach he took to creating a new constitution. Brent says Al Jazeera is at least way less sensationalist. That is true. They are government funded, which is rare, right? For a more or less keeping themselves out of the fray government to be willing to fund that and protect it. Still, obviously biased towards their government. John Pryor, hola from Denver, Colorado. Love your show. Been watching for a long time. You do great work. God bless. Thank you so much. Dirty Chivo, I personally really enjoy the Gray Zone's foreign news coverage as far as U.S. outlet goes. Good to know. I've been reading recently Spearhead a bit, but it only covers Africa. Um, let's. Oh, Dirty Chivo, awesome. I used to live in Denver. Luke says, you can take my chocolate over my cold, sticky hands. Yeah, I wish that there was better news coverage worldwide, and anything you get from Nicaragua doesn't cover anything in the world. It's just very localized, so it only helps a little tiny bit because it's not really a news outlet. Looks like the lights went out at Las Pinitas. We're all good on the Las Pinitas or the Ponle Road, so it must be just the beach had something happen. Hold on. Claire just said this is the expat group. Good evening. Can I go to the new hospital as an extranjero to be treated for dengue? Several of the locals are telling me yes. Several are saying no. Tetanus. That's what I'm thinking of. Tetanus. Just telling people, yeah, obviously you can go to the hospital, but you can also go to your local clinic. So for us, we just go to Sutiava Hospital, which is a hospital, but it's like a clinic. It's kind of weird to call it a hospital, but it does have an ER entrance and can take ambulances. So I get that's why it's a hospital. Matthew Tollett, I was very happy to be in Nicaragua while the COVID bullshit life was almost normal. I'm thinking about going back soon. Have prices gone up or is it about the same? They've definitely gone up, but keep in mind it's been more than half a decade, right? We're at 6-7 years since the beginning of COVID, so obviously prices are going to go up. Now the reality is I think from mid-COVID, I don't have a good look at early COVID, but from mid-COVID on, I'd say that land and housing prices are down from what they were. Food is up for sure. I would say, I think in general, the cost of living is higher. I think everyone would agree, but some things have gone down or held steady. And when you consider that the dollar or the Cordoba, there's just more of them now, right? Salaries have gone up in the U.S., salaries have gone up in Nicaragua since then, but things like housing have held steady or gone down. It easily could be that the cost of living is steady or lower than it was around the... I said we've been to the Sutiava hospital many times in the last 2 months, and someone gave a sad crying face. I'm like, no worries. It was all preventative. It was like rabies exposure, not actual problems. Before anybody panics because we had to go to the hospital. Someone said, oh, in digital said VPN. What was that in reference to in digital? Dirty Chivo says, Scott types 1,000 words a minute. I do type a lot. I actually type pretty slowly when I'm on the live stream. Graduate gemologist is here. Hola, how's it going? Matthew says, thank you. You're welcome. Guys, remember, thumbs up on the show does help. We got a lot of people on. We've got 30 right now, but we did get as high as 40 for just a little bit in there, which is pretty cool. I never know what draws people in, what causes it to go up or not. Digital says News International. Or I don't know where you are. Maybe you mean from where you are. Here in Nicaragua, we have completely open internet. There, other places will block us, especially American outlets try to keep things from Nicaraguans. So yes, a VPN or some mechanism like that would potentially help. I got to get someone out there to deal with the dog. Why are they? Oh, there. My wife is yelling. Oh, I'm sure the cat's out there. Yep. There, you can hear my kids yelling at the dog who is attacking the cat because I'm on the live stream. I'm not the first one out there, so they didn't put up the. We have to have a blockade on the door so the animals don't get right in each other's faces. I can't believe how long it takes for everyone to go out there when they know I'm on the live stream. Same as anytime someone visits the house, it's like they're so reliant. Is everything okay out there? Just being stupid dogs.
Really the thing blocking it.
I know, it had to be moved because people were coming and going. No one put something else up. You can, it's in the other room. You can lean it up on there now. It's nighttime. Yeah, dogs and cats cannot see each other firsthand. But yeah, we can get to all the international news from here without a problem. And you know, in the U.S. too. I don't know anything that the U.S. blocks. That would be surprising at this time, right? And the U.S. is in this unique position of having no need to block anything. It's just because there's the no actual vote or any vote that they use, they can override. There's no need to block Americans from finding out what's going on in the world because they have no voice. So what difference does it make? Here, it would make sense, right? Because we have an actual vote. So there's a value to making sure people get real information or potentially the information you want, but they don't do that. There's no blockages on anything. So VPNs matter here for things like obviously changing your Netflix location or Disney Plus isn't available, or is it Hulu isn't available without a VPN, something like that. But as far as news, we're wide open. So all good there. I still got 30 people on. Very nice. Very nice. All right, if no one has immediate things, I'm going to hop on to see what our backlog of questions is. It keeps us a little bit busy, which is nice. I really like this going back and doing questions things. Oh, I'm going to read this. I don't even know what it says. This just popped up 47 minutes ago. He says, I know this video is older. This is from Should You Rent a Car Visiting Nicaragua 2024. But I'm confused by the pricing you mentioned. I'm looking to rent from the airport in Managua possibly, but the prices I'm seeing are extremely affordable. $12 a day or double that if you purchase the extra insurance, which I probably wouldn't because I do have coverage through my Chase card. Is it a matter of getting hit with more fees when you pick up, or why is the price difference? We are planning to take the UCA bus, but I honestly like the flexibility of having our own transportation. All right, so let's let them know we're on the live stream, especially as they just asked this. And let's hop on. And what's our time mark? Anyone know? We are at 48:30. Boom. All right. So first of all, it's possible that I have bad information on pricing. I don't rent from everywhere all the time. What I've consistently found and heard from people is, one, that the prices are a little bit better when stated than we've seen in the past. So maybe the prices are coming down, but $12 a day, let's face it, there's not likely to be real. What I've heard from a lot of people is two things. One is bait and switch. You get there and the vehicles that are cheap are not available, and then suddenly you have to do something else and you're forced to spend quite a bit of money. The other is that there are many fees, and generally if you're doing something like a Chase card, normally those don't cover you here. So that's something you have to research very carefully. I have cards that should cover most places. They don't cover here because there's just really high insurance cost here, really high. Not being crazy, but it just ends up not being covered. And so because of that, you end up having to get these extra fees and extra insurance, and it ends up adding up quite a bit. Now, that said, maybe you can find a deal, but I've definitely never heard of someone at the airport actually getting a very good deal. Some people have gotten better deals than we're previously aware of, so obviously it can happen, but be very, very wary that those prices may end up being very not real. Maybe you're going to get lucky, right? But we've had a number of people discuss it recently, and people have said, oh yeah, I got a really good deal, and then they got there and were like, it wasn't that good of a deal. The other thing is, of course, we say a lot that driving yourself isn't always as nice as it seems. Yes, it does give you a lot of freedom, and obviously there are times that is the thing that makes sense, and almost all of us have driven at some point, and I do drive myself on a regular basis, of course, but I live here, and there are little things like navigating or just having to deal with police stops. I had to do 2 within 10 minutes the other day, and the one, they definitely did give me a little bit of a hard time, right? The cop is like, hey, you did this thing, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. I was ready because he said I passed someone. I said, I did not pass someone. She put on her blinker. She pulled over to stop. As I was going past a parking vehicle, she sped up and pushed me into traffic. That was her fault. They had also pulled her over, and I was able to go, she did it, and they immediately went over and had a talk with her about it. So because I knew exactly to stand my ground, I knew exactly what they were complaining about me having done. I knew exactly that I had not done anything wrong. I knew what the speed limit was, and I had not gone anywhere close to it. I was about half of it because I was going through a culvert. So there's no way for it to. I would have launched into the air had I been doing the very slow speed limit. And so because I knew what to do, and I knew I hadn't done anything wrong, and I knew what to say, and I was able to speak in Spanish, and I lived locally, right? You know, looking at my license and getting he lives walking distance from where we are, also says he might be able to have a lawyer here in a couple minutes. He might know the chief of police. He might be able to make a call, right? Those are all things that help you a lot. Whether it's just a mental thing and they decide not to push the issue, or that they are confident, oh, he definitely knows what he's doing. Whereas if you're just on vacation, there's a lot more like, oh, that's not how this works, or you're just confused, or you panic, right? I'm not going to panic. What if they said, oh, we're going to go to jail for 2 days? I'll be like, go ahead, right? Like, that's not what I want to have happen, but that is not the end of the world by any stretch. I am not fearful of that happening. I know a lot of people, even people who live here, are, but it's really not that bad. And what if the food's just awful? I can go 2 days without eating, right? What if the bathroom situation's terrible? Well, I'll stop eating and I don't need to go to the bathroom for 2 days. What if you don't get a change of clothes? Again, it's only 2 days, and I'm used to the heat here, and there's just all these things that for me, and I will be walking distance from my family. My family will know where I am. My family will know what to do. My family will have a lawyer and a backup lawyer and a backup lawyer. For real, I have 3 lawyers who could deal with that. I can make calls to all kinds of people in authority and be like, hey, what's going on, right? And people would, if it was just like, we're holding him for 2 days because he's an ass. My wife would sometimes she'd be like, yeah, sometimes he is. So you should hold him. It'll be good for him. Right. But if it was like an elongated thing, wait, we're keeping him more than 2 days. No, you need to explain. Someone's going to make them explain. Right. So I have all this confidence of just basic stuff. And the same thing would happen more or less if you're in the United States and you're from somewhere else and you're driving. When you get pulled over, it's a scary experience. Even if everything goes right, even if the cop's not doing a single thing wrong, doesn't intend to do anything wrong, isn't trying to scare you, it's scary. It's nerve-wracking. And if you don't speak English, obviously it's that much harder, right? So same thing here. It's just a thing you often want to avoid if you can help it. But is it the end of the world? No, not at all. We do it all the time, and it's not a big deal. So it's all about balance. But does it give you all that much more freedom? Quite often you can just hire a driver and solve those problems, and you don't have to deal with it, often at about the same price. So that is almost always what I would do if it were me in that position, looking at doing that. So it is possible for MG Music Tube 24/7. Maybe you can find a deal and be able to get an affordable rental. It's definitely within the realm of reason, but also there's a very good likelihood that it's a lot more expensive and a lot more effort and a lot more stress than you're imagining. But yeah, there are times that it works out. So no perfect answer, but that is my thoughts on the situation. Don Timoteo, who's often on the live stream, I wanted to read this because I did have a point, and maybe he's on now. Hey, Don Timoteo. Of course, my dog wants to escape. I'm not letting him, though. Okay, so he said, this is earlier today, well, nearly 24 hours ago. This is in reference to the work ethic difference that surprises expats. The one where I talked about how, and this is what he's referencing, that Nicaraguans take a different approach to work on things. And I had mentioned that there's what I felt was a cultural difference in how they approach things. So Americans have a tendency to approach things with we want this level of perfection. We want things very, very pristine, and Nicaraguans are much more functional. And I mentioned it as a cultural difference. He said, I don't think it is culture. I think it is experience. Lots of people in Nicaragua have never seen or owned nice things, or in more of my example, never seen a house where the walls were, carefully painted to exactly the corner, and maybe you have what do you call it? A theme wall or whatever. That's not what it's called. An accent wall. That's what I'm looking for. So let's use an accent wall as an example. Americans will often have an accent wall, and you want it very carefully painted so that none of the paint spills onto the walls next to it, or on the floor, or on the ceiling, or we would think it would look terrible. Nicaraguans generally don't do that. They mostly just paint the wall, and if it gets them on the ground, gets them on the ceiling, they don't really care, because the paint is there for just kind of a general aesthetic and possibly a protective layer to keep the wall from getting damaged or wear, like environmental wear and tear. So they're looking at it from a different perspective. So that's the kind of thing we're talking about. He said, we're talking about a lot of things. That's an example. He said they have no idea what standard you are asking for, and they often don't have a feel for the value of quality. They have never had the luxury of owning both high and low quality items and becoming aware of the difference. That's absolutely true. I think what I was trying to say is that those things that an individual has never had that experience over time leads to a cultural difference. So I'm not disagreeing with him. What I'm saying is that my point of it being a cultural thing was, I feel that because they don't have access to this, if we did that over one generation, you would still have old people who are like, well, in my day, we painted the walls exactly. We didn't let it just slop on the floor. And the kids would be like, I don't see the value of that. What difference does it make, right? That would be the difference. So that's not what you're getting in Nicaragua. You're getting this complete, throughout the generations, consistent. It's everyone does the same thing. We're just utilitarian. And nothing wrong with that. Maybe that's the smart thing. This is important. This is not a good or bad. Right? They, I think, would look at the way that Americans do things and say, no, generally that's a waste of effort. That's a lot of energy and potentially money being put into a aesthetic you've created for yourself, a costly aesthetic. Whereas Nicaraguans have trained themselves to be just as happy with a less expensive, lower effort aesthetic that's equally or more utilitarian in protecting the walls against weather or whatever. My point was, I think the things he's saying are true because generations have not had access to these things. It's created a culture of it. That's how culture gets created. So I think both things can be true. I gotta let the dog out again. You need to be good, okay? No going after those cats, or I'm gonna be very angry. No, Mia, stay here. Hey, Mia. I have to listen for them going after the cats now. Okay, so those are my new questions that came up during the day, and then scroll back to old ones. Someone asked me to review something quite old. I do want to, let's catch up with you guys. Oh my gosh, we're over 40 people. I look away for a minute and suddenly we've got a lot of people on. That's fantastic. Are there camping-friendly beaches in Nicaragua? I don't even know 100% what a camping-friendly beach would be. In some ways, all the beaches are camping-friendly because They kind of camp everywhere, and in some ways, um, nowhere is camping friendly. It kind of depends on your perspective. So in Las Pinitas, where I live, we do have a place, Caracolitos. Go talk to Mateo, great guy. You can camp there, right? You can actually set up a tent and camp right there. Generally, Nicaraguans don't camp. Our creepy crawlies are things you don't want in your tent. And so, because of tarantulas, because of scorpions, because of snakes, generally things here are pretty safe and minor, but they're not the things that lead you to want to camp. Plus, even when you are outside, even when you're completely happy with the elements, generally you want a little bit more than a tent will provide. You want a fan, you want maybe air conditioning, but a lot of people do without. But a fan generally, or some really good way to get a breeze, and that can be tough in a tent without letting in the creepy crawlies. So you never really see Nicaraguans do tent camping. Plus, tents are kind of a luxury item for most people. They don't serve you got to be in a position where you can just go camping, right? In order to pay for one. So there's just not an economy of camping equipment here the way that you might have in, say, the United States or Canada. But there's places where you can do it pretty easily. And even, if you wanted to call up Casa Esmeralda, she doesn't have official camping, but if you call her up and say, I'd like to do some camping, she'd be like, oh, I'll give you some space. Yeah, for, I don't know, whatever little price. She's not quite on the beach, but you can hear the water from there. But it's a very Nicaraguan thing to rent huts or just space under a rancho with a hammock, because they want to be off the ground, right? Nicaraguans don't want to be on the ground. And I should say people who are in Nicaragua, whether you're Nicaraguan or an expat or whatever, you generally don't want to be on the ground unless it's like really in a house. Like I'll sleep on the ground in the house, and our house is wide open, so I might as well be out in the yard. Tarantulas will just crawl over you or whatever, but I normally shut doors. But things can get under the doors. The reality is I don't sleep on the floor. It's all tile, right? It really hurts. So those things are a little bit different here. So can you sleep on a hammock under an open rancho roof on most of the beaches? Yes, nearly any of the beaches. Is there a way to go camping with a tent? You could find a way, but I don't think it's something you'd want to do. Maybe, right? But theoretically, it could be done. Brent says, if you live stream from jail, you'd get massive views. I really would. I don't have the connections I used to have. I did have in the past a connection. Had everything continued the way it was and all the people keep the jobs that they had, I was actually going to ask if I could spend a night in jail and stream. Not, I wouldn't do live. I would do recorded just because they're not going to give me that good of internet. But to do it so that people could see what it was like and get a firsthand feel for it. But I don't have that kind of connection anymore that could just do that. So that's unfortunate. But I'm like, for one night, and it's funny because I know people who are like, oh my gosh, one night, there's no way, I would never, I'm so fearful of that happening. I'm like, of course, if you've been arrested and you're going to jail, that's super stressful, right? But if you're just sleeping in a jail cell for the night, that's not really very stressful, especially if you can really go to the bathroom first and bring a bottle of water and don't have any need to eat the food there. What is it? A really uncomfortable bed and a really boring night? Like, that's fine. You can have a really boring night because the power went out and you're stuck at home or whatever. In Digital says, Nika time. The economy is unpredictable globally. Honestly, it is unpredictable, but it's only unpredictable in that no one knows what's going to happen kind of way. You can kind of say that anytime. Here in this region, I don't know that it's that unpredictable. It's so stable. Even with big changes on the outside, nothing's changing on the inside. It's just chugging along, right? We're the most powerful economy in the region from a growth perspective, and it's been consistent year over year after year of that. And up years and down years don't look that much different from each other. Could they? That's what makes it unpredictable. Yeah, they could change, but will they? We don't know, right? So in hindsight, in 10 years from now, we may look back and go, wow, that was a very stable economy. But living through it, we were fearful of outside things causing it to change. It's difficult to gauge emotional reaction to unknown factors. It's kind of like it could rain any minute. Well, no, it can't. It's either going to rain or it's not going to rain. Physics determine that. It's just we don't know if it's going to rain or not. If we had the physics model and the information about the state of things, we would know exactly if it's going to rain in a day or two with complete confidence. Same thing, if we knew everything that was going to happen in the economy, we'd have complete confidence. I understand the lack of being able to predict it is what the word unpredictable means. Okay, I get that. But some people are predicting that it'll be stable. Some people are predicting that it'll be unstable. And we're going to find out whose predictions were right. But we'll never know, were they coincidentally right? Or was it really destined to be unpredictable? Or was it really quite stable? Did that make sense? I don't know. Indinal, sorry to mention the elephant in the room. Is the elephant in the room that the economy is unpredictable globally? I guess. EPE Life says, hola, Scott, like always, good show. From Peter Val in Messiah. Hey, Peter, how's it going? Brent says, when I was in Las Penitas, I met a French backpacker who had their hammock and rented space to hang it for a few dollars a night, according to her. Dorm bed isn't much more money, though. But a hammock for many people is more comfortable. Now, a lot of expats don't think so. Some do, of course. But a lot of Nicas would be like, oh, why would you rent a hostel even when it's cheap? Wait, when did you mention the president? Or were you planning to mention the presidents, plural? Or which president? I don't know where you're going with the elephant. Which elephant in which room, I guess is the question. But a lot of Nicas are going to be like, of course I want a hammock. And so so as a hotelier here, something that blew me away was learning that even renting quite nice rooms from us, people expected there to be hammocks outside the rooms, and they would rent a room, store their stuff, and then lock themselves out, put the key in their pocket, and sleep in the hammock outside the room, right outside the room, in a nice spot with lots of breeze. So I understand why it was a nice hammock situation, and I understand why the rooms just don't have the breezes that a hammock does. But for me, first of all, I hate hammocks, right? Always have. They put me in a position where I don't breathe well, so it's very uncomfortable for me. But I get that other people don't have that, and so they find them very, very comfortable. Okay, but it's really a shock as an American to look at Nicaraguans and the effort they will go through to have a hammock as the place where they sleep. And it's like, wow, but no, they really prefer it in a great many circumstances. And I know people who have expensive property, and the only thing that they bother to put up is a hammock. It's all they want. And so there's a lot of Nicas. That's their preferred thing. So why is that the elephant in the room? That's it's certainly not the elephant in the room in the way that the president of the United States is. The biggest wild card for Nicaragua is not any factor inside Nicaragua. Our elephant in the room is the elephant outside the room. Quite literally, right? It's how will other countries behave towards Nicaragua? Nothing in Nicaragua. And this is an interesting thing, being a really small country with really big ones that like to mess with small countries nearby. That nothing. So when people say, what are your concerns about safety? What are your concerns about stability? What are your concerns about the future and direction of things? And we have to be like, well, unlike the U.S., like having grown up in the U.S., everything we are concerned about is our government, right? Good, bad. Just we're concerned that if it's good, that it stays good. If it's bad, that it changes or whatever. It's all about our own government, because nothing on the outside can heavily influence our own country in the short term in a dramatic way. Of course, it does influence, but just a little bit. But living in a small place like Nicaragua, you quickly realize that nothing happening inside the country matters all that much. It's so impacted by what's going on outside the country, right? So we can maintain, mostly based on internal decisions, an economy in comparison to the region, right? We have the power to maintain a more powerful economy than, say, Honduras can, right? That's an internal decision made by policy and effort and so forth. But in the absolute sense, do we have the power to keep life at a certain level? No. Outside enormous countries can raise or lower the global economy far more than our localization can adapt for. Our current levels of freedom could be modified by internal decisions, but their opportunity to be modified by external decisions is many times greater. And so, yes, we can like or dislike small changes happening or small concerns about what there is inside the country, but none of it comes close to what outside the country could be. And so that's a very unique perspective that you never have until you live in a place like this, where the whims of a political figure, not even a leader, just someone working somewhere with some power in the U.S. government, can enact dramatic change in Nicaragua when they may not even know where Nicaragua is. They may not even know what continent it's on. And we say this is about the drones as an example. If every Nicaraguan owned a drone, it would not compare to if the United States paid for twice as many drones as Nicaragua has people to fly over the country. They can literally just clog the skies with drones, do nothing else, right? Not even have cameras on them, not have them spy, not have them send out signals, not have them listen, just fly all over the place, right? The whole country would be like, we can't even see the sky. There's drones everywhere, right? It would be so dramatic just flying that many drones, because the U.S. can afford quite literally tens of millions of drones without it being a large budgetary item. The United States increased today its military spending by $500 billion. Well, we're only a country of 7 million people. So think about that in reference to that, right? That is a expenditure of, am I getting this right? $714 for every single. No, that can't be right. Hold on. 500 billion. So that would be 5 billion. Oh no, I'm way off. 500 billion. We got 7 million people. The United States is spending, think about this, $71,428 more per Nicaraguan today, just on military spending. There's no tie to Nicaragua in this, right? These are isolated numbers that we're just giving an example to. But if we're talking about, like, what would it cost to buy a big drone that could fly for a long time and fly over someone? $500? $1,000? Let's say $1,000. The United States spent enough money today to have 71 drones for every single Nicaraguan, just in additional spending today. That's not the total spending. That's the additional spending today. Per year, right? They could do that this year. They could have 71 drones mess with you next year, right? Imagine what that would look like. That's just if you were doing drones. So you can imagine how that kind of budget can be used haphazardly to wreak havoc on any small country, right? One person saying, here's a line item smaller than the annual toilet paper budget of a department, can be larger than the entire budget of a foreign government, right? So that is the elephant, right, to us. All the other stuff, it may seem like these things are important to Americans because the U.S. is so fearful of them, but here they're not the elephant in the room at all. Right? Not even close. All right, let's see if we can find. All right, 7 months ago, Scott, nice video. This is from 8 Rules of Nicaragua Real Estate 2025 edition. We are at 1 hour and 15 minutes. 1 hour, 15 minutes. Do you have any videos on buying beachfront property and pros and cons of each? For example, Las Piñitas versus Apesantillo versus beach towns in Tola. So I don't really have good comparisons between the beaches. No, it's very difficult because you really need someone who has put in time buying in each of those places. Now, I can say my wife was in Apesantillo this past weekend and was just appalled by how terrible it was. Now, she was only at one place, but she was disgusted. I guarantee she will never go back there. She was very, very unhappy with it compared to other beaches. And as people who live on the beaches, to have her hate it to that degree was pretty dramatic. She said they were just rundown shacks. She's used to the beaches being, with restaurants and all kinds of stuff. She was unable to eat up there. There was really nothing being served. There was nothing to do. It was just, she was very, very unhappy. And no internet, like feels like a very different place than what we're used to down here. So that kind of stuff exists. Like there is a big variance in the beaches, but from a buying perspective, it's really going to come down to you need to spend time on any given beach. Or all the given beaches and see which vibe you like. The northern beaches to Las Piñitas, to Pochomil, to La Boquita, they don't feel at all alike. Each beach is very, very unique from how it interacts with the water. It's a cliff or a lot of sand or a lot of rocks? Is it full of people? What are those people like? Is it people who are just coming in for the day? Is it people that actually live there? Is it expats? Is it Nicas? Is it a blend? Are there grocery stores and restaurants and shopping in the village, near the village? Is it within reason to get to a city, or is it really, really far away? Is it impacted dramatically by the tourist season or not? All of that matters a lot. And is it a indigenous beach like Las Piñitas, or is it a deeded beach like Ponoloya? Is it a newly populated beach like Las Piñitas, or is it old money and the buildings are all ancient like Ponoloya? There's just so much like that every beach is a unique experience. You really just have to experience them for yourself. It's not really something that, like, I can tell you some artifacts of them, like I just did. Ponoloya is older and cheaper and deeded. Las Piñitas is newer and indigenous lease and more expat-y and more recent development. The Ponoloya has more traditional restaurants and ranchos. Las Piñitas has more variety and more expat and variety and stuff, like different types of food, and not the ranchos and not the super cheap food. So that range, I can tell you a little bit, but how is that going to play out and how it feels for you? Which ones are you going to really just connect with? Very difficult to glean from that list of things, right? It may give you a little bit of a guide. Whoa, Ponoloya sounds way more my speed than Las Piñitas. I think I'll start there. Okay, great. That's good information for knowing where to start. But is it going to really make it that you don't need to go check the other one out? Not really. Probably should. And I almost didn't move to Las Piñitas because we had visited Ponoloya 11 years ago, and we were thinking, well, how different could it be? And it's the newer, less busy one. How could it be better? And it's so much better for us, but not for everyone. Some people prefer Ponoloya, so everybody has their own taste. But we had been to Ponoloya and we're like, no, that is in no way what we're looking for. And then we ended up maybe a 1 mile walk. I guess it's a 1 mile drive or walk. It doesn't matter how you do it, but we're so close to where my wife and I and our kids went 11 years ago and went, no, we would never want to be here. Like, it's fun for the day, but we certainly didn't want to move there. And then we ended up moving right down the beach because the feel is so dramatically different. And it was just, one was what we were looking for and one wasn't. And so I think that, and the thing that I found really valuable was Paul and I, my business partner and I, when we were looking to finally invest, we started by doing a survey of almost every beach. I had been to many beaches because I had lived here before, for years, and I had invested here for years. So I had a lot of background and knowledge and had spent a lot of time in different parts of the country. So that helped a lot. But when it came down to really buying a property and making that decision, we literally started in the south and drove from town to town to town to town to town to town over a period of a week, and spent at least a little bit of time in nearly all the beaches to have a really good feel for what they were like, what the variety was like, and how the different ones were. And that was fantastic. It really did help. So I would recommend that, right? And if you're going to be buying, and we were doing it during COVID, so it was very difficult to do. It was a major effort, but now you don't have those problems, so there's no excuse, at least externally. Maybe you don't have any time, but there's no excuse from things going on in the world. It's really good if you just come down and spend months moving around. You don't want to be buying until you've been here for years. You must have a lot of time to investigate all the beaches. It's not that big of a country. You really can, over the course of a year, just every month go, 2-3 times to a different place, spend a weekend, and you'll get a pretty good feel. Like, this place is lively. This place is not. This place has food. This place does not. This place is very hard to get to. This place is easy, and so forth. Those things will be a big deal. Which federal department are you calling asswipes? All of them. State Department, always the worst one, though. Brent says, will 2026 be the year of Bluefield Corn Island coverage? I think so, because Luke and I are hoping to get out there as soon as I can get access to the car for enough time to at least get out to Bilwi. I've got some friends who are going out with someone from the channel to Bluefields, I'm told. Hopefully we'll get some stuff. Luke says, we hope for a road trip to the autonomous Norte Puerto Cabezas this month. Looking more like March. Can't speak for the southern trip. Might be March. It's so hard to get out and do things. Oh, I do have to say I am planning a trip to Managua. I know that's not very exciting. But on the 31st, and that will impact my ability to go somewhere with Luke, because there's already something that I have to do in January yet. But it is Mean Girls the Musical is being put on at the Teatro Nacional Rubén Darío, and my kids absolutely want to go see that one. They weren't convinced to go see Mamma Mia. I couldn't talk them into it. They wanted to see Chicago, but they didn't decide that they wanted to see it until closing night. But they announced Mean Girls last night, and I showed it to them, and they immediately were like, we're going, book it. So we're planning on getting tickets immediately to Mean Girls and heading out to see that on the 31st. So I'll be hanging out in Managua for a day or two at that point, which should be fun. I've never seen a musical here. I've seen Don Quixote at the Teatro Gato, and I've seen stuff at the Teatro Nacional, but it's all like school stuff. I've seen the National Ballet Folklorico, which is great, but it's very different than seeing a North American style musical. So that we're very excited about. I really wanted to see Mamma Mia. I'm not a big fan of Chicago, so that I wasn't like, oh, I got to go see. I was really surprised that my kids wanted to see it. But this should be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I think the whole experience will be really interesting. Now, it's not at the main theater at Rubén Darío. There's a smaller, like, underground theater underneath the main theater, which I've never been in. So I'm looking forward to getting to check that out and seeing what it's like at the more intimate theater there, and being able to bring you guys some news on that. So that should be cool. All right. We are at 1 hour, 24 minutes. And we're going to respond to 1 hour, 24 minutes. This is, these are 7 months old. These are old comments. This is on the video, should I vacation in Guatemala or Nicaragua? And the question from Emmanuel Bedard, 8707, was, what's the best way to move around the different cities in Nicaragua? Bus, taxi, shuttle, car rental, thanks. So it does vary which cities you're going to be in. They're not all equal. In general, though, if you're not doing things in between the cities, you're just doing things in the cities, I think that moving between via bus is the best way to go. Bus when you can. Now, we're much like England, that the majority of transport is going to go through the capital. So you may find yourself going to and from Managua on a regular basis, so depending on how you want to do things, and that's not always true. If you're here in Leon, getting up to Esteli or Matagalpa isn't too bad, but you can't take the Uca bus. You got to take a chicken bus. If you're going from some of the northern towns, they're just going to have local buses. You're going to have to figure out which ones go where and how to get there. There's going to be challenges, right? But asking around in different cities, you totally will be able to do it without too much of a problem. But if you're in most of the cities that you're normally going to go to, the Granadas, Masayas, Rivas, Leon, even Chinandega, Esteli, Matagalpa, and Jinotega to some degree, doing everything out of Managua or the occasional direct between them, like Leon and Chinandega, you can do a direct. Masaya and Granada, you can do a direct. Leon to Matagalpa or Esteli is doable, and of course Matagalpa to Jinotega is doable. You can find ways to get around those. If you're getting to further out, I'm sure Boaco is really easy from Managua. Never tried that. Jinotepe, very easy from Managua. Rivas, very easy from Managua. I should have mentioned that one. That there's a really nice bus that goes there, and San Jorge, and on to Ometepe. So all of that, very, very easy. San Juan del Sur is where it gets a little bit harder, but there's private shuttles. That's where you may want to do something a little bit different. Huigalpa, I imagine, is easy, but again, I've never tried to do it from Managua. But if you're getting to like Acatal and Jalapa and some of those places, maybe then a private car or something would be worth it, just due to the incredible distance and complexity and probably many changes of bus. But very few people intend to go out that far. So generally, when someone's asking this question, they'll be serviced pretty well from the buses as I described. Okay, so this is from, every time I click on something, everything shifts. From the video, what is a border run? Where are we at? We're at 1 hour, 27 minutes. Wildly Undivided, 7 months ago, on what is a border run, asked the question. I think you indirectly covered it, but a question. If you're in a country and leave, now a country, this is difficult, right? Every country is different, but we're going to assume Nicaragua. If you're in a country and leave before 90 days or whatever the limit is and re-enter in a day or two, would the visa generally be reset to extended to our 90 days? Okay, he does say generally. Generally, no. You don't generally get to do a border run. Most countries don't do border run systems. So if you're asking in the general sense, the answer is no. But if you're asking in the Latin American sense, most Latin American countries, it is yes. So that's where it gets difficult. Region matters, globalization matters, individual country matters. So in Nicaragua, absolutely it resets. Costa Rica, it resets. Guatemala, it resets. Mexico, I believe it resets. Panama, it resets. Nearly everyone resets, but not 100%. So you need to, no matter what, you have to do your research. It's only a matter of knowing what to expect as an average, I guess. And a second question. The 90 days is from the date you're returning, not any leftover time from your previous 90 days, correct? That, again, depends on the country. If you're in Europe, for example, most of Europe, you're on the same 90 days. You get 90 days out of 180. Not 90 days from the time you enter. It's a different system. Here you get 90 days. If you leave and you get approved to come back in, you get 90 days. So ours is very straightforward. There's nothing to track really. So it's quite easy. But again, every one of these questions has to be completely unique to the country that you're asking about. So here, when you enter, you get 90 days, not some more complicated thing. For example, in my example above, if you leave a country on 89 remaining days and return, it's not 88 plus 90, right? What? I don't know how it would be 88 plus 90. It would be 90. How do you get extra days? I don't know what his example is. I don't know what he's trying to say. But the answer is you get 90 days. You don't get 88 days. You don't get 89 days. You don't get 1 day. You get 90 days. You leave. You come into the country for 2 days. You leave. When you come back, you get approved for 90 days. You stay for 90 days. You leave. You come back. You get 90 days. What you've done previously is not a factor in what you get now. What you get as you come in is 90 days. So it's as straightforward as can be, but not as common as you would hope, if that makes sense. It's the most straightforward system, but it is not the expected. All right, we're going to answer one more before we get back to the live questions. Let's just see how many minutes we're at. Looks like 30. And Andrew O'Neill, who is living in Ponaloya already at this point, so this is most likely, but 7 months ago, he says, "Hello, Scott. Sorry if you've already answered this question in one of your videos." I definitely have not, but I've not been able to watch as regularly as I want lately. I am wondering about the possibility of my 4-year-old eventually playing Little League baseball in Nicaragua. Do you have any idea what it is like? Is it possible for a non-residence family son to participate in a league sport in Nicaragua? I guarantee it is. Now just be aware that everything's very different here. We don't have the same types of things as the US. So it's going to be very difficult to get participating in and that kind of stuff. But there isn't the, foreigners can't participate in things sort of thing like people often imagine. So almost always you can get involved almost anywhere. There just isn't that much population that they're like, no, we're not going to, let more people do things. No, there's always room. And you never know, right? Maybe your son's going to end up being this famous baseball player. They certainly wouldn't want to give up the opportunity to find that out because they take their baseball very seriously here. Right. If we bought a house in Leon, for example, it's just important to remember that buying a house in no situation that I know of will ever influence the answer. So it always feels like it's important, but it's always a red herring, right? It's just, does it help to say you own a house in a given place? Sure. When you're having conversations with people, they're like, oh, you're very serious. You bought a house. Okay, whatever. But houses are very cheap here and they don't officially count for anything. So that's just, we're all convinced because many places they do count for something. So we always feel like it's important. It's just important to understand it's not. Totally red herring. Could our 4-year-old then play with the local baseball Little League T-ball team? Do T-ball teams exist there? I don't think T-ball teams do exist here. I've never seen anything like that, but there are children playing baseball in huge numbers because it's the thing, right? It's the national sport, so there's a lot of it. Any information you have on this would be greatly appreciated. It will really come down to the independent community that you're in, whether there's space, whether there is a team, what ages the team is for, how they do it, and so forth. So knowing your community first is the first piece, right? So if you're in Leon, we're much bigger. You're much more likely to be able to do that quite easily. But the hardest ones will be the beach communities. If they have something, they're probably the easiest to participate in because there's so few people, but that they may not have anything for you to participate in is a decent likelihood. So that is a consideration when looking at moving here. We're lucky. We're in Leon, the second biggest city, so we have nearly everything here. If there's something we want to do, it's probably available. But if we go out to Las Pinitas, where we first moved here, which is not very far away, almost no opportunities exist for anything because it's a village, right? It's a small fishing village. So neither do they have population nor do they have money. And so that makes it extra challenging that kids who are old enough to work often do and not spend time doing sports or whatever. Okay. Let's get back to the live, see what's going on. Luke says 2 to 3 hours. Managua to Matagalpa bus ride for 100 Cordobas, less than $3. 1 hour Matagalpa to Jinotega on the chicken bus. Luke is signing off. Hora de hacer la tarea para mi clase de español. Adiós, y'all. Getting some caffeine here. I did wisely take a very short nap. Prior to doing the show, we got started late, but I got that nap in, so I'm not doing too badly. I am kind of on the tired side today, though. Just been feeling it all day. My dad is saying goodnight. Night, Dad. Have a good one. Love you. All right. Oh, we got a few more people on. No questions, though, so I guess I should maintain the older stuff. Just keep going on that. Let me know. Here for whatever you guys want to talk about, but I'm also organizing photos in the background. I should be doing some work. I keep getting distracted. Speaking of all the people mentioning how unpredictable the world is right now, someone just posted, the only safe place in the world to be right now is the Epstein files. That is one of the saddest states of things ever. Someone else just posted, oh my gosh, my Instagram is on fire tonight. I still dislike the Star Wars sequels, but I can't any longer fault them for running with the premise of 20 years after fascism, same fascism again, but stupider because I just lived through that. I should not keep my should not keep my Instagram open. It is way too distracting. John says good night, Scott's dad. That's funny. The power is back on in Las Pinitas. That's a good example. That was a long outage. What was that, like 20 minutes? By the way, we've had a really successful week on the show for anyone who cares. And by the way, give a thumbs up while you're on there. While we're taking a moment to breathe, hit that thumbs up. It really does help. Gets the attention out there for all the things. And what's going on? All right. Let's go look at some of these old. Okay, what are we at? 1 hour, 37 minutes. Tom Slick 08, 7 months ago. On the video, why Belize, El Salvador, and Honduras don't make the short list. Great video. I'm just discovering your channel. Let's say 1 hour, 37 minutes. Sorry, it's 7 months late. I wonder how many people we get back on the channel because of old comments that we're doing on the live, but gets people to be like, hey, there's a live stream? This is cool. Great video. I'm just discovering your channel. This was very informative, especially the parts about Honduras and how their work on improving crime might be more sustainable and realistic. I'm curious about what they're doing now and how and why it is working. You could make a video on that and why you think it'll be better, more sustainable long term. Also, even more importantly, I'd love to see a video breaking down the differences in cost between all the countries you mentioned, and cost could be differentiated between Airbnb lodging, local furnished and unfurnished units, tourist attraction prices, restaurant and grocery prices, etc. That's a lot. It would be cool, though. Maybe you've already done one of those videos, but if not, either or both videos would be super interesting. I like the level of depth and nuance you give to the topic. Muchas gracias and buen hecho manito. Well, thank you very much, Tom, and so sorry. It has been 7 months. These things get buried. Once they're buried, it is so hard to find our way back to the comments, but I'm really appreciating doing this on the live because it forces me to dig through them, and as I dig through them, they clean up, and it makes it more clear how to find them again. So it's really improving, I think, a lot of things by doing this. So I think it's a good process, plus it gives us something to talk about on the live. So what is making Honduras different? And even though it's been quite some time, and obviously there's some stuff going on in Honduras that we now know. So we have some additional concerns for Honduras, as we always do. But there's stuff going on with El Salvador too. Both of them are having some struggles due to problems plaguing them from the north. But nothing like we're concerned about here. Well, maybe worse, depends how you look at it. But the difference is El Salvador took, and I'm not gauging which is better or worse, right? They're different. The thing that El Salvador did was they went very, very heavy-handed and very dramatic and did a sweep of changing how the country works practically overnight. You can't fault them for doing so. They're a country that's had a lot of problems. And what are they going to do? How do you clean it up slowly? It's very difficult. And how many bad things happen slowly over time as you're attempting to clean them up, right? So that's a difficult challenge. Totally understand. So it's very, very reasonable. It's very, very acceptable. It's very, very understandable that El Salvador decided to take the dramatic steps that they did. And is it working? Maybe it is. A lot of things have gotten way better in El Salvador. They've gone through a lot of improvement. A lot of wonderful things have happened. Was it an effective approach? Maybe. Now the question is on everyone's mind, is it sustainable? And of course, the experts all say no, but the experts also said it couldn't be done and that it would do all kinds of damage and have other problems. And of course, the experts all are paid by governments who depend on the flow of drugs that supposedly they were trying to stop. However, El Salvador has remained partnered with the United States, and the U.S. generally cuts ties with you if you stop giving them the drugs they ask for. So who knows, but we're just hypothesizing. We don't know what's going on between them. But they've not cut ties with all of the criminal elements, only with the internal ones. So we don't know what's going on there. We don't know what the long-term effect is going to be, and they didn't get rid of the most important thing to long-term stability, which is the relationship with the United States. So we have concerns that what they're doing isn't going to make it, right? Are they going to have, at some point, a massive prison break and lose control of the country? Are they going to have a revolt from their citizens? Is it going to retain economic viability? Will they become a puppet on the world stage and be consumed by outside forces that were kept at bay previously? There's a lot of ifs, and what they've done, which is generally good, is mostly unprecedented. That doesn't make it bad. It just means we don't have a good track record to know what's going to happen there. And so we have a lot of concerns based around not having a good idea of what that's going to look like. And we're also concerned that it's done through such a cult of personality that what happens if something happens to Bukele, right? What if he retires? What if he doesn't maintain office? What if something terrible happens to him? What if he's suddenly abducted by the United States, like Maduro was, right? We have all these potential major risks, and does he have a cabinet, a secession, and all these things in place where that would be minor, but negative, obviously, but would it be crippling to the country? Maybe, maybe not. At least as an outsider, I have no idea what potential secession looks like there. Whereas here in Nicaragua, we have a really good idea, partially because we live here, of course, but the government is not as young. It is not in this dramatic change mode. It doesn't require force of a single person. It's not even run by a single person. And so in that position, not that any country is run by a single person, but you know what I mean. So if we were to suddenly have a medical condition or a foreign government intervention that suddenly takes our presidents away, we have a pretty high degree of confidence that the mechanisms of government can continue without a cult of personality to keep them moving, and we're pretty confident that the secession plans are in place so that there's some people who are trained and knowledgeable and understand the game plan to step into place and maybe not be as effective, maybe be more effective, maybe not continue in exactly the same direction, but probably not go wildly off the rails. What we have is a small cone of uncertainty, or a narrow cone of uncertainty, whereas El Salvador has a very great cone of uncertainty. Both have the possibility of great trajectories within that cone, but one has a much larger cone of we just don't know where things are going to go. Now, we're the extreme for tight cone. They're the extreme for wide cone. In the middle is Honduras. Honduras is attempting to clean things up, much like El Salvador, but is doing so in a much slower, more measured, more reasonable, and more traditional way. They've been moving in a good direction. Things are getting safer. The economy is getting better for the most part. The opportunities in the country are moving in the right direction. San Pedro Sula was outrageously dangerous in the past, and now it's just kind of dangerous, which sounds silly when you say it, but it's a really meaningful change. It was a you would never go there city just 3 years ago, and now it's a well, I would happily take a bus there and go film it for you guys and feel completely comfortable in doing so city. So that's a big change. So in Honduras, we have that smaller cone of uncertainty. We're pretty sure that if things continue going well, it's going to continue on a good path. And if things go poorly, that it's going to get worse also pretty slowly. It's not going to suddenly fall apart. The fear in El Salvador is that if things don't completely hold together, they could explode and totally fall apart. That's the biggest fear, is that what there is today that seems good could be completely gone tomorrow. Not likely, but it could be, and that's pretty scary from a trying to make plans and build a life in a country kind of perspective. If you're just on vacation, neither one matters. Not really. Derek Clark says, I'd like to visit there in a sailboat someday. Been saving, downsizing, learning a lot for about 2 years now with a plan. Well, that's awesome. Not very many sailboats seen around here. So good luck. That'd be very cool. John says, do you have any thoughts on Ecuador's former president Correa or current president Noboa? I don't follow Ecuador super close. It's kind of low on my radar. Man, I'd love to visit, right? Like, that'd be super cool. And I'm actually planning on working in Ecuador this year, so I'll have a lot more insight, hopefully, if that moves forward and everything goes well there. But at the moment, my experience in Ecuador has mostly been I work in the region all around it, and my teams are like, yeah, we won't cross into Ecuador. Things have been really unstable and dangerous. So that's kind of my take on it. TJ's here. Yo, TJ, how's it going? John says, I'm a bit disappointed that Noboa wants to expand oil production, given the ecological impact it has had in the past, as well as leaks and spills with the existing infrastructure. Yeah, that stuff sucks. But in good news, Colombia has put a permanent moratorium on oil drilling in the Amazon of Colombia, which is a really big region. So that's super positive. Very good stuff there. Living abroad with Eric is here. I was in San Pedro Sula 3 years ago. Nice. John says, hey, Eric. All right. You guys are a little bit quiet. Let's head on to the next video here, or next comment. This is on home for 15K in Nicaragua, again 7 months ago. And let's check out our timestamp. We're at 1 hour 47 minutes. All right, we've got, I have to expand all these things. Again, this is on home for 15K in Nicaragua. Great video, thanks. I would be interested in immersing ourselves into a small village with the local people and becoming part of the community like you talked about. I think it would be very rewarding. I would live in a Nicaraguan home and maybe do a small amount of upgrading and live simple, as long as we had a yard for our pets. It would not be hard for us because that's what we did when we left the USA 4 years ago and immersed ourselves into an all locals area and live much more simple and more like the locals. Our lives have become much healthier physically and mentally since leaving behind our USA mentality. If we do move to Nicaragua, I definitely would do the same thing, living simple and in a small village, but not too far from a city to be able to get essentials or medical services. This was a great topic. Some of the most humbled and loving people we have met have metal shacks with dirt floors and no electricity. Some of the best people we have ever had the pleasure of living near and becoming friends with, and the happiest people we have ever been associated with in our lives. We should never judge anyone by where and what they live in. USA is totally about what you drive, what you live in, and what kind of job you have. All about material things and huge egos. So grateful we left that behind us. I guess there wasn't really a question there, but that was a great comment and feedback on on that video. And that video, we were showing what kind of entry-level real homes are like here in Nicaragua. Real homes meaning concrete walls, real ceilings, not metal shacks like she's mentioning. There really are very viable homes and really good lifestyles that you can live from those homes, right? I know people who live, obviously, I know lots of people who live in homes like that. And there is such a value to that life, right? And just not being tied down by material things. Having a very small space so you don't have this emotional need to fill it with stuff, right? That's one thing that affects Americans and Canadians a lot, is that our houses are very large because we live in a place with lots of open land, and we have the financial resources to build on that land. So we end up with big open space. That's not a bad thing. But when you do that, it then has a bunch of empty space, and you feel the need to fill it. And when you feel the need to fill it, then you start accumulating things just because you need to. Knickknacks and whatever, right? So many walls to cover in paintings, so many shelves to cover in knickknacks, so many places just to keep books. And I've had Americans be like, oh, I don't want to live anywhere that I can't ship. Just walls and walls full of things. I want to be surrounded by things. People have said that, right? And of course they own them. There's nothing wrong with the thing that they're saying. It's perfectly fine to want to be surrounded by the things you own. But as someone who has moved out of the US, and as this person is mentioning, right, that's not a great feeling, having to pay tens of thousands of dollars to move things that don't matter, to surround yourself by them, because you've been trained to value the objects you own so highly. Not that they own you necessarily, but we know they often do. And in the case of spending tens of thousands of dollars to keep them, even though they don't have value, right? There's things that you do need, right? Maybe you need your desk, you need your computer, you need your phone. Of course, there's things you need. You need to keep your camera with you so you can go take pictures of cool places you go. Sure, you're going to move those things. You're not going to throw them away or sell them and then buy them again. But what about that chair? What about that printed book? What about that DVD? Right? Things that you can replace. In many cases, like the books and DVDs, you can just download them. You don't have to bring them with you and keep the physical memories with it. Like, I understand sometimes and I keep a bunch of things, toys that my kids had, because my kids want to touch them again. They want to look at them. They want to have that tangible memory, sure. And there's things that make sense. And some people feel that with books and DVDs and stuff. But for most of us, most of the time, it's just a media for delivering the story. It's the story, the movie, the whatever that actually matters. And you don't have to have a shelf with the thing sitting on it to get that value from it. So there's a risk of these things really costing us a lot of money to maintain. All right, so we're going to do one that actually gets us out and does a map. So let's get the timestamp on this, and we're going to look at some stuff online. 1 hour, 52 minutes. Perfect. All right, here we go. This is from Arquintas Surprisingly Dangerous. Also, 7 months ago, from SCSCQZ7RR. What? No, where in Leon are gated communities, and how far from the city? Can you show some communities in Leon and or Granada? Yeah, so we're going to jump on a map and show you where these things are. I have shown a lot of these on different videos. So in many cases, these have been listening for the dog and what problems the dog may be creating. I think we're okay. Let me bring up my stuff so we can hop over. TJ says he still needs a few hundred people. For those who are interested, TJ is trying to put together a huge number of people who want to see the Avatar 3 movie in 3D in a theater in English. He wants to buy out the theater so that they will do a private event. And so if anyone is interested in going to somewhere around Granada, Masaya, or Managua, I don't know where he's looking at doing it, let him know, and you may be able to go see that movie with an expat group just for him. Matthew Toller, do you know where I could buy cigarettes, rolling tobacco by bags? I do not. I've never seen that in country, but I don't smoke, so it might be easy to find, but generally that stuff is very hard to find here. Dirty Chivo just said, my parents are from Honduras, but retired in Costa Rica because there were still issues that concerned them. Maybe someday they'll be comfortable moving back. I think at this point, for expats, Honduras is actually safer than Costa Rica, but mostly because Costa Rica has gotten more dangerous, not because Honduras is that much safer. But the point still being, all right, I just need to, I have a little bit of a cough tonight. Let's see if I can get this map. All right, perfect. Here we go. All right, so we're talking gated communities here in Leon. So let's start with a few gated communities that we can talk about. So this is obviously downtown Leon. This is the Managua Road here to the southeast. So if we zoom in, this is our first semi-gated community, is Villa Casa Leon, right here. This region is semi-gated, meaning it has a spot for a gate, but the gate is always open. So you can live here very cheaply, and the $15,000 house that we were just talking about in the last episode is located here. So this is actually a semi-gated community, and you can own a house for about $15,000, $16,000. That's what it costs to get in there. So this is very affordable there. But as we move in on this road and get closer to the city, we have much more high-end communities. So we have San Andreas here. This is quite nice. I really like the houses there. They're absolutely gorgeous. So you're looking much more in the 60s to 80s of thousands of dollars for a house there, not 15,000. But we're talking still not North American style, but we are talking about houses that can be sealed, things that have very modern styling, and so forth. Really, really nice stuff. You do have some like Airbnbs or little tiny hotels hiding throughout here. And then let's see if I can find where you come off the road. So you come up here, go somewhere here is, that's San Andreas. Oh my gosh, I'm having problems. All right, see you. Come up there, and must be, nope, I'm somehow lost. Oh no, this is the place that I'm thinking of. So this is one community. We got several people from our community living in there, and then this is Casa Leon, which is very, very close. And in between is this one. This is San Agustin. This is the one I was trying to think of, and it's confusing because they actually butt up against each other, but they don't have entrances at this road. So this one and this one feel like they're very far apart because one, you enter and you come up. I'm sorry, you come up this road and enter here, and this one you enter from this road here. And so I actually have friends who live here and friends who live over here, and they're really close to each other, but because of the way the entrances are, they feel like they're a world apart. So that's 3 gated communities, boom, 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 right in this tiny little area there. And then these fields will eventually fill in with gated communities. I'm almost sure. Now I know there is a gated community being built somewhere out here. Oh, I bet it's way out here, or maybe it's this one. But somewhere out here, there's a little one being built. I'm not really sure. Now, if we go north in the city, there's the Ferrocarril, and so that means this is the Residencia Fatima. This is a gated community. The gate is actually way back here. And then this area is a little bit open. This is a hill, so that's why there aren't houses there. And then this is a good-sized gated community. Very, very nice. There are a number of gated communities as you go up here. I'm not sure I can identify them all really well. I think this might be one. This is one for sure, Mount Sinai. This is one being built here. This is one over here. I believe this is one here. I'm not 100% sure. No, that is not one. Somewhere in this area, there's another. So mostly a little distance outside or near the edge of town is generally where they are. Now, this part of the city, none. This region will feel like a gated community, but there's no gate. This is higher end than is in any of the gated communities. Some of the highest end areas are not gated. So it's a little bit weird the way that works. And then we have another, see if I can locate it. This is huge. This is gated. All of this to here is gated. So there's a big area in the middle that's empty, and it's a gated area. And then there's even bigger houses in the Reparto there. Those are the gated communities I know of off the top of my head around the city. Very few. I think there's a lot of opportunity for new ones to spring up. I would be very surprised if we don't see one happen somewhere around Fonseca up here. I'd be very surprised if somewhere in this region we don't get one. And there's all this space down here where it would be natural for one to pop in at some point. It all comes down to demand, and the city's also expanding out to the east as well. So those are all spots where a few, and I think all of those I've filmed. I have definitely filmed Veracruz many times. I've definitely filmed Fatima several times. I have definitely filmed Castelleon at least once or twice. I have definitely filmed San Augustin. And I think I have filmed San Andreas, and a lot of people that we know are there. So all of those are on my show, and you can search them. Plus, we've shown ones in other cities from time to time. Ciudad Sandino, for example, a number of times. El Doral recently, and so forth. So they're around, but there aren't tons of them. Generally, there's normally just a few, and then there are tiny ones, right? Because some of you are going to be like, you didn't mention yours. Yes, I live in a gated community, but it's a gated community of just a couple houses, so it's more like a private estate. It's not like what you would think of as a community. Can you come and get a house there? No, you cannot, right? So John Mason says Nika is a tobacco producer, and according to the Numbio, cigs are just over $1 a pack. You can buy an entire bale of tobacco and roll cigarettes for the rest of your life. Patricia says, hello, I prefer the satellite view on the map, easier to see on a small screen. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Matthew Tollard says, Richard Johnson, I prefer to make mine, and cigar tobacco versus cigarette tobacco is different. I found a place once, but couldn't find it when I tried a few years ago. That's the big thing here. Cigar tobacco is what we make here. I don't know how much cigarette tobacco, if any, is made in the country. I don't really know much about it. I'm not the expert. So, and Luke would be, and he left. Patricia says, all that land and the houses are so close together. I like my neighbors, but I prefer some space. So here it's actually really popular to have very little space. People don't want lots of space in general, right? Exceptions exist, obviously. But you have to remember that people don't have cars. They want to be close together for safety. They want to be close together for communications. They want to be close together because it's how people hang out. They sit out on their porches. They want to see each other, talk to each other, yell across the street. They want the pulperia to be within 30 meters of their front door. They want a bus stop nearby. You don't get that stuff if you have space. It's one of the reasons why the U.S. and Canada, and again, nothing wrong with this, right? It's just there are... you can't have everything, right? You have to pick and choose. North Americans tend to have chosen, right? Whether we chose or our parents chose or something, that they wanted to have big yards and open space. And it's fantastic. And it works mostly because our lifestyles that we had before we did those things was that we liked being at home. Nicaraguans don't like being at home. They like going out. So their neighborhoods are designed around the idea of getting out and going places. And so, yes, we know that spending less on the house is part of that. But also, having the houses be very, very close together is also part of that. You need houses very close together to be able to have a bus stop within a few minutes of any given thing. And I actually appreciate that quite a lot. I do like my own space, but I like it to be relatively limited. Because I do like having neighbors nearby. I don't like the idea that, I don't know, some giant mythical creature could suddenly pull itself out of the ground and come eat my family and no one know anything about it. Okay, I have weird fears. I play Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know. But, is there actually a danger to being isolated? No, probably not. But I grew up on a farm in the country. There was nothing around. And that silence outside the house at night is eerie. And I don't like it. Not that it was scary, like I'm not that kind of person, but leaving the house at night and going out. I remember very well, right? We had so let's see if I can do this. My house was here, and we had this big driveway with a loop, and then it went way out, and then there was a barn here, and right in front of the barn was like a street light. Like we built our own street light. And as you came out of the house, off to the right was pasture land, and it was, unless the moon was like full, it was pure darkness. And then on the horizon, because we lived at the top of a hill, there was a valley that was just darkness because it was below us. And then 11 miles away was a village, and you could see twinkling lights out there. And the twinkling lights always called to me. The twinkling lights were romantic. It was life and activity far away that you could see. And it's one of the reasons that I always love cities with some elevation changes, because I like seeing far away life. But I don't want it to be 11 miles. I would like it to be more like a few thousand meters at most, but it'd be relatively close is good. But I like the idea of visible life. But there was this total darkness. And as you walked from the house to the barn, the driveway was well lit. But everything to my right, coming out of the house, was so dark. And not dark far away. It was dark inches from where I was. So the edge of the driveway, you could still see the rocks because it was gravel. But you couldn't see the grass more than a few inches. And there were some trees there, and there was potentially horses out there, sometimes making noise, which is a little bit crazy. And there's something about knowing that there could be a skunk, a cat, a horse, a possum, a dog, a cat, a porcupine, a bear. And I'd run into bears right at the edge of our driveway, right? So I'd never had a bear in my driveway, but I had a bear on our property just at the end of the driveway. And I didn't really fear the bear would come into the driveway because of the light and because there was horses that were generally there. It's just not a thing that attracted bear. Bear don't hunt horses or anything. Deer would run through there. Again, not a fear. Turkey run through there, not a fear. But there could be a person casually could walk onto our property, walk behind the barn, and walk and be right inches from me. And there's nothing to alert you to them or anything. The only reason there was no one there is because why would there be? Right? But if someone wanted to be there, there was no way to know. No way at all. And that's kind of creepy. And growing up, that wasn't fun. And obviously, it was very safe. My parents, even when I was 5 years old, were not like, don't go to the barn. I had to go to the barn in the dark all the time as a kid, right? It was a normal thing. And my dad worked in the barn a lot because we were a working farm. So late at night, my dad would often be in the barn, even just for a little bit. I'm not saying he was gone all evening, but he would go down to the barn all throughout the evening. And as a kid, I would often go down there, right? And you never thought twice about it. And I would go down on my own. I had a basketball hoop in the barn, and I had my cats were in the barn. I'd go down there and hang out with my cats at night. And so it was a nearly daily thing to at least some point in the darkness be going down to the barn. But it makes you think, right, that there was just always this total darkness, total unknown right there. I don't like that. I don't want to live in a place where there's pitch darkness and no people, right? The nearest people in that direction were miles away. Miles. Like 5 miles. And then you're only hitting like a little tiny house. It was actually, my guitar teacher actually lived, if you walk straight out the back of my property, one of the first places you would hit would be my guitar teacher's house. Hold on, we're going to look at a map in just a second because I'm going to find it interesting, but my dog is whining. I got to see. Oh, I've got the puppy in here. He's on the bed. Does someone want to live here? Oh, yes. Oh, are you whining from the other room because you were sad? Oh, you're so sad. But here you are. Here you are. Your daddy loves you. Yes. Were you a maniac barking at you? You going to come up and say hi on the show? You're not. Okay. All right, let's track down my childhood home. This will be completely boring and meaningless to all of you, but I'm going to do it anyway. All right. So, real quick, I'm going to read over here. Scott, your fears are probably rooted in playing too much D&D when you were younger. It's got to be it. I'm always afraid that something in the darkness is going to roll for initiative. Richard Johansson says, I indulge in a lot of tobacco products and have connections that could point you in the right direction if you wanted cigarette tobacco, but you would probably have to buy a lot of it at once. That's how people roll, right? All right. This is Western New York. So this is the town of Geneseo, which is the college town where my wife went to university. And it is the town of the twinkling lights that I could see from my childhood living room windows. And so I lived right on this turn in Covington. So we're gonna zoom in over here. There's my road, Peoria Road. Now all this has moved. When I was a kid, this was the road as it came by, and they moved it at my request. I'm actually one of the people who worked with the government to petition the state to have the road moved. So that was an interesting thing. And this is my childhood farm right there, and this is my neighbor growing up. All right, so this is where I grew up. So I tell the story. This is funny that I'm actually looking at the map that you guys are looking at and not at the one on my screen, so it's a little bit confusing. All right. So, like I said, this is the house. Now, this is all different. This was not here. I don't know what this is. I've not been out there. There's some new building, and this is a new building. Things have changed a lot. So, as a kid, these two trees were there, but were much smaller. These are both maples. When I was a child, you can kind of see right here, there's some space. My childhood home was nestled right here in this maple tree, and the bear that I ran into is right about here. And then this was a parking lot, and this was, I guess not all of that, but a good piece of this was concrete. This is where I learned to ride a bicycle. This has all been taken out. This was not a field as a child. This was all yard. And when I talked about my childhood garden, that was all down here. There used to be a hedgerow all along here. I can't believe how much this has changed in this satellite view. My gosh, this is nothing like what it was like when I grew up. Wow. That is nuts. I like how it says Orr Road. It was never had that name. That name predates me. I'm 50, right? So it's like 60 years ago. So this house is the one that my parents built. And then we tore down this house. And the story of the house that we fed through its own fireplace is the one that was here. And then the fireplace was moved over here. And that chimney right there is the chimney from the fireplace that we fed it all through. So many changes over here throughout my childhood. But quite interesting how it is all changed. So this was all pasture land back here. Much bigger than it is now. And this is all... So our farm, I'll zoom out, was all of this. And then it came in, and then it went back, must be to here, and then here. And then this pond was not ours. We owned up pretty close to it, but we were the caretakers all the way up through here. So there's a small pond here that when I was a kid, this had benches. It was like a park built all around this. And if you walk back, so we owned all the way to this line on both sides. And my parents made a Christmas tree park in here, a farm in here. So we used to have a trail that went back, and I had trails, and all of this woods all the way back to over here. I had all of this memorized as a child. I would go out as a small child all through this woods, and now you can see it's not that big of a woods, but all through this, I would explore and do all kinds of things. And when my wife and I first were getting married, we talked about building a house right here because this is a little bit higher ground than this, and we thought that would be really cool. And then we're like, why would we live there? That makes no sense. Okay, so without this building, you can imagine we would come out of the house, and this used to be a driveway with a big turnaround. I can't believe they got rid of it, but they made this to a big parking lot. So, okay, that's kind of cool. And I would go between here and the barn. This building wasn't there. This walk, there was nothing out here. Pure darkness, and the street light was here. And then the pasture land started over here. So dark, and just nothing out here. But now, if we were to leave the house and go east... Let's see where we end up. No houses, no civilization. Somewhere along here, right about here, I think. This is the house of the people who embezzled us and destroyed our lives at one point. And keep going. Notice no houses, no houses, no houses. And then we hit Federal Road. Nothing here. This is an empty road, and all there's eventually you'll run into something, right? There's nothing really around. Keep going, keep going. Little something someone's got going on there. Little farm roads, and now we're hitting. I don't even know what this is. What did we just hit? Okay, this is not a road. This is like a farm complex off this road. Okay, so that makes sense. So we would hit this farm, but if we came down just a little bit... Ah, perfect. I was only off by the tiniest bit. Right here, one of these, it's Virginia Ave. One of these houses is my guitar teacher's house. It's been a really long time, so I feel like it's this one. Right here, but it might have been... It's one of these. Right here is where my guitar teacher was. So it's really funny that that just ended up how it was. None of this was there. There was no travel plaza. And this is my old high school. Everything there basically was built while I was in high school. That's pretty cool. Anyway, a little bit of nostalgia. There. The barn was a restaurant there. It's a silly place. It's probably much nicer now. But this has been put in. And then there's this bar that somewhere right here. I don't know what this is. I haven't been back in so long. And now I'll never be back. So it's like, this is like a junkyard, basically. Right up against the school, which is very funny. We built this tennis court. We built this parking lot. All of these buildings were built while I was a freshman. All of this driveway was built as a freshman. This was built as a freshman. Wow. Hasn't changed too much, though. This is where I used to play D&D. I ran the D&D club there. And my best friends from high school lived... Let's see if I can find it. This house right here. And she now lives right down the beach from me in Las Piñitas. And moved there, no connection, to the fact that I was there. Just ran into each other there. So very, very funny. The new building is probably an Airbnb. I think it's a barn. That sounds like a really cool place to grow up. I mean, it was a really cool place to grow up in a lot of ways. It was terrible in some ways because you're so isolated that it's just like, oh my gosh, you know, you never got to see people, right? And that was hard. And I'm a very social person. So the utter lack of people was very hard for me. Because if you look, here, we'll go back so you can see. So the farm that I grew up on is here, right? So let's zoom out. Notice there's like no houses. Most of the houses that are here, which is just a few, were built since I was a kid. The only one that was there is this little tiny one here, and that was, he was in his, I want to say 70s when I was a kid. And he had no kids. His wife had died. There was a house here. There was a kid there when I was very little, but he got hit by a car and died when I was small. And then somewhere right in this little complex here, there were a couple of kids there, but they were so much younger than me and they went to a different school than me. So I never saw them in reality. And you notice there's no houses out here. None. There's not a single house in this entire stretch. There's a couple houses here, all built since I was a kid. These are big farms. Again, no kids. Like barely no people. This was all built when I was a kid. There was one girl here. It was kind of my age, but that's really far, right? That's way too far to like walk or anything. At least for normal people. You can see why I walk so far. This was empty. No kids along here. These were just like repair shops and farm things. If you come down here, these were all old people that lived along here. Like no kids. This is my grandmother's old house that she bought when I was young. She moved to be with us. And then this is my mom's hairdresser. No kids along any of this. Most of this has been built since I was a kid. And then all empty, all empty, all empty. Who knows, a little bit of farm out there, right? So far from civilization, right? And come down this road. Oh, one house way down there, right? So it was pretty wild. And then this is the nearest bit of civilization, which started, maybe about here. There were a couple houses. You can see, even coming into this little tiny village, there's nothing. And then you zoom in and you're like, okay, this is a concrete plant. And then you can see how few houses there are here. This is closed now, but this is the pizza place I grew up with. And where is it? Oh, don't tell me it's, wait, what? Oh, there we go. Okay. Farther down. This is the elementary school that I went to as a small child. And I watched everything from this line back get built. So it was only this when I first went, and this was under construction, and that's all it is now. But this is the itty-bitty school that I went to when I was little until I finished 8th grade, way out here. And you can see, again, middle of nowhere. And it was kids who went there were from all over the place. So none of them were from the town that I was from. They were mostly from towns like down here and out here. And so my isolation from school, my isolation at my home was really extreme. There was just no getting to anything. Well, what did the neighbors do to your family? Nothing. There were no neighbors. That was the real problem. It was just such a solitary existence. The very idea, and people ask me quite a bit, like, what about your kids? How do they meet other kids? What do they do? And I'm like, that is such a foreign concept to me that my kids are so independent, and like they spend time with adults, and like they hang out with me all the time. Like they're social, but they have a very good ability to like just do things on their own. They'll be just like, oh, I'm just gonna, watch things on my own or play games on my own. Or so my youngest, she's watching Dairy Girls on her own, right? Exploring the troubles in Belfast during the 90s or whatever. Like she's into that very educational thing. She does the artwork for my show. She's able to entertain herself, but they also go online and spend up to 8 hours a day with their cousins online playing video games and hanging out. They have, in a single year, potentially as much in like direct able to talk to someone, interaction with other kids than I had my entire childhood. And I'm not kidding. It may be that much, right? They can have a single week of, I don't know, 30 hours with their cousins. And I don't know if I ever had a week with that much socialization my entire childhood, right? Like the gap. So they have so much more socialization than I do. Now, theirs is mostly family. I didn't have cousins. I didn't have family members. I didn't have a sibling, right? So I was completely alone, whereas my children have each other. And my parents didn't work from home. My mom worked from home for a lot of my childhood, so she was around a lot. My father always went to work far away in the city. Here, I'll show how far away that is. It's around here, right? So I grew up on this bend in the road, and then this is Rochester, New York up here. That took, downtown was under an hour, but like 55 minutes on the fast roads back there. And we would do our shopping in Brighton. That we could do in about 45 minutes. And it was not a bad area to grow up in. You can see this area that I grew up in, even though it's technically closer to Rochester, was ideologically connected to Buffalo. This was the Buffalo region. And this is Canada right there, right? So that part was super cool. And, but so my amount of time that I got with my parents was not bad, better than most, but much less than my kids get with me. And both me and my wife, both my wife and I, work from home. So we're both home. My kids get so much time with either of us than I ever got with my parents. And they have each other. They're together all day long. Like every time we go to do something, they'll be like, well, my sister wants to do this or we want to do that. They do stuff independently, but they always want to do things together too. So they're always talking to each other, and all throughout the day, right? My daughter will both of them will pop into my office and talk to me. If my wife's here, they'll pop in and talk to her. They'll go talk to each other. They'll go talk to Paul. They'll talk to Ida. They'll talk to Marcella. Like they'll talk to Julian. There's different people around the house all day long. So they're constantly having conversations with adults that are here. In both English and Spanish. And so just in the house, they get so much more socialization than I ever had access to. And my schools were very like, you do not get to talk to other people. We didn't get lunchtime when I was in school. Like that wasn't a thing. I didn't have family members to talk to, right? All of my family was back in Ohio, so I didn't have people locally. I did go see my grandmother a lot. That was nice. But like they've got their grandfather online. They talk to him every day. They talk to their cousins every day. They've got lots of cousins, right? They have 2 older cousins. They have 2 younger cousins that they all hang out. Well, 3 of them at least hang out quite a bit. Like it's a completely different experience. Having each other and like they're just so social compared to me. So when people are like, how do you deal with socialization for your kids? I'm like, oh my gosh, how could there be more? Right. I'm so lost as to the things because it's just so outside my sphere of experience. But so many expats move here and are like, oh, we got to find time to hang out with all these extra people. We got to constantly get our kids out. I'm like, holy cow, you're looking for something on the order of hundreds of times the exposure to other kids than I'm used to as a child. Now, my wife, she grew up in a small village and had siblings and neighbors and went to a school she could walk to, and her whole family lived in the village. So her socialization, and it's funny because she's an introvert and would easily just never go see anybody, and I'm the extrovert and would love to have had a million people. And when I was just a little bit older, as soon as I moved out, once I was done with uni, the first thing I did was my friends from high school and I got a house together, like a townhouse, and so we, people were always welcome to crash at our place. So it wasn't a huge place, but it was bigger than any of our friends because we were the ones who were like, yeah, let's get a place together. And so we lived across the hall from each other. We had our own rooms, but we shared a living room and we bought like nice furniture because we both were like working hard. Both of us were like overtime workers all the time. And we both liked being at home, but we liked socializing. So we'd always throw the parties. We'd always invite people over. Someone was always sleeping over on the floors, on the couch, whatever. We had comfy couches, new couches, big TVs, stereos. We had patios with furniture, things that, 19-year-olds don't normally have. So we had like nice place within reason. And we were just always social. And then as soon as I moved out of there and was like, I'm going on my career, I moved in with a bunch of friends, and then as soon as we had any amount of money, we got like big houses. We would get mansions together and have all of our friends live there. So at one point, I had like 7 of my closest friends all living in a house, and it was a luxury house, like 2 kitchens, 2 dining rooms, 2 living rooms, but we all lived there. So it was kind of like having an apartment building of just my friends. We had it was amazing, right? Wouldn't give it up for anything. What a great time in our lives because we're all the same age. And it's when I met my wife. So she ended up leaving. Originally, she lived nearby, and then she ended up living there. And my best friends lived right across the hall from me, and a lot of us worked together. There was like 2 groups of us. But there's like 3 groups of us. There was a couple that worked in university together, a couple that worked in high school together or school teaching together, and then a couple of us that had the company that I work for now together. So we all had like this work shared thing going on. And my friends who worked in schools, they were all music teachers, so we would all go to their school stuff all the time. All their kids in school knew us. We'd go help chaperone trips. We were just really involved. We'd all go out to dinner together when we went places. So we just had like this really amazing social environment. But most people don't do that, right? So I was so isolated as a kid that as soon as I had that opportunity, it was just always having all these people. And I didn't live with fewer people until my wife and I moved to Manhattan for me to work on Wall Street. And at that point, it was like, people can't, our friends can't really follow us anywhere. And so we ended up getting an apartment in a big apartment building, like a big fancy one, so that we would have neighbors to hang out with. So we kind of recreated it there to some degree, but at least our apartment was our own for the first time ever, right? We had owned houses where we had other people live with us. And then the first time we bought a house after that point, after having roommates, we bought it because we were having kids who were like new roommates. So I've never lived alone. I hate it. But I can. Like, I'm perfectly capable of like handling being on my own. My entire childhood was so isolated that I'm very able to do it, but not something I choose to do because I'm so social. My wife would be like, I would just live in the woods with books and never venture out. Patricia says, I think growing up so close to Canada subconsciously influenced you to move to Nicaragua. That's definitely true. Growing up with Canada there and my parents being this very casual go to another country people, a lot of people that I grew up with were like, Canada, it's like this big thing to go there. They didn't just go there casually, but my family would go there for dinner. We would do weekends there at the drop of a hat, partially because most of the people I grew up with were multi-generational from the same town, right? They'd be like, well, my parents lived here, I live here, my grandparents live here. But my family was all from Ohio. So it would be, we would travel to Ohio without thinking twice about it, right? Oh, what are we doing this weekend? Well, we got to go see the family in Ohio. There's a wedding or something. Well, off to Ohio, right? It wasn't that far. In our summers, we would vacation. We were a little bit more affluent than I grew up in a very poor area, so a lot of people didn't vacation. We would go to Maine, for example. We didn't do expensive vacations. We'd stay in a cottage, but we would go out to restaurants. We didn't cook for ourselves normally, and so forth. So we had this much greater travel thing, and so going to Canada was just this, whatever, let's just go to Canada. But my parents never went internationally except for Canada, ever in their lives. So in some ways, they conditioned me to the idea of leaving the country being so casual to be something you don't even think about. And one time when I want to say 19, I fell asleep on a bus with my girlfriend, and I woke up in Canada. And I woke up, and I'd always gone to Canada, so I didn't think anything of it. And I looked around and I go, I'm not in the country I fell asleep in. And my girlfriend's like, yeah, I told him you were with me. I'm like, border control allowed me to cross the border as he's with me? That feels extreme. But they didn't ask for my ID or anything. They're like, yeah, no, it's not worth waking him up. Like, I mean, he's 19. What are the chances he's some kind of hardened criminal? And she vouched for me, I guess. But, like, she wasn't, like, 40. She was, like, 18. Like, when we're just riding a bus. She's like, yeah, he's with me. You don't have to worry. You don't have to see his identification. Whoa, he's not the droid we're looking for. Okay. And, but that's how casual it was crossing the border. And it's such a funny story. Like, how did that happen? So it definitely, like, I loved being in Canada. I much preferred it. My father wanted to move to Canada as well. My wife and I almost bought a place in Toronto when we were early married. We always considered maybe we would want to go up there because it was the world next door, so close to home, but so exotic comparatively. But it made the idea of living abroad, traveling abroad, just be this trivial thing, much like Europeans have. And then when I was in high school, also to Patricia's point, I took Latin American studies because it was what was available. There was so little for me to do in high school. We had so few classes being in the country that it was like, Latin American studies, that I took Spanish, so I'll just take that. And that was a really good class for me. And my best friend from high school, Jenny, did too, the one that lives here in Nicaragua now. And from that class, I didn't think I wanted to move to Nicaragua. That was not what I had as a takeaway, but wanting to move to Latin America was very much on my radar. And where I really wanted to go was Uruguay, which I never ended up moving to, but it was for a very long time. And in the mid-2000s, my wife and I were like, you know what, maybe we should go get an apartment in Uruguay and give it a try. And then we didn't, but we started research because of it, and Nicaragua was one of the things that came up in our research. And again, we didn't move to Nicaragua for a long time after that research, but we discovered things about Nicaragua that was like, ooh, that's worth looking into. We should keep that on our back burner. And then when we moved out of Panama, it was right there in our minds. Oh, that might be a place we want to go. And we did, and it was fantastic. Gooch says Nicaragua doesn't produce a lot of cigarettes, mostly high-end cigars, and it is difficult to purchase them in Nicaragua. They're an export-only product due to tax exemption. I am writing this while enjoying my father, the judge, Gran Robusto, and a glass of Flor de Caña 18. Richard Johansson says the big name brand cigars can be difficult to get in country, but not impossible. But there are tons of good small local companies that sell in country. Gooch says this was the cigar of the year 2024, made in Nicaragua. Richard, yes, and they are fine cigars. A lot of the stuff you see in the markets are not those. All right. That was a very long story about where I grew up, and there's been like no questions except for stuff about tobacco since then. So come on, guys. All right, Brent, who is on? So I'm not going to tell him any particular stuff. I'm just going to mark this as something we're answering because he's here. But 8 months ago, Brent said, you touched briefly on the area I've been wondering about, and this is on the video, what is the rentista visa in Nicaragua, which is making sure that as an expat, I'm not unfairly utilizing scarce resources needed by the locals. Are there public services and resources available to us that we should, out of ethical concern, not use? For example, just to toss out some ideas, healthcare services, public transportation, public recreational facilities, areas, and so forth. I think really the only thing that we want to generally try to limit when we have the opportunity is healthcare. It's one where we're actually consuming resources. We're getting in the way of people who may need them. We are potentially using and sometimes we just need to, right? But like when we use a rabies vaccine, the government's paying for our rabies vaccine, right? They're just flat out paying for it. So we want to limit that stuff when possible. So we generally use private facilities when we can. Using Vivian Pellis, using Militar, using Bautista. Makes us feel like we're contributing, right? We're paying people who then pay taxes and buy other services. So the money is mostly flowing back into the economy because most of the money is going to facilities and real estate and doctors and nurses and that kind of stuff, and not into buying foreign products in those facilities. So that's a good way to ensure you're not taking. But things like parks and public transportation and so forth, those things need to run anyway, and the more people that use them, generally, the better it is. So you're generally not negatively impacting anything. You're actually helping or neutral. So it's pretty uncommon. Of course, you don't want to unfairly use like police resources, but those aren't things you normally waste. When you need them, you need them, and when you don't, you're not like hanging out with the cops going, I can use some resources since they're not busy. No, it doesn't work that way, right? So I think it's pretty rare that you're consuming something. The healthcare really does stand out. Obviously, we want to limit the amount of electricity we use, but we do pay for that. So as long as you're at the higher rates, you end up kind of donating a little bit there anyway. You don't want to waste water. If you're on a well, probably doesn't matter too much, but if you're in a city, you could be hitting municipal supplies. There are limits. Those are generally the normal things you want to conserve anywhere. So there's probably something I can't think of, but it's really about healthcare. That's really where it goes. Gooch says, one thing in Nicaragua is that the doctors are not busy. I have a friend that is a cardiologist, and he is always looking for more clients. That's true. The private ones, right? The ones in the public facilities, they might be not busy, but they're not looking for more clients. But if you're in private practice, they certainly, there's enough doctors to go around, so you're not consuming a limited number of doctors. As long as you're paying them, you're only consuming, you just want to avoid consuming the public coffers paying the doctors in many cases. But even then, when we go to the hospital in Sutiava, for example, normally we're going early in the morning. There's only 1 or 2 people in line. There are often 6 doctors standing around. And so other than the rabies shot or the tetanus shot that we're getting, a little bit of gauze, a little bit of alcohol, we may be spending $1 of public resources on stuff. Not like if this was the US, you might be like, wow, $5,000 of my tax money or someone's tax money just got spent because I needed this thing. But here, as long as you're not, interrupting when there's a big emergency, which it could be, you never know when there's going to be, those doctors are often there with excess capacity in case of emergencies. So, for example, when my daughter went and she was all scratched up, they were happy to take out some cotton and some alcohol and scrub up her wounds and make sure that they were disinfected and cleaned, and then dress them and then give her a tetanus shot and send her on her way. And they took plenty of time to do that, which still it's only 15 minutes, but they were not going to be doing anything else anyway. They were standing around. Had there been people to see, they would have sped it along, or maybe asked us to do it at home. I have no idea. But in that case, right, what's some cotton and some alcohol? It's not impacting anybody, right? They're buying it at a great quantity and often making it in country. So, all right, so here's one. We'll go ahead and finally responding. How far in are we? We are 2 hours, 40 minutes. Well, 2 hours, 39. Wow. Been a while since I responded to one of these questions. All right, so this is 7 months ago on the Was I Wrong About Expat Social Security Benefits? William Drinkwater 7133 says, here is a possible future scenario. First, there are absolutely no politicians in DC that represent expats. That's mostly true, but that's not completely true. I want to say that currently that is the opposite, right? We generally have, it's exactly who they do represent, right? When we talk about how oligarchs and the rich are influencing politicians, almost all of them are at least part-time expats. So as much as Americans have a tendency to say there's no one representing expats, the reality is we're one of the best represented groups in government. Not necessarily because we're expats, but because of the cross-section that we come from and because of the aspects that we act under, we are better represented than the average American by a dramatic degree. So I don't feel that that's actually true. We are very represented, but not necessarily as a voting bloc, as much as we're a group that represents well-represented voting blocs. Or not voting blocks, but sponsor blocks, right? Bribing blocks. When the economy is collapsing in the near future, and I agree it probably will, or has already, and many Americans have already fled, I don't think that's going to happen, right? Everyone keeps saying that. They said it 2 years, they said it in 2016, they said it a year ago, they said it 7 months ago, they say it today. And on the ground, in one of the best possible places for Americans to go to. I'm not saying that Nicaragua is the right thing for everyone. I'm saying that we're a bellwether, right? We are everything that outside of the cultural differences and temperature, Americans leaving would state that they want. They're afraid for their freedom. We have freedom. They're afraid for their safety. We have safety. They're afraid for the cost of living. We're the lowest cost of living in the region, right? We have much of the best of the things that you are concerned about, right? So all the reasons you would flee America, here is where you would come first. Tons of Americans don't do that research. Tons of anybody doesn't do research in general. Not picking on Americans in this case. We have some of the best banking with the U.S. We have the best visas with the U.S. We have the best long-term stays for Americans. We have an embassy. We have every checkbox you could have, except for, well, do you have resorts? Do you have beautiful springtime weather? Do you have, okay, those things we don't have. But if you're just looking at the, we got to get out, what do? We are the best possible pick. So we represent an important canary in the mine for what's going on in America. What is going on? There is a steady stream at a low volume of people who get out because they see the writing on the wall or they're fearful or whatever. The reality is that most of the people that would do that are already out. Those of us who were on the fence, are like, well, we don't really want to be here. We don't want to go through this stuff. We got out long ago, right? Most of them got out before 2016. 2016 represented when everyone knew. There is no American, none, not one single person who didn't know in 2016 that getting out was in the cards and probably something they needed to consider. A lot of people said, I want to write it out. I want to see. That's fine. Yes, lots of people made that decision. But everybody knew at that time that that was the big trigger. right? That was the moment that the majority of people were going to get out. That's when people were saying, we got to get out. We got to do something. We got to, right? So for the people who were financially capable, those who were adventurous, those who were really angry, any of those categories, if you could get out, that's when you started getting out. This is now a decade, right? A decade past the main tipping point. So what you have now is a steady stream of people who've become financially capable, become just too frustrated, came of age, and are now able to do it, or something of that nature. What you don't have is a single obvious event that's making a big group of people move out. You may think that there is, but there isn't. That is a misunderstanding. The economy has been getting bad for a long time. The crime and fear factor of what's going on in the US has been getting bad for a long time, although violence has gotten better, so it's not all bad. The political environment, the cultural environment have been doing what they're doing for quite some time. None of this is sudden. None of this is all at once. 2016 was a little bit, and still very little, of this is a moment to reconsider things. If you didn't suddenly leave in 2016, you aren't part of a mass migration out. You're not going to be part of a mass migration out. You are part of an ongoing, long-term, decade-long trickle that honestly isn't speeding up because the people who could did. And so the people who remain that are considering it are those who can almost afford it. And they're at some point they get a little bit more scared and they're like, I'm just willing to take a chance on the finances. So they're one at a time. You have the people who are just a little bit more frustrated. Well, I wasn't frustrated enough yesterday, but then this local thing happened, or I just had a bad day at work, or I lost my job and I'm done. Or like my sister-in-law. Well, she's been frustrated enough to leave for years, but they gave her a golden handcuff at work so that she's got this, but I get so much more retirement if I just go 2 more years. So she's pushing on because of this financial thing that's not tied to anything else, right? And so when she actually gets to the end of her golden handcuff, she's going to be like, I'm out of here, right? So there's a lot of that kind of stuff. Or my nephew, he's waiting to turn 18. And literally, he's planning on being here the week after he turns 18. And so those kinds of things happen, but they don't happen in groups. They're individuals, one person at a time. So we don't expect there to be a mass migration out. No one should expect that. That's just a FUD thing that America throws around. And everybody thinks it sounds interesting. It's sensational for the news, right? But it's not happening. And what do we see on the ground? Exactly that. There was a group of us that moved out around 2016. Now, I had already moved out again because opportunity came up. I started my trigger in 2013. We made the decision in 2007. And by 2013, we were like, okay, all of our life factors have moved into position. It's time. And then it took, that was actually late 2013. And we actually moved out by early 2015. So it was really about 15 to 18 months of transition for us. But that's when we came out. So when things that we felt was a big trigger in 2016, we're like, we're already out, right? So we weren't part of that group either because there was a trickle before. There's always a trickle, right? And I think the trickle was a little bit bigger before then. So there it is. Hold on. I got to read this message real quickly. It's a technical thing, not sure what's going on. So that idea that there's this fleeing America, not going to happen. guarantee it's not going to happen, and it certainly hasn't been happening. If anything, we're past the point, and so now we're just into that less and less trickle. There's always going to be that constant trickle of people who get old enough, whether it's retirement or old enough that they're 18, or old enough they make enough money, or they just get a raise, or they finally get that work from home job, or whatever it is, that they're able to move out. That will always happen at some rate, even when there's nothing going on back in your home country, and it's just this. There's just a rate of people who are adventurous and are like, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to live in a different country and see what it's like, right? Okay, great, right? But that's just interesting. So there's this imaginary thing that people imagine is going to create a problem. Totally not. Totally fantasy. He said the U.S. Congress could punish them by cutting off Social Security to any American living overseas. So first of all, none of that underlying stuff exists. But this also can't happen because Congress can't define an American living overseas. Right? That's a misnomer, because if you're getting Social Security, you don't. So there is a situation where someone can claim to live overseas. The United States doesn't recognize the concept of living overseas. What it recognizes is the concept of someone being overseas so much that they will give them a tax credit. That tax credit doesn't apply to Social Security. If you earn so much that you would get that tax credit and you get Social Security, you take a penalty on your Social Security. So there is a small cross-section of, a very small cross-section of people who are taking one advantage and could be affected by the other. If you're in that category, generally you don't take Social Security to avoid even showing up in the radar in any way, because you don't want to pay taxes for it. But again, you could. This is a sliver of people who could. But if they want to cut off Social Security, they'd have to recognize people as living overseas. That's an entire world of mechanisms the United States doesn't have. And people who don't live overseas, non-expats living in the United States, because in English we say, oh, I live abroad, so casually, they imagine that the government recognizes that, but it does not. And so I don't think people understand what it would take for any government, let alone one built around not recognizing that, to institute a living overseas concept. Because as someone who lives overseas, whatever that means, I still officially live in Texas. But I claim the overseas tax credit. That's not its name. I could just stop claiming that. And if I'm on Social Security, I wouldn't claim it anyway. So as soon as I go on Social Security, my tax status of being overseas vanishes. Even though I don't plan on spending more time in the United States, when I go on Social Security, I can. The things that keep me from going to the United States more than a certain amount of the year go away when I go on Social Security. So the idea that Social Security could be a path to punish expats fundamentally doesn't make sense, because Social Security, by its nature, doesn't recognize expats. Could you, create a machination to put these pieces together? Theoretically. But it's unbelievably difficult to punish an incredibly small number of people who represent a very large power for the government that all parts of the government answer to and promote currently. And so it's a little bit like saying, in the future, Congress and the president could stop loving rich people and could start loving poor people. Sure, that physically exists within the realm of possibility, but we all know that there's no history of that, there's no trend of that, there's no trigger that will make that happen. It is completely implausible and illogical, but it's not physically impossible. That's how this falls, right? Everything that the United States has ever done, and certainly is doing now, right? So neither Congress nor the Supreme Court nor the president in any way feel animosity towards expats. They continue to double down and triple down on loving expats. So the idea that the expats are going to suddenly, without a trigger, flood out of the country and become a new problem of people leaving the country is honestly quite absurd. That's just not going to happen. What they will do is close the border, not change taxation, right? And cut them off that way if that's actually what they want to do. Because if they stop taxing them, if they stop paying Social Security, those people are just going to sever ties, and the U.S. is going to find them unreachable. So they don't want to do that. The U.S. can't afford to do that. So that's not plausible. He says, why? To save money, of course, which is, like I said, not plausible. Cutting off Social Security for expats takes people who potentially have a lot of wealth. And so there's a number of things here. It also risks uprising because it means you're taking money that belongs to, this is right, Social Security is something you've already earned, right? So you're talking about a populace that you like to arm and saying, hey, we're going to steal from you. Money you've already earned, we're going to take it away. Sorry. That's how you get uprisings. So for a third reason, is it definitely not going to work that way. And to get even with those cowards, which is, you can see where someone would go with this, but since Americans are taught that the outside world is scary, if you present the concept that expats are cowards inside the country, what you're saying is that you've created a situation where the country is scary and the rest of the world is safe. That is the last thing any administration wants to admit. Right? So we're up to 4 things that I think would guarantee this will never happen. Someone in Congress stands up and says, too many people are leaving America and taking their money with them. So this is something they could say, but they can't take their money with them because we pay taxes in the U.S. Social Security people pay full taxes. And everyone pays taxes, right? So someone would stand up and be like, actually, those are taxpayers. And they're very, very critical parts of the government's influence around the world and global investment. So they make the U.S. a lot of money. While someone can just lie about it and say the things he's saying and try to get emotions going, generally Congress people and the president and so forth know that they don't want to cripple their economy by doing something completely random for no purpose. So this doesn't make any sense. While, again, it sounds scary, it makes no sense. If they don't love America enough to stay here and help us solve the difficulties we currently have, then to hell with them. Again, sounds scary. You're talking about a congressman standing up and going, we've failed. We're the problem. These people have figured out to get out. Let's try to save a few dollars by encouraging everyone to flee, right? None of it adds up. Yes, some of these things may be things that uneducated people think. These may be things that they use as scare tactics because you don't have to explain a scare tactic. But for a government to do these things and come out and just announce that they are a failure, no, we can rule it out. Not a possibility. Then they take a voice vote, and only half an hour, they just cut off all U.S. Social Security going overseas. Don't think it couldn't happen. No, absolutely can't happen. Absolutely not. I know it sounds scary, and I know that fraudsters and people who are too scared to leave, actual cowards, people who are just scared of life, are going to keep telling you this. But people have always said this, and the answer is always the same. No matter how much people say this, the government keeps making very careful votes to do the opposite. It doesn't matter if you have Democrats or Republicans. It doesn't matter if you're right or left. It doesn't matter if the economy is good or bad. It always moves in favor of the expats and the rich in general, right? The rich and powerful always get the benefits. Expats represent that group via a associated proxy. So I would say very carefully, absolutely don't think it could happen. Rule it out of your mind. An asteroid could also take out the planet. There's no reason to plan around something that is so implausible, so absurd, that it would have to imply greater problems. Right? Okay, the entire US economy has collapsed. Okay, well, your Social Security is going to go away anyway. Right? At the point that the government is giving up, you probably aren't in a position to be collecting Social Security. You'll need to have gotten out to have any hope of surviving for whatever reason, right? That is far more likely to be associated with that than this unbelievably unthinkable scenario where you are able to keep getting Social Security, it's valuable, and the government is willing to go through all these like 6 things I just came up as, each one of them bordering impossible. There's no way all 6 of them will come together, and they'll defy all 6 of them. It's just no, right? But I get why we get scared and allow these things to bypass the logical checks and balances we would normally have to say, no, obviously that can't happen, because it just doesn't work. Gooch says, I like to donate some supplies to my local clinic. Then he says, I've been seeing less Canadians coming here since the Canadian COVID refugee movement of 2021. Most of them have left Nicaragua already and have their panic property purchased for sale. Absolutely, I see the same thing. I would agree exactly with that assessment, and for the Americans as well. There have been these small groups, right? COVID was a trigger, especially for Canadians. 2016 was a trigger, especially for Americans. There have been a few triggers, little tiny ones since then. We see small groups show up, but mostly we see people start to leave, right? They realize that Nicaragua is not what they're looking for. They realize that their plan B was a fantasy and doesn't actually work the way that they thought. We see tons of that, right? So many people moved to Nicaragua believing, and they completely just fabricated it, right? There's nothing to base this on, that they were somehow going to get citizenship, and they were going to get it by buying a house. I bought a $30,000 house, and they're just going to make me a citizen. Whoa, that's not even going to give you residency, let alone citizen. What are you talking about? There's no way you're getting a passport, and even if you did, it's not going to do what you think, and you'll have to give up your American citizenship or Canadian or whatever. And then they're like, what? That's not what I came here for. Why am I here? And we're like, we don't know. Right? You didn't come here because you love the country. You came randomly. So yeah, you may fall in love with it now that you're here, but coming randomly does not bode well for then just randomly falling in love with the place you ended up. You could, but yeah, it's not very likely. So we actually see, yes, I think more people coming than leaving, but I think we see I think we see so many leaving that the number coming isn't that high, right? And how many times do I have people who watch my channel, and the amount of guidance I give, do this, don't do this, make sure you spend this time, and people coming from my channel obviously have a lot more resources than a random person, right? Because you have our live stream to talk to, you've got our WhatsApp expat communities, we've got my shows to watch. You can find other shows to watch. There's just a lot of people. There's local meetups that you can do. And we specifically address issues for expats in a way that basically no one else does. And so, I mean, someone else does, but very little. And so when you're thinking about expats and their success rate here, and then you look at the people coming on my channel that we know of, and you look at what their experience is like, we pretty regularly have a number of people who will move here, and I do some of these failure videos, right? We had the single guy who moved from Thailand and made it 2 weeks, right? Complete disaster, can't even begin to go into how many things he screwed up. Or the family that came and never got past tourist and blew through their entire budget. While they're tourists, sorry, we just lost the battery. I'm just going to switch that out. Boy, I've got a tickle in my throat this week. I have so many sleepy dogs in here. They're so sweet. Our little puppy is doing well. He is bigger than our Boston Terrier now. And the Boston is actually loving it because the Boston loves to play and play and play. And so they are buddies, and they go out in the garden and they just run and run and run all morning. It is crazy. All right, hopefully we've got plenty of battery on this bad boy. Turning on, let's see. Go Yep. Yeah. Hold on. Since I've got the camera and I know it's on, I don't know what I'm looking at, but here's the little dog. There's the other. Man, just like dust in the room or something is what it feels like. I don't normally turn the camera on before I put it in the tripod. Okay. We have these people who come and have zero concept. They think they're going to buy a house and get residency. They think they're just going to become citizens. They think that they don't need to do anything. They think they're going to just travel all over. They think they're going to be tourists the whole time and never become normal people and live in a house. They think they don't have to look for an apartment and can just, I don't know, just magic. And we see failure after failure after failure of people to move, partially because we are hitting a number of people who are making the attempt at moving who would never do so normally and don't fall into the normal category of traditional expats, right? Those who are just really interested in it, those who have tried it before, those who are sensible about it, and so forth. And so you end up with this failure rate where people are moving out very heavily, right? And many, we can talk about all the things in Nicaragua that they failed to move for, but many that I meet are moving for crazy reasons, right? They fell for a conspiracy theory and they think that there's something going on that isn't. Of course, there's problems, right? Back in both the US and Canada, there's problems anywhere. So that's real, but they're not leaving because of the problems. Many are leaving because they imagined some, aliens are now ruling things. Some think lizard people are in charge. Some people think there's chemicals in the air that are doing things. None of those things are real, right? There's plenty of things to be upset about. But if you're upset about fake things and then you move to a new country, especially countries that are not culturally adapted to putting up with insanity, we get a lot of people who move here and people are just like, are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Right? Or that's not real. Stop lying to me. Or, we're going to report you for spreading lies. That's a crime outside of the US, right? Or just whatever. People don't take kindly to the same things that we are taught we're supposed to just look the other way at back home. And so a lot of times there's just a cultural hit because they're not living in reality. There really is a surprising number of people who are unhinged that move abroad because their unhingedness has made them think things, right? And we've seen a number of people who are like, they feel that the farthest right-wing countries in the world aren't far enough right for them. Okay, so they fall in their minds even farther right than the farthest right regimes in the world. And so they're frustrated that the country isn't aligned with them. And so they go out in the world looking for something else, but they didn't do the research to know that they were in the place best suited for them. It doesn't get any better, really. Maybe Saudi Arabia or something, they don't want to be in the desert, or they didn't think about that. Or they have some religious ties and the farther right-wing places just generally don't meet their religious desires, or they've gotten misinformation and don't realize that some really far right-wing places that aren't the US are actually far more religiously tolerant than they realize, and they'll just never hear it, whatever. And so they end up going to places that are so dramatically not aligned with what they want, but they did no research. They knew nothing about the system they lived under. And so just imagine something else would be what they want, right? And then they roll the dice, find a new place, and then go, oh my gosh, I came here to be this way and I can't, right? So there's a ton of this, right? So those people are coming and then leaving quickly. So we see a lot of that. Or people who just thought, it's magic money. I don't have to work. I'm going to be rich. Obviously, it's not going to happen, right? Or I'm going to buy a house. It's going to be fantastic, and everything around me is going to be. No, you're living in Nicaragua, not in some massive enclave. And many people think that the cost of living in Nicaragua doesn't refer to living in Nicaragua, but refers to living in an enclave, right? All kinds of just bizarre thoughts that any amount of just stopping and thinking would protect them against. We're hitting a point where there's a lot of those not stopping and thinking expats. Manuel says, I bailed out in 2017. My wife and I turned 60, sold everything, and I mean everything, and we left. Haven't been back since then and not miss it at all. And state, federal, social security, and 401k. Annuities get deposited just like clockwork. Pay taxes online. Life moves forward. Exactly. Right? No one is being impacted. No one is in some kind of like, maybe these things are like, there's a fear that social security is just going to go away as a whole. Sure. But to go away just for the favorite children, no, that's not where it's going to happen, right? And a lot of that fear, that FUD, I think comes from Americans who are stuck. In this case, where we're talking Social Security panics, I think they're afraid that it's the Americans in the U.S. who are going to lose it, and so they're fearful of other people protecting themselves, and so they create these fantasy problems that probably don't affect anyone, but if they were to affect someone, it would affect the people who remain in the U.S., right? Those who remain in the U.S. are the most likely to have something go wrong. I'm not saying that they're likely to have something to go wrong, just that they're more likely to have something go wrong in that way. They're the more vulnerable ones. They have no ability. If the U.S. decides to cut them off, they're cut off. Those of us, like Manuel, like myself, who have moved our resources out of the country, if the U.S. wants to stop taxing us, they lose all of that, or they can keep on taxing us as they have been and take advantage of it. We're not in a position where we're going to sever the U.S. ties, but if the U.S. severs the ties with us, we're the winners in that. So financially, at least. So I think that people who are saying this just aren't thinking through what it means to be an expat. They aren't thinking through how the U.S. tax system is structured. They aren't thinking through what each of these things mean, and they are feeling fear and panic, but haven't found a way to move. And so, and this is a very normal thing, it's kind of sour grapes. I can't move abroad, so I'm going to imagine that life abroad is scary or risky or dangerous or whatever, because it makes me feel better. And that's a natural defense mechanism that we have. My answer to that is, if you're feeling that way, it just tells you you need to move abroad. And you need to move past this emotional reaction. It is your brain giving you a red flag. Something's wrong. You're starting to panic. How do you fix it? And, if it's starvation, oh, the low-hanging fruit, there isn't any more. I'm sure the high-hanging fruit is bad. No. You need to eat. Get to the high-hanging fruit. Climb the tree, right? Janet says, I have that cough. I did too many errands in town yesterday. Now I have a crazy cough. I think it's an allergy. Sort of happens every year when the season changes. Then it gets better. I honestly think mine is that there's always gnats when I'm doing the show, and I think they fly into my throat, and I get like a gnat in the back of my throat, and it makes me cough. Gooch says, or I'm going to start a business that isn't needed, and I'm going to do very well with it. Yes, exactly. So many expats. Just imagine that becoming an expat gives you this magic business ability that logically makes no sense at all, and they just... I don't know. They can't get over it. I can't tell you how many people I have advised, and they can't move past the fantasy of free money being an expat. Richard says, yeah, the whole business thing is over-fantasized. I have had 6 businesses in 3 countries. Only 2 are still operating, so I only have a 33% success rate, which is honestly pretty good. Far higher than the expats I know. Ambiente 14, who used to be on quite often. Oh, hold on. I got to relink the show. And we are at 3 hours, 12 minutes. And again, 8 months ago for this question, but on, if not Nicaragua, where would I live? He says, Scott, thanks for the info. It was very informative as always. What's the detail on that wall behind you? Is that real vegetation embedded in the wall? How is it built? So yes, that is. So he's talking about the outside wall of my property that you see behind me in a lot of videos. So that is a 4 to 5 meter concrete wall made with cinder blocks and concrete. So it's got a lot of ways for plants to grab onto it. So it's essentially ivy. I don't know the exact plant, but it's a popular plant here, and it climbs up the walls. And one of the reasons it's really popular here is that if you have bare walls, the walls will hold a lot of heat, and so the sun will really bake them, and they will reflect a lot of heat because they're just bare walls. And bare walls are ugly. So it is incredibly popular to have vegetation on walls because it looks nice, but it also keeps the wall cooler and keeps the garden cooler by not allowing that heat to reflect back in. It pulls water out of the ground, evaporates, and makes the whole area a little bit cooler, just a tiny bit. But so it's nice all around for a lot of reasons. Now, they do a little bit of damage to the wall. They don't actually help, I don't think, with wall longevity, but they don't do a lot of damage either. So it is very common to have them planted along the bottom, and they just grow up the wall. And I know some places, like in Santa Maria, they actually put sprinklers along the top of their walls that like hang out, and so they hang out and spray back. So their whole wall will get like mist during the day, so they're real cool and vibrant and very lush. Mine, we don't do that, but we do have sprinklers on the ground that we never run, but we do have them and help provide water so they can stay watered, but they're also in a big garden area, so it's not a big deal. They're definitely getting enough water. So yeah, it's nice, right? We like it. I'm building some new walls now. Of course, we want to grow those plants on it the same. On the outside, we're planning on painting it white so it really reflects the heat onto the street. So who cares? I mean, the people out there will care, but not our problem. And on our side, on the inside, we'll want plants. And so you cultivate them in the hopes that they grow up over a period of years, and they just make the place nicer. It's also the same on my backyard, right? We grow those plants everywhere. We didn't plant them, but we try to maintain them, and they just make they look nice, they feel nice, it keeps it cool. So it's very nice. Dude IMAX 6966. It's got sorry for the huge delay. 8 months later. Timestamp. 3 hours. How many minutes? 15 minutes. Dude IMAX says, on the video, why my kids will live in Nicaragua, probably. Once again, a very interesting video, but some questions stick with me. Can young people get the education that is necessary to make a good start in the job market? And what about getting job offers at all? You say from an economic growth perspective, Nicaragua is doing fine in recent years, so finding a job should not be that hard. But do young people entering the job market get proper pay too? So there's a couple things here. Is there a good education to make a good start in the job market? Yes, they have access to education. I think that there is good opportunity for that if that's something that they care about. What about getting job offers at all? Well, there's the opportunity to work abroad, so it's a tiny economy. Those who are willing to work abroad often get to. For example, as someone who employs in Nicaragua and across the region, we find it very difficult to hire in Nicaragua because there aren't that many people interested in working online or working for a foreign company. So while there is high unemployment, there's also a high willingness to accept unemployment rather than work for a foreign company for whatever reason. I find that very odd, but it is a real thing. There is a lot of opportunity being let go, but those opportunities exist. The people who care, those with hustle, they have opportunity and a lot of it, right? And we have people on the channel who are Nicaraguan, grew up here, are young, have some hustle, and make crazy good money and live way beyond what they could if they were in the United States. Now, they're not coming from the poorest families, but that's going to be true most anywhere. Those who come from the poorest neighborhoods, the poorest families are going to struggle the most. Those with more affluent parents, we're not saying super affluent, but those who have access to slightly better schools, access to slightly better education, access to parents who just push them more or give them more opportunity, are going to be way ahead of others. That's the nature of life. But those who are looking for opportunity can find it for sure. The challenge is actually getting a lot of people to do that for sure. He says, you say from an economic growth perspective, Nicaragua is doing fine in recent years. Yes, it's the strongest growth economy in the Western Hemisphere year after year. So finding a job should not be that hard. Now, that is a leap with no connection, right? Doing well economically with growth does not imply that you have overcome unemployment issues. Those are different, right? You can double so if you have an economy that is at rock bottom and you have 1 out of 1 million people are employed and you grow by 1,000%, the majority are still not employable, right? And you can also have an economy that is incredibly large, such as the United States, and have an issue where it doesn't have growth and people are losing their jobs, which is going on right now and is a key reason for the new $500 billion spending on military, because the military acts as a welfare system, right? It gobbles up unemployed people and makes it look like there are more jobs, but those jobs are just there to be jobs so that they don't show up on unemployment. So the issue is the same. Neither the US nor Nicaragua have enough jobs. But one is a growth economy that is coming from a weak position, and growth, just the existence of growth, doesn't overcome unemployment. And the other is in a shrinking mode, but is a enormous economy, but just being enormous doesn't overcome shrinkage that it creates unemployment. So in both cases, you have an unemployment problem. The time that you don't have unemployment is when you are in a growth mode and have grown to the point where you're a large economy and you're using up all those resources. So it is a common tactic said in the United States that growth should result in this instantly. That makes absolutely no sense. Just because the U.S. has a huge economy, why do we worry about unemployment in the U.S., right? Also, right, these are disconnected things or loosely connected things, and there should be much better understanding and connection of it. And this is actually a great example of why democracy is dangerous, is because even pretty well-educated people doing research and asking questions often don't understand basics of how currency work or how employment works or how you can hide unemployment, how university impacts employment, all the mechanisms that the government has to hide these things from you, to manipulate it. And so it becomes very, very easy to manipulate people. You need to be an economist to really be able to understand this stuff. So it's a difficult thing. And so, like, you can tell there's all these questions and they're useful, but they're trying to connect things that don't actually go together, right? We want opportunity. So his final question is, but do young people entering the job market get proper pay too? So it depends what you define as proper pay, right? Nicaragua has an exploding middle. Every night we're having 2 explosions like that somewhere behind us. I have no idea what's going on. It sounds kind of like fireworks, but who knows? And there's nothing back there, right? Nothing. So do young people entering the job market get proper pay? Well, it depends, right? So you can say the same thing in the U.S. Do young people entering the job market in the U.S. get proper pay? Young people are going to tell you absolutely not, right? To hit the poverty line, there's a new study in the U.S. that said the poverty line is $130,000 a year. I think that's for a family of 4. So don't take that as a single person having to earn that. It's a family income. But how many young people coming out of high school can make that? Not very many. How many coming out of university can make that after you take out their loans? None, right? Someone, but basically none. So it sounds like something that we can say, well, can you do this in Nicaragua? Oh, no? Well, how do you say they have a good economy? But where can they do that, right? Where do young people in today's world come out and have that kind of income? There's a few places for sure. Norway, probably, right? But their cost of living is crazy high, so they still may not be able to afford anything. Here, right, we have an exploding middle class instead of a shrinking middle class. More and more people are able to do stuff. If you, I think the difference is if you are ambitious in Nicaragua, you can do extremely well pretty easily. But if you're ambitious in the United States and you don't come from money, right, if you're just rich, it's already solved in either case. But if you're in the United States and you're highly ambitious, I think that your opportunities are a fraction of what they are in Nicaragua. Maybe that's not true. Maybe they're just a little bit less, but it's definitely harder. When you have someone in the United States who's ambitious, they have the potential of an extremely expensive university program between them and a potential job. They have extremely high cost of living. They have extremely onerous social norms that make young success hard. Not impossible, hard, quite hard. In Nicaragua, You don't have the social norm. And so someone I know who's wildly successful, right, still lives at home with his parents. Could he buy his parents' house? Yeah, in like 3 months of income, from maybe 5 months of income. I was like, yeah, he doesn't need to live with his parents, not even close. He could buy a house, buy a car, raise a family, have so much excess money. And he's young, right? Early 20s. Basically, anyone I know who is ambitious enough to to learn English lives better than anyone I know with any degree in the United States, right? I know people who have advanced nursing degrees, got into the best programs, people who are young doctors, people who go into IT, all kinds of fields. I don't know a single one of them that's able to do as well as a Nicaraguan who learned English or a Nicaraguan who learned IT or software development, right? And those are just ones I interface with. So those who are ambitious have so much opportunity that it's difficult to say that, no, there's not an opportunity here. But the challenge we have is so many Nicaraguans are like, I don't want to learn English. And many also just don't have access to it, so understandable. But there's also very few Nicaraguans don't have access to the internet, right? Nicaragua provides great internet access. So when you're ambitious, your ability to access the internet, find things that you're interested in, and teach yourself is basically the same as it would be in the United States. Oh, sure, the United States generally has a few more resources. You want to be a chemical engineer? Well, you probably can access more chemicals and more spectral analyzers and different stuff. You can get your parents more likely to save up and buy you those things and excel in a niche field in a way that Nicaraguans would definitely struggle more with. Absolutely, I would agree with that. I'd agree with myself having said it. But if you're talking about normal jobs, the widely available ones, Nicaragua is such a small environment that basically every Nicaraguan could take an American, Canadian, or Western European job if the Nicaraguans were ambitious to do so. Because unlike Nicaraguan companies that can't realistically hire someone in North America, every North American company can hire people in Nicaragua, and generally don't, only because there is a lack of people who have gone out and taken the effort to gain accessible skills. But those who do excel and do really, really well. Are they making the same salaries as in the US? No, they are not. Are they making a buying power greater than what they would have in the US? Yes, generally they are. And so when you're talking about, for example, this is just an extreme example. So I gave you one extreme example. The guy's like 25, 26, makes outrageous amounts of money, can easily buy pretty much any house in the country. Maybe he hasn't worked long enough to save up, but there's no house in the country outside of his buying power as he works through his career. There's no car sold in the country that's outside of his range of spending. There's no restaurant he can't go eat at. There's no apartment he can't rent if that's what he wants to do. Some of them would eat heavily into his income for sure, but nothing's beyond his spending power. Any isolated thing. He can't just eat at the fancy. He can't eat at Nativo and Primitivo for every meal of every day. He can't go rent the most expensive apartment and do those things. He can't buy the most expensive car and have that apartment. Like, yeah, there's limits. But he can live at an extreme level of comfort and affluence as an early 20-something. And has he been outside the country? No. Did he go the most ambitious path to get to his career? No. He went a moderately ambitious path and was more ambitious than most people and still turned down a bunch of opportunities to get to where he was. So another example, I know that there is a 16-year-old who has crossed our paths and is being considered for a position. And if she gets it, would earn enough to border on middle class as a teenager, right? And if she maintains the ambition level that she has, now her parents are upper middle class probably already, so she comes from a place that helps encourage that kind of ambition, but she has the possibility to make it into middle class coming out of high school, right? Hit 18, get a raise, as normally is the case when you hire people out of high school, right? When you're 18, you just have more flexibility. So you generally get a raise. She could be doing moderately well. And instead of having years of university to look forward to that's going to hold her back or, take time out of her career or things she has to spend money on, even if she goes to university, she's going to pay for housing. What is she going to do? She doesn't have to do any of that, right? She can save up for years as a teenager and have cash stores. She could quite literally buy a small house as an 18-year-old, maybe a 19-year-old, and have her own house and live completely like a middle class, even if she doesn't get a raise, because she's wiped out the cost of rent, right? And that would make the difference. So do these opportunities exist? Absolutely. Right? I see them happen, and this is a tiny country, so that I see a cross-section that gives me a lot of examples implies there's a lot of examples, right? And I have friends who aren't very ambitious. They just kind of lackadaisically going through life, and they make really good money. They're way into the middle classes, doing not that hard of work, 40 hours a week, show up, do a thing, doesn't want to be a manager, doesn't want to own a business, doesn't want to invest, just wants to work and do a not even technical job, just a customer service job. And they're able to do quite well. Those opportunities are out there. The Nicaraguans, there's so many I know who could make so much more money. I have some friends today. One could do any number of jobs pushing her well into middle class. But she's able to take part-time work and make just under minimum wage, and that allows her to not work, and she's just not that ambitious. And so she prefers to make just a little bit less than minimum wage, but to just work from home, just part-time. It's very relaxing. She's happy with that. So that's what she does. Could she make 5 times as much with just going out and taking any normal 40-hour week job? Absolutely. Completely capable of doing that. Doesn't feel like it. Her sister is a doctor. Doesn't feel like working. She's able to not work, so she doesn't. She's perfectly happy not working. And so these are, but she went all the way through university and became a doctor, right? There's, and I know several doctors who became doctors and then went even more ambitious than this. And so they own companies or they do specialty consulting and earn many times or much more, maybe not times, but much more in big percentages than they would as doctors, right? And so we're seeing ambition consistently pay off, even moderate ambition, just taking the time to be really good at English and have a kind of cultural affinity so you can understand potential customers. Just that amount of ambition is enough to push you into middle class. And they can't hire enough people. We're all hiring outside the country, because we can't find enough people in country that have this ambition that are willing to do it. And most of us are willing to provide a lot of education to get people. It's just a struggle. But there are, and I've talked to investors here, they're like, there's just not very much hustle. It's a culture without a ton of hustle. And, Americans are very much pushed for, if you're not living on your own, if you're not able to have 2 cars, if you're not able to have a big house, something's wrong, you failed. Whereas Nicaraguans are, oh, you're able to live? You don't need someone else to support you? Do you need more than that? Why would you spend your life working harder when you've already got what you need? And if you're happy with that, what's wrong with that, right? Americans would feel wrong about that, but why? So maybe there's no reason not to have that hustle, right? If it's not who you are, don't feel bad about that. So Nicaragua is much more accepting of that. So to answer the question, are there jobs available? There are for those who are pushing, yes. For people who are not pushing and need manual labor jobs, no, very hard, right? If you're just sliding into the job market, it's a very tough market. There is a huge lack of employment for those roles. But for those who are willing to go out there, people are just lining up to hire them. Gooch says the biggest difference in Nicaragua is that you don't need money to survive. Food is available for free and there's no laws against feeding yourself. In Canada, it is illegal to provide your own. That is completely true. He's referring to me. My best friend does very well, and learning English was what got him there. His little guy is 3 and is learning English as well. It's, and yeah, he has a good point that, in the US and Canada, if you don't have a really good income, you're screwed. As far as like, it just takes a lot to keep surviving. And here, you know, I literally have friends who have no income, and they're like, whatever, I don't need it. I'm like, oh, I'm good. And I'm like, I have no idea how you do that, but that's cool, right? And they live fine. Are they, you know, luxurious? No, obviously not. But the cost of living, and keep in mind that, you know, in a nice affluent neighborhood here in Leon, you can potentially rent a place for $75. I've seen places advertised in Managua for $84, right? Now, you still need some money to pay $84, but not a ton. And those are, you know, gated communities and stuff in most cases, or like downtown spots. Those are not places where you're like stretching trying to find something. Don Timoteo says, free food. Where is food available for free in Nicaragua? I think what he means is you're allowed to grow your own. Like, for example, my security guard, who's right out here, we have a whole bunch of space. And so he's like, can I have a garden? I'm like, yeah. He grows corn, watermelon, squash, whole bunch of stuff, and way more than he can eat of those things, right? He doesn't grow rice or beans. So I can imagine that he probably grows a bit and then, you know, trades some watermelons for rice or something. I don't know. But and corn. Did I say he grows corn? He's got corn back there. And he just does it while he's at work. So in his particular case, and this is an extreme example, right? But he completely doesn't pay for that food, and he makes money off of it. And it's completely, he just does it while he's at work. So he doesn't have to hide it. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to, right? It's just, it's brilliant, right? There's all this space. He's like, does anybody mind if I use this for a garden? We're like, oh, for sure. Like, go for it. Plus, we have orchards, right? So he's collecting mangoes, limes. I don't think he collects cashews, but he can. Oranges, coconuts. And so he goes and gets all that during the avocados, guanabana, soursop for the English speakers. Oh my gosh, I think there's something else too. All in the orchard around where he's growing his garden. So he's able to collect all that stuff and have all this fruit for home, but he also collects way more than he needs for home. And again, like, if it was the only thing you were doing, it would be pretty tough to live on. But as an offset to having a full-time job, it's pretty glorious. But you can imagine if it was the only thing he had, adding some chickens or whatever, you could pretty much survive off of it. But I do know when I lived in Granada, they used to say, like, all the kids that were like super poor and begging, that they all had provided food, that they did. You know, they're like, they act like they're starving, but there's programs to give them food. Gooch Gooch says, in reference to the free food, the ocean, your yard, chickens walk around, food also grows on trees. Niall6128 says, over halfway through my IT degree, I started after discovering your channel and taking my second trip to Nicaragua so I can ditch this sinking ship and get down there. Awesome. IT is the perfect thing to do from here. I run an IT company from here, and it has been glorious. We've had an IT company based here for 10 years now. Gooch Gooch says, I buy a few things. My neighbors take some of my tree fruit. I take some of theirs. When I catch too many fish, I give it to them. When they kill a pig, they give me meat. Don Timoteo says, you can live on that. I know families that raise chickens and have fruit trees, but it's a long way from feeding their families. The old gringo says, in Nicaragua, to rent a place, say $200 range, do you need to leave a deposit, have personal references, prove you have income? For $200, yeah, you're normally going to need a deposit, right? The 1 month, normally kind of thing, like you pay your first month and a $200 deposit. That would be completely normal. But a $200 place is kind of a luxury place, right? That's not necessarily luxury, but like my apartment that I don't have now, for $180, or Marcella's house, which is $200. They're generally considered not luxury, but they're considered quite a step up. Right. So my apartment was, I think, fantastic, very comfortable. Had we lived there, we would have done all kinds of things to decorate it, and you'd be like, wow, this is amazing. As it was, we left it completely bare because we just use it as a utility thing. If we had finished it all up, right, because we had a washing area, we had a backyard that was nice, we had a front patio that was cute, we had a front garden that was like garden, we had a spot to park the car, the back was really for laundry, but it was a garden, right, so you had a little space in the back, 2 bedrooms that were quite spacious, air conditioning, a small living room, just a tiny eat-in kitchen, but a kitchen with some space to move around. It was so comfy for $180. Now, but it's kind of luxury, so you were definitely expected to pay $180 deposit plus the first month when you move in. So nothing crazy. Now, Don Timoteo says, I want rent a house in Granada for $250. No deposit, no references, just good look and just good looks and charm. We've never needed references for those kinds of places. This place we needed references, like crazy references, like lawyers and stuff. But normally, like it's not a thing that you would normally need references for. Like, what do references normally mean? You got to have something really serious for a reference to mean anything. And proving income, especially as a foreigner, like, one, how do you prove it? What does that mean? That you're able to stay here just alone proves that you have income, right? If you're able to be in Nicaragua long term, like even if you're just crossing the border, even though they may not pull your income records, they're seeing that you have the income to keep crossing the border and staying, right? So someone who's renting to you isn't in a great deal of concern for those kinds of things. Good Goose says, we also do not feed chickens. They eat bugs. I do love that about chickens. Christy Geese says, OMG, I want a security gardener. Just to be clear, my security guard gardens, but he does not my gardener. So I have a separate gardening company that does the gardening. So it's all as expensive as it could possibly be. One thing I do love about our security guard is he knows that we are crazy about our animals, and so he keeps an eye on all of our cats because we have our house is wide open, right? Everything lives outside because we live outside, so we currently have Fritter, orange juice, chocolate milk, Chimera, and then 2 kind of wild cats that live outside. And then we have Minerva, who lives 100% inside and never leaves the kids' bedrooms because she's agoraphobic. So we technically have 7 cats that we care for. 1 we kind of never see. 1 is really shy and never lets us pet him, but he's always just beyond us. He meows at us. He climbs into a window in the backyard because we have some outdoor windows, and he lays in the window just beyond the bars, so we can't get to him, and he can always run away. But he'll let us get me to the camera away, and he'll look right at me and be like, meow, 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 meow. And he seems cool, and he'll come into the house to eat, but only if you stay away. So our security guard knows that Fritter and her 3 kittens, especially, they have to be watched over. So at any moment we can walk outside and he'll be like, oh, there's 1 over there and 2 over there, and like this is what they're doing, and they got food and they got water, and just always watching out for them. So it's really nice because his security booth is right next to where the cats live, and because they live in the garage, and then he also keeps a chair because you guys see the garden, like we got a lot of plants. So there's some good shade outside near the security booth. So he'll just put a chair outside and spend a lot of the day just hanging out there or wandering around. So he can see the cats all day long. So he's keeping an eye on them. Just seeing which things we have to read. Okay, cool. Rent a house, OMG. Is it a problem for landlords to evict renters that don't pay the rent? Not too bad. It's definitely doable. The like, I'm just not going to pay you and never going to leave thing is mostly a North American problem. I will say, if you have renters who are very old Nicaraguans, like, oh, I've got this 85-year-old Nicaraguan lady and she's been living here and she can't pay the rent anymore, you're going to have a problem, right? There is, at some point, they're like, this is just a vulnerable person, we can't evict them. And so that's unfortunate because basically it means no one sane will rent to old Nicaraguans. So it creates the very problem it's trying to solve. But once they're in, they're kind of untouchable. So be aware, if you're going to be a landlord, you don't want to be in an non-evictable category. But if you have young renters, like working people who just don't feel like paying the bills, no, they'll just kick them right out. If they're not vulnerable, like no. All right, 8 months ago, I've been thinking about moving there near a beach where I could go fishing, and also was wondering if the laws there let you metal detect on the beach. I like your videos. This is MJS 213, and we are at 3 hours 42 minutes. 3 hours 42 minutes. So this one, I can't believe how much. I don't think this is one person asking over and over again. I can't believe how much can you metal detect comes up. I've never known people in real life that metal detect. I've seen people metal detect, but very little. Why is there so much interest in metal detecting in a country where there's nothing good to detect, right? No one's dropping any real amount of anything. So because no one has anything to drop. But yeah, it's, to the best of our knowledge, everyone asks this, and we always say we've never heard of there being any restrictions, any problem on metal detecting. This is a free country, so that kind of stuff is easy. Just come down and metal detect. I don't know what you're going to find, and you may feel really weird doing it, considering how many people are going to be like, what is he doing? But other than that, go crazy. Is there beaches where you can go fishing? There's lots of beaches where you can fish. I don't know how many have good fishing. All the fishing boats go out a ways. No one's like, like I live in Las Venitas. People do go out on the rocks and fish. Are they getting much fish? I don't know. But can you do it? Yeah. Can you catch rays? Yes. If you want to fish and eat ray, they make okay fish fingers. All right. But options exist, and pretty much you can fish anywhere, right? So, boy, I'm so far back on these. 3 hours. How many minutes are we at now? 44 minutes. All right. This is Maya Yelansky. On the video, it's How to Relax in Nicaragua. It is one with the cactus at Desperados before it closed, just showing the ocean. So, of course, she's like, woohoo, ocean. Sam, I just read an article on the 9th of April tariff rate update. Nicaragua's tariff rate is now 10%. Tariff rate is now 10%, not the 19% we previously discussed. In reading on this topic, I came across new information. Nicaragua is the leading cigar importer in the U.S. She means the U.S. imports the most of Nicaragua's cigars. Nicaragua primarily exports to the United States, what she meant to say. In the U.S., with 58%, followed by Dominican Republic and Honduras to top third place. In other words, 253 million premium cigars made it to the U.S. in 2023. Maybe this is a topic you can cover next as to why Nicaragua imports so many cigars into the U.S. as opposed to other products. So I don't think it's a long topic, so it's perfect to do here, which is probably why I didn't answer it previously. So the reason is a couple things. One, Nicaragua is generally considered to be the finest cigar maker in the world. Yeah, some other places give it a run for its money. Dominican Republic primarily. Honduras is pretty good. Cuba's good, but they make the best seeds, not the best cigars. And it's difficult to get stuff from Cuba into the U.S. So non-Cuban cigars or non-Cuban sourced cigars, Cuban cigars from non-Cuban countries, are very, very popular in the U.S. Americans are willing to pay more than most places for cigars, and these particular places are very close, so it's very easy to get them in. Nicaragua has the lowest cost of manufacturing of any of those places and the highest quality tobacco. So Nicaragua is just naturally going to be creating more cigars at the highest quality, making it unnatural for sending to the United States. And yes, technically the other two have easier shipping to the US, but it's all pretty trivial from here. Once it's being loaded up on ships, it's all about the same. We're all super close to each other and super close to the US. Now, why is it so much compared to other products? Well, that mostly comes down to there are some other products coming from Nicaragua to the US, such as rum. But while our rum is better than anything produced in the United States is a major producer of rum. Maybe not as a percentage, anything like Nicaragua or the Dominican Republic or Guatemala, but the U.S. is a major producer, right? Huge rum factories, especially in the U.S. Virgin Islands, in Puerto Rico. So they're able to produce a lot of their own rum, but they're not able to produce very many of their own cigars, especially not at our quality. Is their rum at our quality? No, but their rum is pretty good. My personal favorite American rum is Krugen. Very low cost, very high quality, if you're looking for good barback rum. But Nicaragua's not a big manufacturing country. Our chocolate mostly goes to Europe. You've got like, what's their name? Ritter Sport is made in Matagalpa, for example. Tons of stuff is just shipping directly to Europe. Europe is a bigger chocolate maker than the US. US doesn't care about high quality chocolate. They have like Hershey's. So they're just going to take the cheap stuff from wherever. We're not a good producer of just random cheap crap. So we make some of the best of high quality things. So you'll notice we produce the coffee for McDonald's. And McDonald's, even if you haven't tried it, they're generally considered one of the absolute best coffee makers for large chain coffee. And if I'm in the US, I want McDonald's coffee, right? It's the best. If you're on the road and you're looking for a chain, obviously little coffee places are going to be better. But compared to like a Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts, places that are like famous for their coffee, McDonald's crushes them. Nothing fancy, but they make good coffee, and their coffee comes from Nicaragua. So our chocolate is going to Europe. Our coffee, we just don't make as much as we do tobacco. We're just more of a tobacco producer. So those things go to the U.S. in huge numbers. Rum, the U.S. has competition. We consume a ton of our rum internally. Our rum goes all over the world because, again, it travels more than cigars. And just the need for it, I guess, is different worldwide because the U.S. produces their own, but a lot of countries cannot. Most countries cannot make their own rum, or not in any quantity. So those are the big things we make, right? We do ship a ton of peanuts, soy, fish, shrimp, rice, but lots of places make those things. So we're not a specific big partner with anybody. Most of those things end up going to China, right? So that's pretty much, it's just kind of the natural economics of what we produce, what's valuable, and what the U.S. has already and needs to get from the outside. And when you put those things together, we're a natural tobacco exporter for the U.S. at large scale. Gooch Gooch says, this is in regards to fishing, you can throw a cast net. That is what I do. Walk out a couple hundred feet, throw my net, and usually get too many. Richard says, I looked at surf fishing, like what they do on the USA Gulf Coast. Surf fishing, is that where you like surf and fish at the same time? I can't imagine that's true. Lots of guys use drones to take their bait out 2 kilometers or so. Not an option here, but others use these air cannon things to shoot them out. Okay, that's funny. Gooch Gooch says, funniest thing is that the more expensive rum is cheaper outside of Nicaragua. Interesting. Okay, that was that one. Let's go to another one from 9. Okay. Big JJ Ray. Hold on. Get these timestamps in there. Sorry, I'm just coughing a little bit more and more. We are getting late. We're at 3:51, 3 hours, 51 minutes. Sorry for being so late. So long, so late. All right. In regards to the My Life Panama versus Nicaragua 8 months ago. Nah, bro. I disagree with not going to the hood if you don't have to. I'm from Philly. From the hood and made it out. People go back to the hood not just because it's cost effective. There's a level of authenticity that you cannot get anywhere else. So, hey, I totally agree. I think that that is true. And there's a lot of time that I do go into the hood here in Nicaragua. For those reasons, I do like a lot of the Barrio life. I live in the poorest barrio in western Nicaragua, so there are poorer towns, but as barrios go, we're as poor as it gets. And I absolutely love the life here. So I totally agree. He's right. You get an authenticity. You get away from the tourists. You get away from the advertising. You get away from the blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. And it's true. I don't know what I said on the video that. Did I say get out of the barrio and never go back? I don't think. I didn't mean to say that, I don't think. But whatever I said, it was a very long time ago. But I agree. I think that there's good reasons to head into the rougher neighborhoods to dig in. Now, as a tourist, maybe not. But there's, sometimes some good food, sometimes some neat locations. I really like Barrio bars. I like getting into the neighborhood, knock down, throw down, rough and tumble places. That's where it gets interesting, right? It's also where it gets dangerous. But there's so many Barrio bars here in Leon. I really want to go film it some at night because it's really interesting, right? What is it like in the Barrio? And a lot of them, it's kind of like pubs in England. Like there's kids and stuff. Like it's not like there's some shady deals going down. It's just people in poor neighborhoods having beers on a Tuesday night and listening to a DJ and maybe there's a TV and a game on, right? It's where people live their lives. Most people can't afford to go into the city centers. Most people can't afford to go to the nice restaurants, and most people aren't going out for fancy food. They want tostones, they want cheese, they want some chorizo, they want some salchipapas, and they want beer, right? They're not getting a rum, they're not getting soda, they're just getting local beer, some basic food, and hanging out with their friends in their neighborhood. And that's the way they are. Gerardo Porto 6282. Hello, Scott. Thanks so much for enjoying your life in Nicaragua, my friend. Let's see. Someone just said something. Funniest thing. Manuel says, Scott, would still love to meet with you in late January. We'll be coming up from Los Chiles, Costa Rica. Sent you an email 2 days ago introducing myself, and if you find time to reply, I just sent you a WhatsApp. So hit me up on there. That's the only way to get me in real time. I had added you. I just hadn't sent the message yet because you got to do it in stages, and I always get interrupted halfway through. So I've sent it. You can respond to me, and we'll hang out in January, but not on the 31st because I'm going to Managua to see Mean Girls the musical. Gooch says, last time I flew out of Costa Lada. Oh, should have seen that coming. I noticed at the airport that one restaurant had a very good special: a glass of beer and 10 chicken wings, only $40. Oh my gosh. What does that cost here? Is that $8? I mean, 10 wings, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. Okay. 2025 sunshine. I'm taking a chance on some of these videos. I have no videos on some of these questions. I don't read them before I respond, right? So I'm throwing up the time and hoping for the best. But I do like getting these responded to and letting people know we have a live stream to jump on. So this is on the video. Do you need health insurance in Nicaragua? 2025 sunshine. Great video. I absolutely love your place and the yard, which that's what we were talking about with the ivy going up the wall. We would need a place with a yard for pets also because I would not leave my fur babies behind, just like me. We are from the USA but moved to Costa Rica 4 years ago and are residents. We are interested in Nicaragua because everything is getting expensive. Our caja, which is the which is the medical insurance that you have to pay for the public system in Costa Rica. I don't know why it's called the caja, which just means box. It's super confusing. Is very expensive also. We are watching most of your videos because you cover many topics we are interested in. We would definitely want a place on the outskirts of a city and more rural because of having pets. I'm involved with pet rescue all my life and continue with it here in Costa Rica. The USA medical is shit. We have much better medical here in Costa Rica than the USA. The medical in Nicaragua is very appealing. Storm and rain equal green and tropical. Lol, love it. So she didn't have a real question, just saying I think it's a her. Did she say and her husband? Did I see that somewhere? Did I make that up? Maybe it's a he. Sometimes I'm just guessing based on the names. I don't really know. Okay, anyway, we're just going to go with it. Yeah. So out here in Leon, there's the Rescue Teamea on the beach. Gigi is a great resource to find out about ways to help out with pets here. And we're going to be doing in a few weeks, 2 weeks, I think we're going to be doing a live with Teamea on the show here in my studio. I've done a live from the Teamea facility, but it's really hard to broadcast from there. So we're going to broadcast from here, and we're going to bring Gigi and Sarah here. and do a show from the studio. So that'll be cool. Should be fun and educational. We'll learn a lot about animal rescue. Maybe we'll bring some of the animals here. I have no idea. They have a lot. There really is space a lot of places, but a little bit outside of a city. So I'm right on the outskirts of Leon. I got tons of space for animals, as you guys know. There's a lot of spaces in this general region, like where Alberta Boy is going in the neighborhood nearby to me. Loads of places you can have animals there. So we are much more spread out. We're much less dense of a population than Costa Rica. So it's generally pretty good. Our healthcare recently got ranked above Costa Rica's, and we've done a lot more investing in healthcare recently. So a lot of good stuff happening there in general. And our Caja is completely free here. So 100% free healthcare, which I understand Costa Rica can't do. They have so many expats and so few Costa Ricans, so few ticas, that there's no way they could do healthcare for free, right? They've got one expat for every tica. That is not at all true, but they have a lot of them. Here we have many more Nicas than there are ticas, and we have a tiny fraction of the expats. In Costa Rica, we hear things like hundreds of thousands of expats, and here we have a few thousand expats. Like, the numbers are so different that it's a completely different world. All right, cream-based bus. I'm just going to again post that we are on. How many minutes are we in? 59. Can't just say 4 hours. This is a response to Intro to Investing in Nicaragua, also 8 months ago. Scott, this video and all your videos have been so helpful. My partner and I are very much considering making the move down to Nicaragua in search of property to build a retreat and community center. After traveling the U.S. in our self-converted school bus for 2.5 years, we continue to feel drawn to Central America and this business calling. There's definitely a lot to consider, more research to be done, and a lot of unknown. And a lot unknown, and beginning to live in the country. Definitely Nicaragua feels like the first step. Looking forward to listening to the rest of your videos on this subject. I guess there was no question there, but thank you so much, cream-based bus. Cream-based bus, what? So that's obviously the bus they converted, but why is it cream-based? I don't know what's going on. That's a funny name. But they do have 1,500 subscribers, so they probably got some videos you can go check out. Yeah, so retreats and community centers, very, very hard here. Just be aware, everyone we know is building those, and everyone we know with one is struggling, mostly just burning their cash reserves. Finding someone who's actually making money, it's very difficult. In response to why have a full-time security guard if Nicaragua is so safe? More HHGHC 9162 8 months ago said, wow, being a retired military and a retired cybersecurity manager, I treat security is everyone's business. Locking your doors, keeping money secure, not sharing your passwords. Security's 365, and formerly being a small arms instructor, that works also. I would get security for peace of mind and live in a gated community if it was available. Think about if there was unrest in the country you reside in. Wouldn't that security be the first line of protection for you? So I'm just going to... So definitely we don't worry about unrest in the country, not really a thing to be concerned about, but he's right. If there was, then it would be the first line, well, especially the gate, right? Just having a wall and making it difficult to come in makes people bypass, right? And having a wall also makes it private. Why is someone going to bother breaking in when they don't know what is there, right? Is there a house? There's tons of places in the city that have big walls, and there's literally nothing behind them. Just empty space because someone didn't want prying eyes, or maybe something used to be there, or they thought they were going to build something and that's the first step and they never got past it, or who knows. It's boy, my dog is loud. I don't even know. How did he get outside? I thought he was in here. When did he escape? Somebody opened the door and he escaped, I think. Yes, but he's completely correct. Why not have security when you can have security? Now, I don't lock my doors, so I'm not going to the same extremes he's mentioning, but the idea is there. I can have a security guard. I have a nice gate. I have a big wall. That gives privacy. It gives peace of mind. I've got kids. I've got dogs. I've got cats. I've got a business, right? It makes life much more convenient. I've done a lot of videos on this, so I don't want to go into great depth, but it's all very true. These are luxuries that are easily accessible. And when you think about the fact that they create jobs and make my neighborhood safer, right? By having someone at that gate all the time, I'm not just keeping myself safe because my neighbors didn't have 24-hour security before. Now they do. Right? Now, I wish I didn't pay for their security. I wish they would chip in, but it is what it is, right? So they automatically live a safer life because we're providing that security. And it's not just my neighbors. My security guard spends not all of his time, but a great deal of time, especially at night, near the portón, near the outside gate. Well, there's a sidewalk out there and there's a community out there as well. And they previously had very little visibility. We add more lights as we add security, and we have more eyes. It's hard for something to happen out there at night, especially because it would make noise and he would respond immediately. And we've had simple things, and we talk about security and we think of people breaking in, but we had a truck go out of control and take out a telephone pole. And it was my security guard and myself who went out and tested the gate to make sure it wasn't electrified because a power line came down, and ran out into the street and stopped traffic, and probably saved lives because there was an invisible, in the dark, power line at neck level for a motorcycle hanging in the street. And if I wasn't standing out there waving my phone around, people were going to plow right into it. They would not have had any warning at all, and we'd have just had heads laying on the road. And even as it was, standing in the middle of the street waving a phone, grabbing motorcycles as they came by. You can come in. Three kitties on the window? Oh, the little ones, or it was one of the big ones? All three? Oh. So this window right behind me, the other day, one of the little kittens was up on it, and every so often they're up there, but apparently all three of the babies, Orange Juice, Chocolate Milk, and Chimera, are all just sitting right there listening to us. So that's so sweet. They are the cutest little kittens. Check out my Flickr or Nicagram to see pictures of them. I do have pictures up there, and it's a good reminder for anyone who hasn't signed up yet. We haven't mentioned this in a while. Get out and sign up for Nicagram. It is a great way to share your photos. It is a great way to see other stuff going on in Nicaragua. There isn't a ton of us on there, but you can connect to any PixelFed or Mastodon or similar servers around the world and interface with them. It's fun and a good way to show support for the Nicaragua community. It's completely free. Nicagram is like Instagram, but it's more photo-centric. It doesn't really use videos. You kind of can, but it's really about photos, and I enjoy it a lot. And let's see if I can pop it up on the screen just so you guys can see it. There's nothing, don't use it for things that are private, right? It's for things you want to share. So I'm just going to show my account because there's nothing to see. All right, let me just prep this. But a lot of our community members do have accounts on there, and it is just a really fun way to share and connect with the greater Nicaraguan community. So this is what it looks like when you signed in, nicagram.com. It is highly moderated, so when you sign up, you have to say why you're joining. Say, like, I'm interested in Nicaragua, I want to share my pictures, or I want to see pictures of Nicaragua, whatever. I found this on Scott's channel, whatever. And you'll get let in sooner or later. Sometimes it takes a little bit. And just a fun way to share pictures. It's part of the decentralized Fediverse. So Nicagram is the Nicaragua-themed server for this, but Costa Rica has one, Spain has one, the U.S. has many, and Brazil has one. They're all connected together. So, for example, pixelfed.social here is one of the big ones in the United States. We're connected to them. So anyone who's on there can find your stuff on Nicagram and vice versa. Nicagram is fully up to date. I like this picture. Gonna hit like, and I'll just scroll a little bit. Here's the pictures. There's way more people from social than from others. Here's Dragon Fruit on our server. One of our community members posted this picture of a planter made out of a boot. Okay, that's interesting. Dragon Fruit posted this picture. I'm not sure where that's from. In Managua. Ah, cool. Here's my picture that I posted just before doing the live stream. This is the dog you hear barking outside. He's adorable. This is taken with my antique camera. I love antique photography, vintage photography with CCD sensors. So there's my Boston. There's the one who's sleeping on the floor right next to me right this moment. There's the new puppy again, my Boston again. And so it's a nice place to come share photos and engage with the community. So I encourage you guys to create accounts on there and connect with each other and the greater world. And if you're here in Nicaragua, definitely take pictures of Nicaragua and share them on there. Most pictures on there are not from Nicaragua, but getting more from here would be cool. So give that a try. We'll come back. So that just came up because I don't even know why. But so Diego, we were talking about security and just why people would want the security and all the benefits that come with it and the safety and just how much more luxurious life is, how much more comfortable life is when you do that rather than simply doing without, as so many Americans, Canadians, I think, jealous because they can't afford it or it's just unavailable security of the kind that we have here just doesn't exist there realistically. For the most part, they seem to be very angry that we have this luxury and security here, and can do so in a place that's already so safe that we don't need to, but we do it anyway, which would never happen in the U.S. and Canada. So, but it's pretty cool. All right, we're gonna respond to Javier 8B8. And how many minutes are we in? About 8? Oh, 9.5. All right. Javier says, where do you get the stat from that Nicaragua is as safe as Canada? And what makes it safer than Uruguay? On stats, I see Uruguay, even Argentina and Chile are safer than Nicaragua. Mexico, I find very dangerous, for instance, and I felt scared there. So this is a tough one. So every time I mention safety, every time, 3 Canadians hop on and tell me I'm insane. It is so much more dangerous than anybody knows. Every stat is fake. They're not keeping them up to date, and they're correct about the not keeping them up to date. Canada delays the stats on safety by years. So we have no idea how dangerous Canada is, but the Canadians are universally not just telling me, but get kind of indignant and tell me I'm nuts for suggesting that Canada is in any way comparable to these other countries in safety. It's so dangerous, right? And they give lots of good examples, and I'm inclined to believe them. But I don't want to just go out and jump on that bandwagon and be like, well, I talked to a lot of Canadians and they all say it's crazy dangerous, because there aren't stats to say that. But what we do know is that it has gotten much more dangerous and that the community is constantly saying that I'm crazy for thinking it's so safe from people I know are in Canada most of the time. But for every 3 that say that, another one hops on and says I'm crazy, Canada is perfectly safe and there's no crime whatsoever, and that everyone is lying about it. So I get, and this is consistent, 25% say that the stats are incorrect, that they're too dangerous, and 75% says that they're wildly understated and it is far more dangerous. That is consistent, right? So one thing we know is that we don't really know how safe Canada is, but what we do know is that the majority of Canadians you talk to are terrified of life in Canada, which is something we can't say about Nicaragua. No one's scared of living here. So that much, there are no stats, right? But it's at this point, it feels a pretty wild claim to say that Canada is as safe as Nicaragua. It doesn't. The Canadians do not agree. And just real quick for Diego, what are we talking about? Do you mean like bodyguards? No, security guards mean the people who guard your property. Bodyguards are the people who guard you. In English, it always means that. What makes it safer than Uruguay? So that's a good question. On stats, I see Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile are safer than Nicaragua. So in this, it's a little bit tough because in some ways they are, and in some ways they are not. So having spent time in some of those, especially Argentina, and having staff there, from a pure violence perspective, Nicaragua may fall slightly higher currently, but is on a good curve and keeps getting better, and they're all very, very close. And he left out Paraguay, which is normally ranked as the safest. But one of the things that's very different is crime is very much not towards expats, not that they're completely avoided, not that you're utterly safe, not that you can not be stupid, but as an expat, you are basically protected from what little tiny bit of violent crime actually does exist in Nicaragua. So for when you're comparing to people who might be living in Canada or living in Nicaragua or living there as expats, Nicaragua generally comes out as safer. Now, one of the things that's a little bit different is like in Argentina, which on the stats comes out as safer than Nicaragua. But in reality, when you live there, for example, my CEO lives there, and seeing people assaulted in her direct vicinity and stuff ripped from their hands and put into not life-threatening situations by any stretch, but scary, dangerous situations where there is what doesn't get reported as violent crime, but is aggressive crime. Sorry, I've been doing this for a few hours. My eyes start to get a little bit itchy or whatever, is normal. So if you're riding the train, riding the bus, walking down the street, someone coming up and kind of assaulting you, grabbing your stuff and running for it is normal. In Nicaragua, I can honestly say, never heard of that. Could it happen? Absolutely. Are people afraid of it happening? Absolutely. Does it actually happen? No. And the difference is in Nicaragua, I'm constantly in the barrios and the roughest neighborhoods. And in Argentina, everyone I know is in the richest neighborhoods, right? They're all CEOs and stuff, and they're in places that should be wildly safer as a percentage within Argentina. And they're still seeing this stuff, and they still have to be really alert all the time. They can't leave things out on their tables. They can't be looking at their phones. They have to be really alert and aware of their environment in a way that we don't have to be. So the difference, and this is often the case, right? When we talk about when North Americans are fearful of something, it's that they're fearful of death or they're fearful of really heavy violence. And when you're fearful in Argentina, Uruguay, that region, you're fearful of somewhat aggressive crimes, but not likely that you're going to be shivved or anything. And in Nicaragua, we're fearful that if we leave things unattended, people will swipe them. And so how we experience worry is very different. And having been to those countries, they aren't in the relaxed, non-worry category of Nicaragua. Nicaragua feels safer to me than Spain or Belgium or Italy, for sure. All places where I've experienced more crime, all places where I have to be more diligent about it, right? Now, if you're comparing it to Denmark or Norway, no. I can totally leave my phone on a table, go away, come back later, it'll still be there. But the amount that I have to worry about someone bumping me, right, doing the shoulder hit and grab something when you're not looking, the amount that I have to worry about someone aggressively grabbing me and trying to run a scam where they're holding on to me, there's a lot of those kinds of things that would happen in Europe. I don't have to worry about here, right? And it's unfortunate that Nicaraguans do not understand how good they have it, that it's, they mostly understand that the violent crime doesn't exist here, but they think there's all these other crimes. They don't understand how much crime there is in Argentina, how much, like, in your face, it still scares you. No, they didn't pull a knife on you. They did not try to cut off your arm. They didn't put a gun to your head, but they still grabbed you, pushed you, put you into a aggressive stance. Those are not things that we hear about happening here. Not that it never happens. But when it does happen here, it's normally someone involved in a drug deal in a back alley, and they knew they were putting themselves into a dangerous position, not expats going about on their way to a concert or getting some dinner, right? I'm not saying that anyone should end up in those dangerous situations, but when it happens here, it's universally, it was avoidable, right? Now, I do know someone who was actually lured into a dark spot. He was drunk and high at the time. He lost a dog and wandered into a stupid spot. Some people lured him into a stupid spot and they attacked him. He also beat the crap out of both of them. He actually picked one up and beat the one guy with the other, right? Like, he was way bigger than them and way more trained and ready. They were just not prepared for what they got themselves into, and they ran away, right? So, I mean, things can happen. But no, I think we can really safely say, from how people react, the way the stats are reported, Nicaragua is, if you were to actually visit those places and then come to Nicaragua, you'd be like, okay, they are safe. But now I see what you mean. Yeah, no, Nicaragua is a completely different type of safe. Diego says, I definitely watch people getting mugged and know of people getting mugged in Managua. And in the buses a ton. A friend of mine got his phone stolen by an armed man getting out of a bus stop close to Doral. Wow. That's not something you hear about very often. I got my stuff stolen like 3 times in an interlocale. In an interlocale. I have dropped stuff in an interlocale and had people just hand it back to me. Like, that's surprising. I did have I had someone have their glasses stolen on a chicken bus, but she was asleep and left them. Like, someone just went, and quietly disappeared with them. They didn't grab them from her while she was conscious or anything. But I think you'd be surprised just how much, like, Buenos Aires is more aggressive. Maybe I'm wrong, but the feeling is very different. All right, 9 months ago. Why are some things so expensive in Nicaragua? Alan says, do you feel that the handling of goods is the same with shipping via sea, via mar? My mind wants to tell me that if it's shipped by air, it's safer, but that's probably not logical. It's really just an issue of speed, and all things are equal. This is 9 months ago. 20 minutes, 19 minutes. Yeah, I think they're handled the same because they go through the same warehouse, and then they just get put into a crate and they put onto a boat. Are boats more likely to get detained or to sink than a plane? Yeah, I suppose that's true. But in general, right, the handling is the same. It's the same warehouses on both sides, and it's when it's on the boat or in the cargo hold of the plane, it's just moving. And with a ship, they have so much stuff to lose that they don't want the ship to go missing or anything like that. So I don't think that it's going to be too crazy. I do want to jump down. I mean, that's all I have to say on that, but Alan knows me. Janet says, who's on and just not here at the moment. Hey, I use my Claro phone because I usually don't pay for minutes or a package on my phones. I'm mostly home anyway, so I can use the house phone to call her husband when he's out if he doesn't hear the WhatsApp ring. It's the Casa Claro package, and it's cheaper with the phone than without it. That is on the Single Retired Man on $1,100 budget. Social Security in Nicaragua video. Same video, also 9 months ago. DREWCRAV773 says, you mentioned 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. What kind of square footage are we expecting? Are these tiny or good, decent spaces? Thanks. So when we're talking probably really cheap ones, because this is a tight budget video, and let's get with that timestamp. We're at 20. So all houses within reason in Nicaragua are very small square footage. It's just how we live here. So everything's smaller than you're used to in America. So often the sizes that people are told, they're like, what? That's too small. And then you live here and you're like, everyone lives like that. And you're like, that's fine. You just get used to it that it's a bit different. So when we're talking 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, and I'm bad at gauging this, but I think you're normally looking at like 500 to 600 square foot, maybe 700 square foot. And maybe Diego can answer, how many square footage do you see in Ciudad El Doral for a normal 1 or 2 bedroom apartment? I know you don't have apartments there, but say a smaller 2 bedroom house, what are we looking at? I think 50 to 70 square meters or 500 to 700 square feet is probably pretty accurate. It's difficult to gauge, but they're all one floor. They're generally quite efficient use of the space, and people just don't own a lot of things. We don't own excess furniture. We don't just store things to store things. People really try to own less in general, and so, I mean, I know Marcella probably has 800 or 900 square foot 3 bedroom, right? And everything's empty. There's a living room with basically nothing in it. There's a TV mounted to the wall, a little tiny shelf under it, mostly with stuff for the TV and wires. There's a couch. She has no table there. She has a dining room table with a little piece in the center with her fish tank in it, and nothing else on the table, right? Well, placemats, but that's it. She has a tiny kitchen, not very many appliances, doesn't need them. Has a little unit for holding her dishes and stuff. Has a little table there, so she has like a utility table. And then 3 bedrooms for 3 people. Her bedroom is reasonably stocked with stuff. She keeps all of her things in there. But that's it, right? The other 2 bedrooms are pretty lightly used. There's lots of space to store more things. And she has big beds in every room. I don't know if she has kings. I think she has a king and 2 queens. Plenty of space, right, for everything. Plus, she has an outdoor patio fully stocked with furniture. In the backyard, she has a big backyard with room for tons of furniture, which she hasn't put out yet, but she's thinking about doing some things. Plus, she has a side yard, which is really for airflow. It's not really meant for things, but she could put stuff there. Plus, she has a driveway where a car could go. She could put something there because she doesn't have a car. She has a little side garden space. Even if she filled up all of that, she still has a couple garden spots to do. She'll probably put a garden where the car is. Her backyard, she wants to put gravel and then put in like a bar and seating because she likes to entertain, and so forth. And then a little laundry room outside. It's probably like 800 square feet, and it's plenty adequate. Now, it is true, it's a 1 bath. She'd prefer to have a 2 bath, and that 1 bath doesn't have a ton of extra space. But it's got a big shower, bigger than Americans are normally used to. Just, it's one funny thing. Everything is smaller in Nicaragua when it comes to your house, except your shower is easily 2 to 3 times the average size of an American shower. No idea why. I have no concept of what makes this a thing, but it totally is. Very weird. Diego says, my family has experienced a ton of violence. Both my mom and grandma were hurt by armed men trying to steal in a clothing store we used to own. So as the owners of the business, my grandma was left almost dead because they hit her with a bat on the head. Oh my gosh. How long ago? Like, for sure, Nicaragua was more dangerous in the past, but is this like a year or 2 or like 20? He says, Ciudad El Doral are small homes, though. Managua homes are way bigger. That's true, but the kind of things that they're talking about is apartments. And the reason I'm mentioning El Doral is that the smaller homes in Doral are like moderate-sized apartments other places. So that's why I'm using that as a comparison. And he just sent me a WhatsApp for a comparison to that. Let's see. Oh, the models are available. Okay, hold on. We're going to... I didn't know this was available. That's very handy. We're going to bring this up. So this is Ciudad El Doral, which is a very popular place for especially expats. I've had a lot of expats say that this is like the place to be in Nicaragua for expats. I don't agree with that for the most part. I think it's too far outside of a city for a lot of things. I think a lot of people would be like, oh, that's a long way. But it's a really nice neighborhood. It's very quiet. If you're not looking for a lot of going into the city, you just want to cook at home and have a pretty chill life, or you want to have a car and drive a lot of places, or you're an American and you're just used to driving places and you're like, that's really not very far to the city. I'll just drive. It works out great. So we're gonna share some of this so you can see the... That's still on that. I gotta fix what that goes to. Christy Gee says, my house in San Andreas. Oh, you're right next to Alan that I just answered his question. And to Michael. They're all in San Andreas. Is 1,200 square feet, 3 bedroom, 2 bath. Now those are luxury houses, right? They're definitely bigger. I think Alan's is the same. They're all very, very, very similar. All right, here we go. This is El Doral. So these are the models. So here's the smallest ones. Yeah, I was right. 56 meters, so 560 square feet. Oh, this is smaller. The Aurora is only 40 square meters, so 400 square feet. So I guess the Promesa is one of the big ones. I like the outside of this one. 51, so 510. Just so the rule is it's almost exactly 10 square feet to the square meter. So when you see square meters, just add a 0, so you can kind of work from there. Here's a big one at and keep in mind this is $263 per month, right? To own this, right? And almost 620 square feet, which is obviously still very small, but you know, these are pretty serviceable. We've got bigger ones, almost 740. Here's one over 800 square feet. So you're looking at almost $300 per month. For some reason, this one's more expensive, but quite a bit smaller. But we'll take a look at this one, just to give you a floor plan and idea. So 808 square feet, 3 rooms, 2 bath. And here's the layout. And this is very common in Nicaragua to have all of your living spaces along one wall and then all your public spaces along the other with a pass-through hallway right there. It's very simple and basic, but works really well. So it's got this living room, dining room combo area, window there. And then now this one, they show a wall and then a small kitchen, very, very small kitchen, but how much do you need? And then a master with its, I guess this isn't quite a master. This is a 2 larger bedrooms sharing a bath and then a small bedroom with its own bath, which is an interesting design. I would have expected this front room to have its own and then these two to share one, but that's, maybe Diego can enlighten us as to what the purpose of this particular layout is, that there's a private bath with a tiny bedroom. But you know, very functional. You got a space for a car on the side. That's what's going on here. And then probably a little space for a patio out front or whatever. Pretty common. So that's the Estrella, the Star. Let's take a look at this most expensive one and see what's going on. Smaller, so also 3 rooms, also 2 bath. But a very different design. Now, this one has a clear master with ensuite. And then 2 small bedrooms, but they show, you know, 2 beds in each. And then a small shared bath. And then this very different design. I kind of like this layout. I mean, that's why it's more expensive, right? Because it's a cooler layout. It's got this cute front porch thing going on. I like the space of this. If you're me, I don't like having a dining room, so I would just not have the dining room table in any of these, and suddenly they're way more serviceable as far as space. But that what's it called? The Sueño, which is the most expensive, is such a nice setup. And when you're like, it's only just over $300 per month, $323 per month to own that house in El Doral. That includes, you know, construction brand new, and the lot that it's on, right? Like, this is not expensive for someone to own. I mean, for a Nicaraguan, that can be a lot, but these are very comfortable houses. And actually, I want to go back and look at this. Look at the design here. This is a walkout on the side. So front entrance over here. And this is the kitchen space. If you look at the design, there's the front, there's the kitchen. Now, in this layout, it doesn't have this door. But clearly there's an option there for a door that goes out. And maybe this is reversed. Maybe they mean to show it off of this master. I bet you could put one out the master there instead. But that's a nice extra entrance door that they're showing as well. And this front window. Like, this is cute. I like this. And then they're showing in this a big outside entrance. Oh, I'm sorry. This is reversed from this. That's why. So we're seeing everything backwards. The entrance door is here coming to the left. And then this is over here. So this living room has a big walkout with lots of light, and potentially you'd have like a side garden or something there. That makes more sense. So that looks lovely. Like, that's if you could live within that space. Now, you'll notice what they don't have is storage. It's always the problem. Oh, does the little Boston want to come in, or did he get in trouble?
He's been evicted.
He's been evicted. Aw.
Oh, are you there?
Are we watching a show soon? No, you want to check? Okay. We've been watching The Expanse. Christy says, I think I'm across the street from Alan. You should stop by and say hi, but not today. He's sick. Australia and Promesa are cheaper because they are built worse. Makes sense. Diego says, it's really not that far from the city. It's a 15-minute drive to Managua and a 7-minute drive to Ciudad Sandino. It's really not that bad. It's just having to get in a car and go anywhere is like, right? Like, that's not something I want to do if I can help it. Let's look at this absolutely cheapest one. Let's just jump back. So this is the Aurora. This is as basic as it gets, but it's less than $200 per month. Oh, they say 200 here, but originally it was one something. It's like 190 something. Very, very small, right? But you often, I think, have some options. Like, I would say opting to have this be a 1-bedroom, it would be, like, obviously for just, you know, either a couple or a single person. But if you made this, if you could move these walls, and maybe you can, and just use this outside structure, have make this whole space the bathroom, or this whole space the bathroom, and combine the bathroom space and the bedroom space together, you would not need this door, and you would not need this door. You would only need this wall with this door, and then this door coming into the bedroom. You'd have more light. Potentially, you could put in a larger window there, pay a couple bucks for that, and then have a much larger bathroom and a much larger bedroom, and have it be very, very comfortable. And if you don't put in a dining room table, which I wouldn't do, then you have a tiny studio kitchen and a little comfortable living room. And for someone who is, you know, considering like a 1-bedroom apartment, or someone who is considering a studio, this could be a own your own, perfectly nice and comfortable small space. Now this said 195, then it was $5 more expensive when you got into it, so who knows. And then this one says 204. We'll see if it stays 204. Yeah, this one stays. And then this is quite a bit more physical space. So the public space is much larger, but notice they show no kitchen in this, so I don't know what's up with that. The bathroom is also just, they're just weird how they're showing it. It's basically just a little bit bigger. I don't know that it's any nicer though. But it's interesting. They are not selling Aurora anymore. Doral became so popular that they decided not to build any more of the cheap houses. Only the homes I sent you in the PDF are available to buy new. Ah, okay. Oh, I sent you a new PDF. Okay. I will go check it out. There it is. I have the PDF. It is very tempting to just buy a house there, right? And be like, so full price, the Sueño. That is the one that we showed with the really nice walkout. Oh, let's just, sorry, show this again. If I can find what app this is to share with you. Oh, it might be WhatsApp. Nope. I don't know what this is. If I download this and then open it, maybe that works. If it's able to open it. There we go. All right, let's see what happens now. It doesn't seem to know how to share this. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, hold on. I gotta make it bigger. There we go. That's not so bad. All right, here we go. All right, this is the PDF for El Doral. You can kind of see the community in the background. So you can buy at full price. This is to just pay cash. Now, this is the nice one that we talked about, the Sueño, that I really like with this nice big window. $40,000. And remember, that includes the land full construction, right? So that's not bad. And then 38 for the Australia, which was slightly larger, but we didn't like the design as much. But, you know, when you look at it from this angle, it feels like there is a bit of space. I still don't understand the layout of this, though. Like, why is there this extra hallway bit? You could make the bathroom so much larger. Maybe you can fix it. The Brisa, just under 30,000. This is not bad. Look at that nice big living space. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. If you were like a couple and you wanted like a little office and then a bedroom to share, it could be very nice at 30,000. Very, very serviceable. 20, a little bit less. 20. Yeah, only 1,000 less. Who would get this? I don't know. 56 meters. How about this one? Where's the size? Oh, it's slightly larger, I guess, but I do not like the layout. But it's just a box. So, I mean, yeah. It's not very attractive from the outside, I don't think. This one's got more character. I like the inside way better. Partially, though, it's how they render it. Like, this one they've rendered terribly. And those are the only ones they offer now. So there's the information. Oh, and there's the breakdown. So you can also do financing on, and you can see how much you have to put down and how much it is to reserve and all that kind of stuff. So if anyone was ever interested in figuring this out, this is how it works. So you'd end up financing, and you'd have to pay. So if you're going to do this over 20 years, the most expensive one you'd put down, unless I'm missing something here, I think you put down $4,250. I think you put down $250 to reserve it, and then you spend $4,000 when you move in. I believe that's correct. Diego can clear this up if I'm understanding it. And then over a period of 20 years, you pay $323.14 per month. I'm not sure what the... Diego, what's the final number? Ingreso individual or mancomunado? What does that refer to? The rest of the numbers, I think I understand. But for an expat who's looking for a place to live that's a nice community, and you must be 21 years old, you must have a good credit record, you must be able to pay, must be working for at least 6 months. Diego says if you're a Nicaraguan, you put less because of the subsidies. Oh, that's very nice. So that's cool. I wonder how many expats they have financing in there. Ingreso is what amount of money you need to make to get the house. Oh, okay. So that's if you need to finance, because if you just pay cash, I assume they don't care. Maybe they do. Normally they don't. All right. How are we doing? 28 people on. Very nice. 4 hours and 40 minutes. We are doing well. So cream-based bus, in response to the vacation investment temptations you should avoid, says, this is a month ago. This is something people all the time think about bus life. Folks think that because we are always traveling, we are on vacation all the time. But the reality is that we are working full remote days just in new places, which is absolutely, as someone I've lived all across Europe, everybody always acts like you're on vacation when you're often working just crazy long hours, like it really is. It is frustrating. Same thing, anytime you work from home, people are like, you're not really working. You can be interrupted. You can do this, you can do that. And it's like, no, I'm working and often working extra. All right, I'm going to respond to this one. Also answering this on the live. Also, 8 months ago from Maya Yelansky again, that we talked to earlier, on why emotions are dangerous, expats leading themselves astray. Sam, I just read an article on the 9th of April, tariff rate update. Nicaragua tariff is now 10%, not the 19 that we previously discussed. So they copied and pasted the same thing again, just so you know that it's there. And that's the same thing about cigars. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat 1951 said Trump paused for 90 days import tariffs in excess of 10% for all nations except China pending negotiations. So 10% tariffs remain in place no matter what level. Blah, 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 blah. Under CAFTA DR, 100% of U.S. consumer and industrial goods have entered Nicaragua duty-free. And since 2024, nearly all tariffs on U.S. agricultural goods were eliminated. Basically, he's pointing out that Nicaragua does not have reciprocal tariffs on the United States. Nicaragua lets everything in, supporting the U.S. Industries indiscriminately, just helping the U.S. as much as possible because they're honoring their agreements. I think he's pointing out that the U.S. is not honoring those agreements, as far as I can tell. I think it's hard to tell what Tony's trying to take, and if it's easy to be like, did you say the thing you think you said, depending on the thing. So Nicaragua is not punishing the U.S. The U.S. is punishing Nicaragua. He's pointing out that it's a lopsided thing, that Nicaragua is doing all the good stuff, and the U.S. is taking advantage of Nicaragua's goodwill. Have we caught up on everything? Yeah, I think so. Wow, we've made it through a lot of these tonight. Justin Brown 6552, 9 months ago. Oop. I don't have the I'm gonna read it. The amount you gotta wait. Quota is 20 years. It's what you would pay. That assumes the subsidies, though. It's really cheap, to be honest, and the place is nice. I was less productive and was interrupted more when working in the office. Oh, that's definitely my experience. The difference is, in the office, no one cares that you're interrupted. It's like, oh, you can't work because you're interrupted. And I used to say that to people. I'm like, I can work or I can be in the office. You have to choose, right? But if you like any of my goals that I give you, they assume I'm at home. If you have me come into the office, I don't stand by any of those goals because you don't protect me from people talking to me about sports in the office. Totally up to you. I'm happy either way because I get paid by the day or by the week or month or whatever, but I don't get paid based on productivity, so that's your issue. But I'm happy to be productive. I like doing good work, but I can't do it in the office. All right, we're about to answer this one. What's our timestamp? 45 minutes. We really are doing a short one tonight, I can tell. Justin Brown 6552. I have a question. We have 5 children. Would it be easy to move there and find a house big enough for a family of 7? So the funny thing is that Nicaraguans have families of 7 in houses here all the time, right? But how many Americans, and this is on Renting America versus Nicaragua, $800 budget Granada video. What people consider adequate is very different, right? So we're looking at those 3-bedroom houses. You'll notice that in most of those, they're showing 2 beds in each of those bedrooms. So a 4-bedroom is considered generally enough for 8 people, right? Parents, and then each bedroom has 2 people. That's absolutely normal. Marcella is extremely rare in that she has 1 bedroom for each of her kids, and she's a single mom, so she has a 3-bedroom for 3 people. But traditionally, she had a 2-bedroom for 3 people, and her kids don't like, and they're older, they don't like to sleep alone because they grew up without very much space. They're used to everyone sleeping in one room. So it's very normal to have 7 people in houses of this size. Not very many Americans would be okay with that. Finding a 4-bedroom, though, which is probably what you would need, very doable. I, for example, have a 9-bedroom. There are plenty of 9 is pretty hard to find, but getting up to 7, not too hard. But a 1 bedroom, very hard to find. 2 and 3 are super common. And then you get away from the smaller neighborhoods like El Doral, where they are smaller homes. You get into like the downtown houses, like Diego was mentioning, they tend to be larger. Or you get into like the Reparto here in Veracruz, finding 4 and 5 bedroom houses, completely something you can do. So I think it's pretty easy to find, but you're not going to find it at absolutely tiny budgets anywhere, right? But can you find? Yeah, Diego says, I know families of 4 living in a 1 bedroom. Yeah, completely normal. Obviously tight, rough, but completely doable. But can you find houses large enough for North Americans to be able to come down and do that? Yes, you absolutely can. You're definitely going to spend a little bit more. You're probably looking at much more. It'd be very hard to get below 300 a month. You're probably looking at 400 to 500 a month in most cases, but not bad at that, right? I know that, and consider you have options such as where Marcella is. There's nothing available, but if it was, her house is a 3 bedroom for 200. You could easily take that house and the one next to it if they were available, and then you're at 400 for 2 houses. Or the apartment I used to have, which is a 2 bedroom, and that was 180. But if you took 2 of those next to each other and they were apartments in an apartment building, I'm sorry, yeah, they were each 2 bedrooms, you could end up for 360 having 4 bedrooms, 2 bath, and 2 kitchens, 2 living rooms. You'd actually have quite a bit of space. You'd be really, really good at 360, and they're inside an apartment building that's gated. So it's not like, houses next to each other where you have to step out onto the street. You're going out into inside your apartment area to move between it. So you wouldn't want to have small children next door necessarily, but if you had, 12-year-olds next door, you'd be like, yeah, they can hear me through the wall. You would hook up internet between them. Your Wi-Fi will go through the wall and both can use it, right? You step outside, you can talk to each other. Like, you're completely in the same space. And if you think about how like the inner city houses are, if you remember anyone remembers my videos from Barrio, we had a certain number of rooms on one side of a security door, and then we had a security door. When we walked outside our bedrooms, we were stepping into a wide open space. Now, it's not the same as being outdoors exactly, because you're still inside the walls of the house, but that's the roof line right there. If someone was to climb over and hop, you'd be in that space. And so this is the same level of security between the apartments that we had between our bedrooms in a normal house, which is not to say we weren't secure. That's how secure this apartment would be. So at 360, that would work out great for a family of, did we say 7? I think that's what we said, right? Yeah, family of 7, because and those apartments that we had, the masters were quite large. So the parents having one of the masters, 2 kids sharing the other master, and then that's 4. You've got 3 people left. You've got 2 bedrooms left. None of them are tiny. They're just not as big as those. One of them will be probably your oldest kid. Will get a room to themselves, and then each of the younger pairs gets 2 to a room. And if you have the eldest 3 over on the other side, they've got their own spot to cook, their own living room to hang out. You can send all the kids next door to play in one living room, and you can have quiet time, watch movies in yours or whatever. It's surprisingly functional, like not a bad way to go at all. You would feel like it's quite a bit of space. It's unfortunate that it's not just one big open space all at once, but like thinking about how nice that could be for 360 is pretty crazy. I think it's a really, really doable option. And so imagining getting a 4-bedroom, 1 or 2 bath, that's all one building, yeah, of course you can find that too. Diego says, my grandma sold her 2-level house, 7-bedroom, 3-bathroom, balcony, and 2 living room house in the middle of Libertad for less than 100,000 a few years ago. I was so saddened by the whole deal. How much less than 100? I would expect. Libertad is not an expensive area. I'm in Libertad all the via Libertad. I mean, that's big, but I can't imagine someone paying above 50,000 for anything in Libertad. I've asked some friends in Libertad like what the houses go for. They're like, we don't know. We don't know a single person who's ever paid for a house. And I'm like, what? And they own theirs. They're just all like, yeah, they were like, you know, given by family or something or whatever. All right, we're gonna answer 9 months ago. Poco Bull. What is our timestamp? 4:52. He says the house was nice. Well, I've been in some nice stuff in Libertad, but also some really rough stuff. Hi, Scott. Thanks for making these videos. This is also on single retired man on $1,100 budget Social Security in Nicaragua. The situation you described for this single man is virtually identical to my own, so I watch this video with interest. I have seen some of your other budget videos in the past, and I have to say every time you get to food, I shake my head. In this video, like in others, you have suggested a budget for food of around $450 per month. There's simply no way a single person is going to spend that much money on food per month. So I'm glad he went that direction. Trust me, I can spend over $450 on myself per month, no problem, just to be clear. But if you're on a budget at all, you certainly can stay under it. There simply is no way a single person is going to spend that much on food per month. Part of the problem is your calculation is that you're including the cost of eating out, but that is simply not how most people budget for food. Well, just to be clear, I think most people do eat out to some degree and have to eat, like, especially as expats, some people expect to eat out every single meal, and that's what they're expecting as part of the budget. A food budget is the amount of money you spend on groceries and does not include eating out. Eating out would be a separate amount for entertainment purposes. I don't think that most people think that way, especially when they're looking at moving to another country. Americans definitely. Americans, Canadians absolutely do not think of it that way because we assume we are eating out a significant portion of the time. We don't have the time to eat at home much of the time, and when living in a place like here, I would say that it's more likely most expats expect to consider all meals to be eating out rather than none of the meals eating out. And if you separate it that way by entertainment, like I get it, but I mean it's all difficult, and I understand the point. But even that, like I can have a single grocery bill hitting $500 sometimes. So I live full-time in Ukraine, which I used to as well, and I currently spending 125 Canadian per month for groceries, so about 100. Oh, which he says, which is less than $100 US. According to Numbeo, the cost of living in Nicaragua was 25% higher than in Ukraine, so that would bring a monthly grocery food budget to approximately 110 US in Nicaragua. Just to be clear, if I remember correctly, like it's difficult. The food in Nicaragua is quite a bit more expensive than Ukraine, but housing is not. So the Numbeo 25% is probably accurate, but it's not even across the board. So different things will be more or less. Nowhere near $450 per month you keep suggesting. I think you are suggesting a monthly food bill for a family of 4 that includes eating out. So just to be clear, my groceries for a family of 5 is far in excess of $450. Our monthly is probably in excess of groceries is probably in excess of $1,500. Just to be clear, right? Now, are we very excessive? Yeah, of course we did. What did I have for dinner? I had calamari cooked at home, right? We do veggie burgers all the time. We do shrimp. We do tuna steaks. We do salmon. We do cream cheese, and we make desserts. And you know, we really cook at home. My daughter and I do actual from scratch Alfredo. So it's true that, and this is important, right? If you're on a budget, you can keep your food really low if you need to, and you can eat very cheaply. And as Diego just said, I mean, if you do groceries for a single person, you could spend 150 in a month. Absolutely, 150 totally at a, you could, if you're doing lots of rice, lots of beans, lots of eggs, lots of chicken, right, and you're cooking at home, and there's not a ton of other things, yeah, and as Diego said, even $100 could be done for a single person, especially a smaller person that doesn't eat a whole lot. But it's also important to remember that for expats, most of us expect a lot more variety. Most absolutely will not consider a budget that doesn't include going out to eat on a regular basis. And even those of us, like I don't go out to eat that often, which may surprise you guys, but I really don't. But my grocery bill is insane, right? And we keep 3 fridges full of food. And while I don't go out to eat that much, my wife goes out every day, 7 days a week. She won't eat at home. She'll snack at home, but she won't eat at home. She goes out for at least 2, if not 3 meals per day. And but eats very little at the restaurants, but she does go out for meals every day. And my business partner goes out for 1 meal per day at minimum. But my kids and I eat everything at home. So it's the equivalent of about 3.5 or 4 people eating at home most of the time. But we do go out to Managua at least once a month, if not twice a month, or to another city at least. We go out to restaurants here quite infrequently, but we order in on Petito's Jaw a bit. And our grocery bill is probably between $200 and $400 per week. But like I said, we're getting fresh pasta. We're getting real cheese. We're getting fish and seafood and different things. But we also do a ton of really simple stuff, right? Just some pasta or whatever. But butter alone, it's going to add up here, right? You want decent butter? It's not that cheap. If you want ice cream or stuff, right? It's going to cost a lot more. Now, we don't buy ice cream. We have an ice cream maker. We make our own. So that's pretty cheap. But most people aren't buying an ice cream maker. And if they're going to have ice cream, they're spending quite a bit because you can't really get local ice cream. You got to bring it in from Costa Rica. So you're spending quite a bit. Diego says, I can eat rice and beans the whole month if needed and spend $70. The amount you spend can really vary depending on lifestyle. Exactly. And my kids would balk at each only getting $150 a month budget for food, right? There's no way that they would be happy. And they don't eat that much, especially my eldest. She eats very, very little. But they want a lot of variety, and they want things that are more expensive, and they want lots of fresh vegetables and fruits. And, but today, what did we have? Bean and cheese tacos, right? Tortillas, dirt cheap. Refried beans, dirt cheap. But way more expensive than the beans in Gallo Pinto. The cheese is expensive here, right? It's not very much of it in that. It's just a couple shreds, right? There's a whole bunch of tomato in there, a bunch of onion. All that stuff is pretty cheap. But even with eating meals like that, and we're vegetarian, well, pescatarian, so there's no steak, there's no pork, there's also no chicken, which is generally really cheap. But the price gets up there really quickly. And part of it is also, we're very likely to eat bagels. My daughter baked chocolate chip cookies last night. Middle of the night, she'll suddenly bake something. A single cheesecake, which we make with some regularity, is like $40 to bake. So if you are saying, you're not going out to eat, you're doing stuff, but one little thing can completely throw that budget out the window. Christy says, I love to cook. One of my checked bags will be filled with spices and tea. We do that too. We fly in ingredients, and we shop at La Colonia in Managua to get ingredients. Let's be clear, not going out to eat. I had a salad from the grocery store this week that was $14, right? It was fantastic, but a $14 salad from the grocery store. We got dip that was like $12 just for dip for crackers, right? So these things are there. Do you have to buy them? Of course not, right? So when we're talking about these budgets, of course you can keep them low, but the idea that you won't spend money on food No. If you're wanting good food and you're willing and able to spend, you will easily do so. Are you going to spend as much as you would in the US or Canada? No, of course not. Are you going to get better food for the same money or less money? Yes, of course you are. But the ability to spend, even without going out to eat a lot, is very, very possible. Janet says, your family has a specific taste and variety, and you guys can afford it. No reason to change. We eat a lot of Nicaraguan-leaning things, plus my peanut butter. Yep, our peanut butter kills us. Our Nutella kills us. There's a lot of items that we use that are just quite expensive, and we don't want local peanut butter, right? It's just not the same. We're getting American peanut butter, right? We do buy some cereals. We do buy chips, and again, it's all pretty cheap, but it adds up when you got multiple people. Another example, I was back in Canada last year where food costs are significantly higher proportionally than they are in the US. Really? I was spending on average $75 to $80 Canadian per week on groceries. How is food more expensive on average than the United States, especially as the median Canadian earns more than the median American? Like, holy crap. If we take the high end, that is $320 per month Canadian, which is about $225 US per month, and that's in Canada, not Nicaragua. So just to be clear, even when I was living in the US long ago, $225 for a month wouldn't feed anybody for anything. Like, no way. I mean, we would hit $225 a day. Not normally, but we could. Janet says, I agree. I tried to get the local peanut butter, but it is not made the same, so now I buy American imported stuff. Diego says, is peanut butter good? You never tried it? It's the food of the gods. It's amazing. Good peanut butter is so good. Now, of course, Americans are conditioned to peanut butter, and it's wild because here it's such a luxury item, and for Americans, it's like, I'm super poor and I need calories to survive. So you put peanut butter on bread and it's like this really cheap thing. But peanut butter, if you've had Nutella, imagine Nutella but with peanuts instead of chocolate and hazelnut. It's good. Peanut butter is like that. It's smooth, it's creamy, it's sweet, it's loaded with protein. It's so many calories. It's so, like, if you had a jar of peanut butter and like the world ended, you're good for a couple months. You have so many high density protein calories, you're just gonna make it and it'll be delicious with every bite. Like, I love peanut butter, especially honey roasted. Unfortunately, you can't get Peter Pan honey roasted here. You can get Peter Pan, but not honey roasted. So Peter Pan is by far the best peanut butter, and Members Select, which is Price Smart, is the second best. But they are so good, so good. But it is a very different taste. But it's sweet, and you've had peanuts, right? So if you take peanuts and just chew them for a lot, like, don't just swallow them, like, chew it a little bit. Obviously, you get peanuts, right? They're very popular here. Peanut butter is kind of like that. Imagine if you just took a bunch of peanuts and a little bit of sugar and a little bit of oil and put it into a mortar and pestle and just ground it up until it's a paste. Like, that sounds really basic, but when you do a big jar of it, it's like, oh, that is really delicious, and it's so smooth, and it's so good on ice cream. It's so good as a sandwich. It's so good in a sauce with noodles. It's so many things. It's such a good flavor. But outside the US, nobody knows how to make good peanut butter. I have no idea. Nobody in Europe can do it. Nobody in Latin America can do it. It's one thing you have to, for some reason, you have to get it imported from the US. Makes no sense. Like you give me a bunch of peanuts and a mortar and pestle, I can make you really good peanut butter right here, right now. Diego, we like it. My cats like it, at least some of them. Even Ramon likes it sometimes. We've been eating it since we were very young, so to us it's good. It's also comfort, right? Like, so growing up, and my kids do the same thing, right? They'll be like, I just need a snack, and I want zero effort. Crackers with peanut butter. Celery with peanut butter is really popular. We don't like it, but a lot of people do. Sometimes just a spoon of peanut butter. Like, I'm hungry, I'm hangry, I need a spoon of peanut butter. Solved, right? That's 300 calories, heavy protein, a little bit of sugar. Boom, you're good. Blood sugar goes back to normal. you're happy. Never had Nutella. Nutella is pretty awesome as well. It's not peanut butter awesome, but it's right up there. It's the inside of Ferrero Rocher. It's like Ferrero Rocher guts. It is actually what's in there. Same company. Diego says, I'd try to buy one some of these days. Stop by La Colonia and grab Peter Pan. Peter Pan. If you're going to do it, spend the money on that one. Don't try some of this crappy Jif or Skippy or some other garbage peanut butter. It's not the same. But make sure you get like everything about Peter Pan. You'll be like, oh. Then you can branch out if you want. You want to try crappy, lower quality stuff, whatever, that's fine. And the one from Price Mart is perfectly good. But don't try those other American ones that have no sugar or anything. Christy says, does Nicaragua grow peanuts? Christy, if you come out of your driveway and look at the fields of green across the street from you, that's the peanut fields of Leon. You live in the middle of the peanut fields, which is hilarious. From the edge of the city past the stadium all the way down the Managua Highway, all that just flat green stuff is peanuts. Once in a while it's soy, but it's pretty much especially on the right side of the road as you head towards Managua. On the left, sometimes you get cane, sometimes you get a few other things, but it's like all. Diego says, I thought Jif was good. That's what people who don't like peanut butter would tell you. No, Jif is pretty crap. I am very particular about peanut butter. Most people who like peanut butter are like, whatever, peanut butter is just good. No, there's a lot of bad peanut butter, and Jif is one of them. It's not as bad as Skippy. Skippy's worse, but Jif's kind of the middle. But why would you ever buy the middle? Once you're spending the money, get the delicious. Jan says, haha, I eat Jif. Buy the 3-pound jar, 3 a month, and it's the top of my budget. Yeah, that's us. We don't actually eat that much. And to save money, we get the Costco one, which is better than Jif, not as good as Peter Pan. Christy says, trying to decide whether to sneak my KitchenAid mixer into one of my road cases. We did that. We have a KitchenAid that we snuck in. Or not snuck in, but we, squeeze it into our luggage. Gooch Gooch says, mix a spoon of peanut butter into ramen. That is one of the few uses I have for peanut butter. Peanut butter is a major flavor in a lot of Thai cooking, which doesn't exist here, but that's one of the reasons we all like it, is because it's both the flavor of America and of a lot of Asia that we like a lot. I think I caught up. Bring in the KitchenAid if you really use it. We have so many kitchen appliances. We have an air fryer. We have an Instapot. We now have an espresso machine. We bought that this week. Oh my gosh. We have an ice cream maker, which is well worth it. Regular coffee maker, toaster oven, but that's from our apartment. Diego says, I'm learning how to cook steaks. I find it really hard not to overcook them. Any advice? Yeah, cook them a whole lot less. You should talk to Paul, my business partner, because we had one of the really well-known steakhouses, and he's the expert. His steaks there's a reason why people were paying $68 and coming back the next day for the same steak again, because they were like, oh my gosh, this is so good. And that was from him training people to make the steaks. It wasn't even him making them himself. It can be done really well. Now, way better, salmon. Of course, I don't eat steak, but Chrissy says, I don't hear, but a couple times a year, but I'm excited to learn to make what Nika won't provide. Jan says, but you guys cook. I make peanut butter sandwiches, and I'm fancy. I get uncut loaves by whole wheat from Pani Paz, and I slice it myself. Oh, Diego says, what's a KitchenAid? So technically, KitchenAid is a company that makes appliances for the kitchen, but the thing that they're famous for is large-scale automated mixers. These are the big things. They're like 10 horsepower. They stand they vary in size, but like ours is a big industrial one. It's about this tall, stands on the counter, and you use it for a lot of things, but especially for doing large-scale dough. So like if you're making pizzas, you need to make 20 pizzas, it mixes the dough for big projects, and we used to own a bakery here in the country, so we would use that for making dough, or my wife makes it for making cakes or pies, or we do a lot of baking. So we've got full commercial, bread rising machines and stuff. And my kids really like to cook, so we have a bunch of stuff like that because we're constantly cooking. My daughter, who pops in from time to time, it's like every other day she and I go and cook together. It's one of our big things. I actually came to the realization, she's only 14, and I realized that she and I grew up cooking with my mother. My daughter and I have spent more time cooking together than my mother and I ever managed to do. And it's weird being an adult and thinking about my entire childhood and thinking about the fact that there are things that are obviously past. My mother's been gone for 20 years and way more than 20 years, 23 years. And but I was an adult when she passed. And to think about the amount of time that I had with my mother in the whole of my childhood is less than the time I've already had with my children. And to think of it in that terms, that if that's all I got with my mom was that time. That's all there was for childhood. And it makes me really treasure the amount of time I spend with my kids, because it's you start to realize just how limited it is. But it's also weird to be like, I have spent more time with my kids than I had with anyone as a child. My entire childhood socialization is less than the time I've had with my kids already. I've played more video games with my kids than my parents played with me, by orders of magnitude. I have watched more movies or TV shows with my kids than my parents watched with me. I've read more books with my kids than my parents read with me. I've just spent more time talking with my kid, like, and just saying these things like, that's, life is so short. Gooch says, Diego, all you need to know is how to make gallo pinto. That's one thing I don't know how to make. Janet says, my mother used her KitchenAid all the time. She gave me one, and I got a little handheld one if I ever needed to mix something. Diego says, I'm learning how to cook just now. For most of my life, I only knew how to make gallo pinto. Diego, that's cool. And sometimes you need to know here, right? I can cook. I just get bored on how long it takes, so my sister cooks. I wash up. Diego says, but I'm trying to reduce my eating out budget. I was spending a ton, but I like good food. Ergo, I'm learning how to cook. That's part of our thing. Our thing is, there's nobody serving anything in Leon. No matter how much we want to go out to eat, there's nothing to go out for. So, like, we make jalapeno poppers at home. We make mozzarella sticks at home. We also buy grocery store stuff. Diego says, Janet, yeah, it's definitely boring. YouTube helps. Yeah, we're constantly trying stuff. So today, calamari, my daughter actually said best calamari she's ever had in her life. It was definitely up there. I don't know if it was the best, but it was right up there. It was really good. Our veggie burgers here are excellent. Yellow pea veggie burgers, not something that people hear about very often, but it's really... so I'm still on Pokeballs. He says, just some food for thought. When you're making these budget videos, you might be scaring some people off unnecessarily. I mean, it's tough, right, when you're making a budget, but you also don't want to be unrealistic. No, I don't have anybody who's coming and expects to spend $150 a month. I just don't. I don't believe that, right? I know you can, but where are you going to find another person that wants to budget just $150 a month, especially when they first move, right? You've been here for a long time, it'll start to get less. But, Diego says, this weekend I am learning how to make pasta. Are you learning how to make the pasta? Or are you just learning how to cook pasta for stuff? Because I make pasta almost every day, but once in a while my daughter and I make the pasta. Right, not buying pasta. We actually make the pasta. My wife and I actually took pasta making classes in Italy, but we're planning on. I know this is not going to surprise anybody. Buying a pasta machine. We cook pasta so often. So actually, okay, that's the question for Diego in English. Are you learning to make pasta, or are you learning to cook pasta? Because that's two different things. We go through so much pasta that it potentially makes sense for us to buy a automated pasta maker so that we can make homemade pasta faster because it's way too much work, and the surfaces here are so awful for making pasta that we realistically can't do it. We tried buying some presses and stuff just for pressing pasta, and it wasn't worth it. Like, they just couldn't do it. Janet says, I would never make pasta. I think my mother did, though. It's really not that hard. It's you know, an egg and some dough. It's pretty simple. It just takes a bit of time. But here, because of the tiled surfaces, it's really hard to roll it out. Diego, cooking pasta is the easiest thing in the world. Quick tips. It's one, get Roma pasta. It's really cheap, but it's pretty good here. Janet says, I can boil ready-made pasta, but I have to really want it to wait. So get the Roma pasta, get Classico pasta sauce, and just start with that. It's just a jar of pasta sauce. Pasta with shrimp. Wow. I've been doing Alfredo from scratch for a long time, but you got to have good butter. You got to get a block of Parmesan. It costs a fortune. And that's where, all right, so this budget where he's like, I'm scaring people off. At home, we make pasta that's about $15 to $20 just for my daughter and I to eat, just two of us. And it's $20 cooking pasta at home. Right? So, yeah, you don't have to do that. But we're not going out to eat to create these budgets. But it's difficult, right? Because we don't want to give a high budget and have people be like, that's too much. But we don't want to give a low budget and have people like the guy who moved here, and he's like, can I live it? And he had some number, and we're like, absolutely. And then he just blew his money. He spent more money on coffee every day than he should have been spending on his full budget. And part of it was he was budgeting before he moved here. So to speak directly to Poco Bowl's concerns, this guy moved here from Thailand, but had lived in Costa Rica. Like, he should have known better. And he had some relatively small budget, like $400, $500. And he was furious because we hadn't accommodated for his need to eat at fancy coffee shops and to buy multiple items per day because he liked something from each thing and he had to mix and match. So his budget was in the thousands just for food. And he was really angry that we hadn't thought of that. And to the point where he was violent, right? So, separate problem. And he was an idiot, right? So, I mean, like, you can't accommodate every stupid thing. But the idea that, you know, we could have told him, oh, only be $150. He could have gone through that in a day, like literally. Because he wouldn't go anywhere that wasn't air conditioned. He wouldn't order just a single meal. He would sometimes order 3 meals. He would go to nice restaurants and order 3 meals at dinner. And as you can imagine, that adds up fast. My wife's best friend often orders 2 or 3 meals, normally 2. But it's really common for her to eat 2 meals. Now, my wife will go with her and just pick off her plate and get a full meal out of it. But she wants variety, so she's constantly ordering extra food. And my kids are the same. When we go out to eat, we may not want as much food as is coming, but we always want an appetizer because we want to... Now, we split things to make it easier, but we always want some extra stuff. Diego says, did that really happen? Was that guy crazy? Oh, he was crazy. And when he left, he did $3,000 of damage to an apartment he only paid 1 month rent on. He rented a house for $250, was there for 1 month, and did a ton of work, altered the whole place. He rented a place and just hated the place, paid for all kinds of construction to be done, didn't even wait for it to be finished. And then when he left, he destroyed everything. He had a motorcycle. He drove a hammer through the engine to make sure no one could ever use anything. He broke every fork, every knife, every appliance in the house. Every air conditioner was smashed. He destroyed every single thing down to the forks because he was so angry he didn't want any Nicaraguan to get benefit from a single thing he had paid for. And then did $3,000 of damage to the house. And fled the country. And we called border control and were like, block this guy's visa, don't let him escape. But they weren't able to stop him. And he fled to Costa Rica. But he was definitely violent, very, very scary. But that was, he moved here. He was so, I've done my research. I don't need to live here first. And he's one of the reasons that we warn people that no matter what you think, you need to live here a little bit before you make these decisions. And just even having lived in Costa Rica, having lived in Thailand, having lived in Israel, he was Israeli, he had zero concept of what it was like to live in a new country. He had zero concept how to move to a country. He had zero concept of how to make decisions about a new country. And he had a tiny budget. As you can imagine, he wasn't very smart. He didn't know how to make money. So he was living off of some tiny retirement, but he was only like 40, I don't know. And so he was on this really tight fixed budget, but was one of the most just spend money like crazy. He would not tolerate any lack of the exact thing he wanted. Everything had to be exactly what he wanted. Oh, he didn't like this dish, so he'd get 2 dinners, 3 dinners. He didn't like this place, it was warm. He had to have air conditioning. He didn't like waiting on coffee in air conditioning without food. So he would buy food and just throw it away or just give it to someone, right? Which is nice if you have plenty of money and you're not angry. And for some reason, you just always want to have food in front of you, and then you want to hand it to someone when you leave. Fine, like give it to a homeless guy. Great, right? Give it to some kid who hasn't had a day to stay queso that day. Great, give it to him. No problem, right? I used to work with a guy who was wealthy, but when he was a kid, was dirt poor and on drugs, and he just developed a food problem where he was scared of being out of food. So you walk into his tiny apartment, and he would have pantries just full of so much food, and he'd be like, "I throw it all away every week and just buy it all again," and he could afford it. Right. And he probably didn't throw it in the trash. He probably donated it, but he got rid of it and just constantly restocked his place because he had so much fear of not having food that he never let anything become unstocked. And okay, that's wild. But, he was a really nice guy, so it didn't matter. But this guy was a lunatic and was scary. And yeah, we're all really glad he's out of the country, and we made sure his visa got pulled, so he's very unlikely to ever be able to re-enter. And if he ever does, he's going to jail because the people who own the house are looking for him. But the whole situation was just wild. But the point being is, this is an extreme example, but happened right here in Sutiava, that the idea that he could live on a budget just didn't work. Did he really buy food just to see it while eating coffee? Wow. Yes. Yeah, he really did. Which the whole thing was, he didn't feel it was appropriate to, he didn't feel comfortable in the place taking up a table if he wasn't eating food. Which is not how it works. It's a coffee shop, but there you go. So what's our timestamp here? We've got 5 hours, 24 minutes. So I'm going to answer another 9-month-old one from Bin Bay, U City. I think it's Bihin Bayou City, 5691. Don't know, but probably. And this is also on the single retired man, $1,100 budget, Social Security in Nicaragua. And I'm going to read, there's a bunch of stuff responded on here. Just curious if a Social Security monthly income of $3,130 plus $740 a month from retirement savings for a total of $3,870 a month total is enough to live comfortably in Nicaragua. Holy crap. It's enough to live comfortably in any Latin American country, even Costa Rica or Panama, just to be clear. I know people who are considered quite wealthy in Panama at $2,000 a month, so wow. Lou Guru, who posts pretty often. My wife and I just came back from 1 month vacation reconnaissance trip in Nicaragua, and your monthly amount you mentioned is plenty. Single home with pool, air conditioning, house made, and all utilities plus a car. I'm sure you could even put some money away and invest as well. We will have about the same amount, $4,500 per month, and we found a few houses that if we were to compare it to Canada, we would never be able to afford. Juan Carlos Teco says, you are rich in Nicaragua with that, and I mean rich. You can live anywhere you want with that budget. A mansion in Villa Fontana rents for about $1,400 a month, and they are huge. And just to be clear, there's not a single house in Leon that rents for even $1,400. Not a single one. Bayou City responded, not sure I'm looking to spend $1,400 a month for housing, perhaps in the $600 to $1,000 a month range. Gary Dixon said, I think an average doctor in Nicaragua earns a little bit more than $23,000 per year. I think you'll be okay. That is not even remotely close. Most doctors are much closer to $5,000 a year, not $23,000 a year. Maybe he means Canadian, which is much less, but who knows? Jay Chica, only 1 month ago, said, you'll be considered rich with that amount. I'm planning to move to Nicaragua on $2,500 a month, and I'll be considered middle class. As a single person, I'll put, you'll be very high middle class. 800 will squeak you in, so you are at just over 300% of middle class. Do you like cruises for vacation? I hate the idea of cruises so much I will never get on a ship. I can't even imagine doing that. That sounds like pure torture. It is the opposite of a vacation. It is the thing that you would go to work to take a vacation from. If I owned a cruise ship of my own, right, and it was filled with my buddies, 2,000 of my closest friends, which admittedly is, getting to be pretty distant friends, but several of the people on this show would be trapped with me on that, right? I'd be like, Janet, we're moving on to a cruise ship. She'd be like, okay, let's do this. And it would be just tons of my friends on a cruise ship. And we would cruise around the world and stop at different ports of my choosing. And we would have cool bands like Cadejo from here in Leon. We would make all of them come with us because all of them also fall into my 2,000 closest friends. And Diego says an average doctor is up to 8,000 in a year, a little bit more. And we would all cruise around together as one big party of my friends. And all the restaurants in the boat would serve my food, and all the bars would serve the drinks I like. And I'd have a pool, and I'd have really good internet, and the whole thing would be set up so that we would have half as many rooms. They'd all be twice as big because we don't need anywhere near as many rooms as you put on a cruise ship. Like, if you did something like that, and I got to choose, or my friends all picked where we were going, and we went to really cool places. We're going to Buenos Aires, we're heading over to Valparaiso, we're going to go up to Guayaquil, and we're going to go fun places. We're going to go through the Panama Canal and just like dance on the deck as we go through, and it's like a huge party of my friends. Okay, yes, I would live on a cruise ship, and that would be this really cool, interesting experience where I'm creating my own universe. But to go on a public cruise ship and live in a dinky, crappy little room and have nothing to do but stay, it's like, instead of going somewhere for vacation, I mean, it's just, why would someone go to an all-inclusive resort? Like, that's better than a cruise ship because at least it's not as crappy. But oh my gosh, like, talk about layering on the worst of the worst things in one spot. No, I would never go on a cruise. That sounds pure torture. If it was free and I was like, okay, I've never been on a cruise, I'll think about it. I could see going on a cruise. If, I have like a really good friend who's like, I need someone to go on this cruise with me. I'm not comfortable going alone. Like, I could make myself do it. Right? Like, I can sit through an American football game. Do I want to? Hell no. Am I going to pay for it? Are you insane? The question is, how much do you have to pay me to go? Would I go for $50? No, I wouldn't go for $50. Would I go for $200? Yeah, if you paid me $200, that would be worth sitting through a football game. But for $100, I don't think so. Like, that seems like a terrible use of my time. I realize I can just be on my phone the whole time, but it's uncomfortable. It's boring as hell. A cruise ship, how much would you have to pay for me to be on a cruise ship? That's the question, right? I was doing InDrive, and a person that worked in one recommended them very highly to me. So here's the thing about a cruise. What about a cruise is even acceptable as a vacation? I'm not saying, is it good enough? I'm saying, what part of it would be even appealing? I can't even imagine how unappealing that is. Right? The room is terrible. The bathroom is terrible. The food sometimes is okay. Often people get sick. Sometimes you get trapped. You see nothing. You're on a big ship staring out to sea. Now, to be clear, I do go on ships, like big ferries. I used to live in Greece, and moving between the islands, we would take ferries, and we would take big ones that felt like cruise ships. They were overnight ferries, but it's not a luxury cruise. You don't spend very much. It's like $10, right? And we would pay extra for a berth. So we would, I don't know, probably spend $50 and be able to sleep on the ship, and we'd have a small but, you know, adequate little stateroom. And we would go to dinner and eat some very Greek food, nothing special, no big buffet, no big fancy, just it's a nice little Greek restaurant on a boat, have dinner, go sleep in our room, get up at 6 a.m., get off and be in the place we're going to. It was nice because it was our form of transportation, and it was just easier and more fun than taking a plane and dealing with airports and all that. So that is fantastic. But the purpose of it is the travel. It's getting you from one place to another, and the 12 hours of being on a boat is just a more or less comfortable and safe way to do that travel. But to take a ferry that goes nowhere and takes 5 days to go nowhere just so you can, like, that's like, would you take a vacation of sitting in a taxi for 3 days? Why would anyone even ask that question? What possible reason would you think sitting in a form of transportation would be the vacation? Imagine if someone said, would you like to go to Disney World? You're like, yeah, that sounds like that'd be interesting, right? And they said, okay, well, we're going to do that, but we're not actually going to go to Disney World. We're just going to fly to Florida. We're never going to leave the airport. We're just going to get back on the plane and fly back, because the fun is sitting on the airplane and eating the little snack peanuts where you can't move and it's super uncomfortable. What? No, the purpose of the plane or the boat is to put up with the discomfort to get somewhere. A cruise is for people who literally don't want a vacation and just are looking to sound like they had a vacation, but they definitely don't want to have had one. Brian, who's often on here, he does cruises, but he does ones where he goes to see a band. He's asked me to go with him. I would go with him on a cruise. Like, that would be fun because it's Brian and I hanging out on a cruise, right? Like, that's different because we'll go around, we'll get drunk, go see some bands. There are some places to get off normally on the thing. I don't even know if they do them anymore, but they used to. So it was a thing we almost did. He goes, but he likes it because of other stuff, and he knows people on the cruise. Janet says, my father felt just like you did. Gooch Gooch says, a cruise ship would be hell. Janet says, my mother went on a bunch of cruises with friends because my dad wouldn't go. Yeah, that's... My wife once went on one without me. I'm like, no. And she went, and she's like, yeah, that was crap. Janet says, this is so fun, but I have to go to a class. Well, imagine the class is like a cruise ship, and it's just annoying. Call it vacation, and it's magic. Diego says, $8,000 a year with 2 jobs and paying taxes, just being clear. Oh, okay. With 2 jobs. Yes. Okay. And, of course, paying taxes. Americans always assume that the number is before you pay taxes, but we also always assume it's one job. If we say being a doctor, it's not how much you can earn as a doctor, it's how much being a doctor pays as a salary, which is, I think, between $400 and $500 per month, typically. And I mean, I know several doctors, and I know doctors who take how much they're willing to take to not have to be that, and it's not that much. Richard Johansson says, I spent a lot of my life living and working on ships with cramped little rooms. Had a friend ask if I would go with him on a cruise vacation, told him there was no way he could get me on that. Yeah, it just sounds awful in every possible way. Just seeing if we got anything else to answer. Brent, in response to what expats need to know about buying a business. Oh, this is just about people being foolish. Everyone thinks they're smarter, a harder worker, etc., than the current owner, and that they will make a success out of a failure, never considering the far more likely scenario that the owner is as intelligent as them, is as hard a worker, and that the factors that led to failure are totally fundamental. Plus, the person who did it before also has more opportunity, right? They did it earlier. It's harder, let's say the first 3 years of a business, it's easier to make a success than the second 3 years. It's just, yeah. And the first person was a entrepreneur trying out a vision. You're just buying someone else's failed vision. Like, there's so many aspects of buying a failed business that makes no sense. Aaron Gutting, in responding to the same what expats need to know about buying a business, a 27-minute video that could be explained in a few minutes or less. With anything, due diligence is required. Invest in what you know more than the seller, which never exists, so never do it. With proper due diligence and knowledge of a business, the buyer will know why the seller was failing. If the investment doesn't make sense, don't buy. If you don't know the business, don't buy. Learning as you are the new owner is a recipe for failure, don't buy. I'll say true. However, no matter how long the video, no matter how many times and ways I explain it, no matter how much I distill and or expand, the number of people who come to me and explain that none of these factors apply to them or ask me for my advice on violating most, if not all, of these principles, or ask me to invest with them against all these principles is just incredible. It seems like making this short is an option, but it's proven not to be. Gabby for the task. Okay. Oh, impossible to hear over music. Okay, not sure what that is about. Get to the point faster. A lot of people just get grumpy because they don't like that it's a vlog. I like this area. I was just there on Thursday talking about Las Pinitas. Oh, very nice. We're getting towards the end here, but I'm okay. Oh, Diego says, here it is really confusing. I have people telling their salaries before taxes and another after taxes. Some of them tell their monthly and others the quincenal. Oh my gosh, the quincenal stuff is so weird. I get why, because that's how they pay here, but the nice thing about the US is we always speak in monthly for certain things, and we always use annual for salary. Always. So there's none of that, like who cares what it is a month? Who cares what it, like, I don't know. I get that if everyone's paid monthly, but the thing is, in the US, some people are paid daily, some people are paid every 14 days, some people are paid every 15 days, some people are paid every month, some people are paid annually, some people are every 6 months. So it's very weird. The reason that we use annual is because it's the one we report to the government. The US government doesn't care about anything. If we're paid, so let's say we make $10 a day, so $3,650 per year. It's the same as if we got paid $3,650 on December 31st at midnight, 1 minute to midnight. They don't care. They don't care when you get paid. As long as it happens within this year, that's what goes on your taxes. And so that's what we file, and we always speak without including taxes, because everybody pays different taxes based on a million different factors, depending on the type of work you do, where you do it. There's, like, as an American, I don't pay taxes because I live outside the US. So that same salary changes depending on where I am, when I'm doing. If I move to the US today, my salary doesn't change, but the amount I get after taxes changes. But that doesn't affect my employer or anything. It doesn't affect what I get paid. The employer doesn't know what your taxes are going to be. They can't know. It's private. It's illegal for them to forcibly know. They can guess, but they can only guess. And they can ask you if you want to tell them, that's fine. But they don't have a right to that information without you giving it to them. And those numbers mean nothing to someone else, right? Like, you know, and if you both, you know, if two people work for a company and one person's like, I make 20,000, another person's like, I only make 15. The person who makes only 15, they'd be angry. Why do I only make 15? And their employer is like, I don't know. We pay you the same. Why are you talking to me about numbers I can't know about? Right? What the hell does this mean? Stop paying too much in taxes. Right? It's such a weird thing. So our system is very straightforward. It's always annual in as to what you get paid. It's always what you negotiate, and then you separately negotiate how you're paid. Once a week, every 2 weeks, every month, whatever. And it's all just a breakdown of your annual in that time period. Don't they have to know in some way? Don't they retain your taxes? No, they do not. They can. You can voluntarily tell them, and you should, and most people do, you tell them how much taxes you want them to withhold. But they do not get to make any decision around that, and they don't get to know anything about that because your taxes are based on things that it is illegal for them to ask. So there's no way for them to know. Because, for example, and as an employer, as an American employer, things that are illegal for me to ask. Whether or not you're married, whether or not you have children, how many children you have, any religious or similar affiliations, how you're investing or what you're doing with your money, any deductions you might be able to take. And there's some things that border on illegal, right? I really don't get to know what jurisdiction your taxes are paid in. I don't know if you have court obligations or other things that take money out of your paycheck. I don't get to know any of that stuff as an employer under normal circumstances. There are situations where I do know some of that stuff as an employer, like if I have to garnish your wages on behalf of a company. But normally, as the employer, I send that money to a payroll company, and the payroll company knows about that, and I don't. So if you have garnished wages, that's normally private from me, not completely illegal for me to know because I control the place that pays your wages, but I don't have it is not normal for your employer to have visibility into that. And even a smaller employer like us, who only pays a couple of Americans, we have a payroll company and all that stuff is totally blind to us. But Diego says here they do have to retain it and believe there's no way out of it. That's correct. We have no way out of it. You also have set taxes here. You don't pay your taxes based on a million different things. Americans don't get to know what their taxes are until the end of the year. We literally, it's a secret even from ourselves. Chrissy says, I did a Viking Rhine River cruise 10 years ago. It was like a mobile hotel to eight cities in 5 countries with 5-star cuisine. I was not mad. That's a lot better on the Rhine. Like, I know the Rhine. And I've done like boat cruises on the Rhine, but like, you know, for 2 hours. It's neat. The thing I hate is, like, if I'm in Germany on the Rhine, the last thing I want to do is leave Germany to get on a boat and not be in Germany. Because, like, it's right there. It's cool that I can see it, but I want to be in it. I don't want to be in a mobile hotel when Germany's right there. If I was in the U.S. and going down the Mississippi and really didn't want to go to Illinois and Iowa and that stuff, and it was like I'm on a Mississippi River cruise and you can look at it, but that's a little bit different. Or on the Amazon where you can't go out in the jungle. I mean, you can, but there's nothing there to experience. Looking at it from the boat is all there is. Okay, I would do that. Or in Laos, something similar. But if I'm in Germany, I've done the Rhine on foot, in car, by train. My gosh, I would take that over. I don't care if it's 5-star food or not. I want to go to German restaurants and experience Germany 24/7. I don't want to be in a mobile hotel or eating in a mobile restaurant that isolates me from the place I'm there to see. That sounds better than a sea cruise, but still pretty bad. Here an employer do know all of that. When had a formal job, they get a letter from the courts to know if I had obligations. So if there's obligations that the employer has to pay, that's the difference is if you're getting garnished wages, that's because you're in big trouble in the U.S. If you just have obligations you have to pay, you do those voluntarily. Like if you have alimony, that doesn't go to your employer unless you didn't pay it and the court is taking your wages. But normally you just write a check or whatever. All right, this has been answered a million times, but let's get through some of these because they're easy. And knock out some of these things. We're getting pretty close to wrapping up a year of backlog of comments here. What's our timestamp? 5:47. Carlito Daguman Y6T says, what are the requirements to get a retirement visa and how long does it take to get permanent residency? So permanent residency is not available to people who are getting a retirement visa. So the answer is forever. So that's just easy, right? Permanent residency requires investment, which most people never do. Oh, just real quickly, Richard Johansson says, I want German rattlers. Really good rattlers are available in Panama, at least when I lived there. They were delicious. Requirements to get a retirement visa. There's two types of retirement visas: pensionado and rentista. The pensionado requires pension-based income of $1,000. The rentista requires rentista, which is the English term for it, investment returns of at least $1,250 per month. So you've got two different options. Of course, pensionado can be counted on towards a rentista. The benefits of them are identical. Both are incredibly low. Neither is required for living in Nicaragua, of course. So there's no reason to worry about the requirements. You move here. The answer is always you move here and live here for a long time. Look into it because they could change over time and get them if they make sense for you. You do not start with what are the residency requirements. You always start with living here. That is how Nicaragua works. If you have the feeling you need information and so it's the easiest residency you can get in the Western Hemisphere. There are some places that are basically the same, but no one's easier. So if you're going to move anywhere, this is as easy as it gets. And you don't, unlike all the other places where it's nearly as easy, here you have the nearly unlimited non-visa ability to live almost indefinitely option. So you move and then you work on these over time. Can you get a retirement visa in a number of weeks? Yes, Luke did. Does he feel that was worth it? No, I don't think he does. There's basically no benefit to it. So it's not something that you worry about or look forward to or try to get, anything of the sort. You must be 45 years old. You must have a clean record. You must have a basic health check. It's all super minor stuff. And then you have that financial requirement, and you can do it in as little as a few weeks if for some reason you have a need for it. I've never met anyone who actually has a need for it, but they could exist. There are purposes. That is about it. Janice says, well, she didn't show up. Oh, well, I earn 30% of my pay for doing nothing but waiting. That's all right. Diego says, are you ever coming back to Doral? I'm actually, Marcella's father just bought a house there and wanted me to film it. So hopefully going there to film a house pretty soon. Someone left a comment of just a timestamp. What is that? All right. Spect 84. No idea what I'm about to read, but it's on USAN's parole program video, also 9 months old. I am a U.S. citizen. I met my now wife online. She lived outside of Masaya, Nicaragua. I visited Nicaragua a few times while we were dating. I eventually used the parole program to be together in 2024 and brought her to the U.S. We got married in the beginning of 2025. I immediately filed an application for adjustment of status to a permanent resident for her. I have not heard anything back from the application. She now received the notice to leave in 30 days. We are terrified. We don't know what to do. I called a lawyer and he said if they acknowledge the application and it becomes pending, she is in a limbo legal status while it is processing, but they have not done so. They have had the application for more than 2 weeks. We don't want to be separated. I have to stay here for work. What a disaster. Well, that incredibly sucks. That's just garbage. Now, that's 9 months ago, and they were only 2 weeks in, so hopefully we've heard some stuff. Sorry that it's been so long, and I didn't see this to respond. We are discussing on the live stream right now. Would be awesome to hear how it has gone. Did it work out? Yeah, that's got to be, and that limbo status. Oh, Janet teaches English. Yeah, I'll definitely, when we get there. So you weren't available last time I was there, but yeah, we'll definitely hang out when I come down to Doral. And I'm in Managua all the time, right? I'll be in Managua on the 31st for Mean Girls, the musical. That's going to be fun. Taking my kids. But yeah, this is awful. And so they said, a lawyer said, if you get acknowledged, you get this limbo status. I don't think that's true. I mean, maybe you end up in limbo and you don't get immediately deported, but they definitely deport people now in that status. So it's rough. There's so many programs being canceled, and even people who have full status, like nothing guarantees your ability to stay anymore at all. I would ask, what kind of work do you do? Is there a reason you can't move to Nicaragua and work? You need to make so much less money to be able to live and work down here. Plus, just life is just so much better. Maybe that's the answer. I know it's been a long time, so unfortunately can't really help. But yeah. Was I wrong about expat social security benefits? Brent, who's probably on or was earlier, said, my initial concern for Nicaragua with this administration was Marco Rubio going after it one way or another, but he's turning out to be just another Trump lapdog and doing what he's told. As for me personally, as long as the social security checks keep rolling out and my investment portfolio doesn't totally tank, Nicaragua still looks like a great place for my retirement. Looking forward more than ever to getting back down there. And to the point you make in the video, if my social security ends up being 80% of what it is slated to be, takes a 20% cut, well, then for sure I want to be in Nicaragua, where living on it will be way more doable. See you on the stream. Le Noir 27 said, I'm in Nicaragua right now. I definitely advise anyone not to move here, sight unseen. Doesn't explain why, but there we go. Oh, I missed some of these long before people came down. Oh, someone says, the back of my schedule says Del Monumento, Juan Davila, 300 metros al oeste. Just talking about the lack of maps and addresses. That's enough to for tonight. Scott, do you believe that you have increased the amount of people moving here? Oh, for sure. We estimate about 1,000 families have moved down at some point with some amount of conjunction with the show. Obviously, some of them may have moved without me. Obviously, some may have moved and didn't because they didn't like my show. Like there's a lot of variables in there, but the number of people I know who have moved, and I know them because of the show, right? And they moved after the show. It's a massive number, right? And considering it's something like 1 out of every 5 expats in the country, I think, had some amount of working with my show. And I've been so many places. Like, it's so common to be walking somewhere and someone will just stop me and be like, "Ah, your show was part of the reason I moved here," or "I watched your show to learn how to move here," or "I found this because of your show," or whatever. Like, it's a constant thing in all walks of life, no matter where I go in the country, in restaurants, in shops, in line at grocery stores, like, you name it. And so I know people from so many different angles, and I know there's a lot of people who don't reach out and don't say anything before they move. Or people that talk to me and then are just, you know, independent. They don't need to talk to me again, or don't feel that they should, or whatever. It's truly just huge numbers. Like it's shocking when you stop and are like, is it really? Like, there's so few expats here, and then to be recognized everywhere and be like, yeah, this is a tiny group, but you're moving the needle, is like, okay. How does it feel being famous? I was actually really well known before I moved to Nicaragua, so it's not a big shock here. I do remember 20 some years ago, the first time I got recognized on the street in Austin, Texas, which I didn't live in, and I was walking through downtown and someone screamed my name from across a plaza. And my wife is like, "Did that person just scream your name?" I'm like, "Yep." And she's like, "What? How, do you know them?" I'm like, "Nope." And she's like, "What the heck?" Diego says, I find also shocking the amount of Nicaraguans that watch you. That is actually that's actually true. A lot of the people who come up and talk to me are Nicaraguans. I was in the grocery store at La Colonia right by Janet, and and a local lady was just like, "Oh, you're the guy," and she wasn't like, "I've seen your show." She immediately went, "Yesterday you talked about," and just started rattling off what the day before's episode was. I'm like, "Yep, you watch my show. Hi, how you doing?" It's one thing to, like, when people are like, "Hey, I've seen you," you know, because I'm also on TV here, so sometimes people see me there. And Chan says, "Wait, how can people not talk to you?" I am hard to avoid. It's true. So my kids do not want to watch a movie tonight, which makes me sad, especially as we're in the last episode of the season of The Expanse. It's like, we should be watching it. I want to get through it, but no. I suppose I'll just go to bed and get some sleep, but I like hanging out with my kids. I can't do it every night. I have not looked at a while to see how many people we got on. We got 23 still on. Not bad. We're well past midnight here. Diego says, I mean, I get some Nicaraguans just have the curiosity that I had, what the Americans think of us. I've been on TV here, yeah, a couple times. Probably 3 times. 2 times that I was interviewed on TV and had to speak. I've been on for, like, holiday stuff where they're showing, what's going on for holiday things. I'm like people on the show. I'll probably be on coming up in a few weeks on Canal 8 and Canal Ocho, because they're actually, to the best of my knowledge, as long as everything's going, we're actually providing the filming location here in Las Pinitas. So they're going to be hanging out at my place, and I know Marcella is going to be on the show. She's on TV easily as much as me, maybe more. She was on recently for the Feria de Panaderia that they had, and she's been on with me before. So she's not a TV personality, but she is on sometimes. Yeah, having me on television, being interviewed in Spanish is an adventure for sure. I discovered your show trying to flirt with an American girl, and I was trying to find videos about Nicaragua in English to show her. Okay, that's hilarious. They actually put the show on TV here to show, like, what we do on the show and stuff, which was cool, and gets a lot of attention. For people who want to see stuff in English, there's only so many shows. There's only so much material, so Gotta find something. Did anybody sign up for Nicagram? I want to know. I need to watch one of your Spanish interviews. Yeah, they're a little bit hard to find, but they're out there. I think my other channel has them. Hey, we did get someone new on Nicagram. Always awesome. If you guys haven't signed up yet, go sign up. You've heard me spew English, but I've never heard you spew Spanish. Really? I speak Spanish on this on a regular basis. Not for very long, but I tend to speak a little bit of Spanish on here. And sometimes, like, especially when Marcela's here, because she only speaks Spanish, so we'll speak Spanish to each other. I'm trying to check something, doing a little bit of work in the background. Going through all my messages and things that have come up during the show. The thing with Nicagram is that you don't have to be an introvert and ermitaño to have something to post. MG Music, I signed up, coming on Monday. Oh, awesome. Is that you that just got approved? Definitely looking to have a lot of pictures on there. I always like having stuff to see. It's fun. I like, so for me, I'm really into antique cameras. So I don't think I have it here. Oh, I do. Hold on. If you see any of mine that have the D3000 tag, this is my Nikon D3000, which looks big and fancy and like all kinds of... I bought this for $75. And not the lens. The lens was more, but I bought it 25 years ago. And it still just works. It's as smooth as can be. Does a great job. Super fast. I love this lens. And I did a ton with my old D90, which is in a box over here, which is one generation actually newer than this camera. I did a ton of my early Nicaragua photography 6 years ago with that. And I did tons, if you're on my Flickr, millions of photos from photo shoots using that with this lens. I just love this lens, the Nikkor 18-200 VR2 ED. But this D3000, which is $75, I picked up used, obviously, and it's ancient and the slowest thing ever. But it's a 10 megapixel, which is horrible, CCD. It's one of the best CCD cameras ever made. And it is the earliest example of Nikon computational photography. And so it's an interesting antique that uses a completely different type of sensor than we have available today. And because nobody makes a CCD anymore. And and it's just quirky to use. And there's only a few Nikkor lenses that'll work with it, so it's really a pain in the butt. But I love the results off of this combination. So I can't use it for any of my normal stuff where I'm doing like model photography or I'm doing concert events or anything like that. It's terrible for low light. But when I'm out in the garden or I'm getting people outdoors, this thing renders with such great color roll off and gradients, and just produces some amazingly beautiful results. I love it. So a lot of the pictures you see of my garden, a lot of times of the flowers that I'm getting or the dogs, the cats, I'm taking that with this. Sometimes I take it out when I go to a beach or something and get like some fun photography where I don't need to get like sports or something demanding. If I do that, I've got a couple of these that are much newer. This is a 3500. My even better one's a 3500. That's what I use for concerts. I've got one loaded with a 35 millimeter, the other with a 50, so I don't have to change lenses. I just have two cameras. These are fantastic if you're getting normal photography. The 3400 is just the deal. I think you can get this for like 190, but it's basically a modern professional camera for cheap. Whereas this 3000 is an antique, and you got to know what you're doing. Like, it's going to be frustrating if you think that's going to be your everyday camera, but it is very, very cool. And I like it a lot. I'm thinking about getting a D750, which is triple the cost of these, but it's one generation newer, has a completely different sensor that's better for low light and should really rock it at the concerts. And I do so much concert photography. I easily pull off a few hundred shots per week. So it's a big thing. I can see it being worth it. And I own lots of lenses, so if I get one of those, I can just transfer lenses around and still have other cameras using other lenses that I have. So there's value to that. It's not just a new camera and then another one becomes old. It actually increases my usage and lowers wear and tear significantly. I'm far from being a good photographer, but just got an Osmo action camera and can't wait to try it here. Very nice. Diego says, yesterday I watched a house to rent in Doral by 150. I find weird people are renting house for less than the mortgage. I find it weird that people rent for less than the mortgage. It is weird, but it's a decently common thing. Jan says, good night, all you guys. I have to get some sleep just in case I have classes in the morning. Oh no, we've dipped to 19 people. We really didn't have that many views tonight, but we have a long average duration time. So there's it's a group of you have stayed on all evening, rather than people coming and going a whole bunch. I'm doing a little bit of development work in the background since since we're here. Might as well get things done. I'm a little bit hungry. I need a snack. Somebody bring me a snack. Diego, if you had Diego's helping me find employees. I need to hire several. Any luck on finding anybody recently? Anybody show some interest? Need to get the ball rolling. Richard Johansson, I just keep you on and running while sending my work emails. Diego says, it's really the same 5 people texting here every Thursday. I mean, to quite some degree, that's definitely true. And that's to be expected, right? You're not going to get people who enjoy the live stream are not going to change over on a regular basis. It's not like people are going to be like, oh my gosh, a live stream, that's what I've been looking for, and then leave. Either it's something you like or it isn't. Once in a while you get someone who's like, I'm going to jump on and like learn something or ask a question, sure. But far more likely it's going to be that we get a group. What type of concerts do you photograph and where? I sell merch and roadie for a rock band, but haven't done in a lot of international shows. So I work with Nicaragua, which is the website that does event listings, and we also have the YouTube channel that does concerts here. So with that, I go and do a lot of filming of concerts for different things. So here I've got my Flickr is all public, so there's no reason not to share it. So hold on, see if I can share my Flickr. No, apparently you can't share Firefox. All right, let me see if I can do it from Chrome. That's weird. All right, well, that works, so. There we go. All right, so there's my dog. So you can see these a lot of the pictures that have already gone to Nicagram, but my Flickr is where I have everything. So this is like a big dumping ground, and this is commercial. Like I pay for this, and it pays for, or I mean, it provides for very high volume because I've got I forget 137 million views on my photos, something like that. Let's go down and look at my cats, my garden, my espresso maker, and here's the Alpha Rockers from Managua that I did photography for this past weekend. See, these are very low light venues, so it's very hard to get pictures there. So they really appreciate when I come out and help because there aren't many people who have the cameras to get these. These are all unedited. This is the raw footage that we put up, and then if anybody needs to edit it, they can edit from there. And then my dogs. Marcella eating a hot dog. Graduation event that I went to. Oh, my friend's kitten, my cats. That's a little. My wife at the graduation thing. Oh, and then thousands of pictures of a friend group at La Boquita. You guys saw the episode where we went there. There's going to be another episode with these ladies out on the beach. This is La Boquita where we stayed. Oh, different camera, so thousands of pictures. Lots of kitties. And then, here's another band. Oh, Diego says, just the guy I sent you. English ain't that good, though. Damn, people really need to learn English here. They are leaving so much money on the table. It is true. So many people can't get hired because they don't want to learn English, or they can't learn English, or have not taken the time. This is our filming rig. Here you can kind of see it. That's so normally at these concerts I'm doing photography and there's a rig that's filming the event. This is a different event people that were at. Oh, yeah, here's Revolver performing. They did an acoustic set at Antorchas. This is Haiti Gallo and the Roosters. And these are all from like the last couple weeks. I like that one a lot. So we do stuff here in Leon, but we'll also go out to Managua and do shows and need to travel more. Scott, if you know any cute girls that would like the Nika nationality, I'm available. I know very few people that are not Nika. Just kidding. Ha ha ha. All right, guys. It is 12:40 in the morning. I think it's probably time to call it a night. Might as well get some sleep, get a snack, go see my kids who don't want to hang out with me. And thanks everyone for being on. We got through a ton of questions, so this is nice. I can pretty easily scroll back and see stuff that's many months old now. If I just go down just a little bit, I guess that's still 9 months. Oh, there's a lot from 9 months ago. That was like a popular time with comments, I guess. But I'd like to get it to where we can knock out a wait, oh, Sam Lingo. So Maya Lasinki 10 months ago on Hotspots for Expats, Gentrification and Over-Tourism did a breakdown of Sam Lingo on the show. At 1520, over-touristed. 1535, over-immigrated. 1723, expattery. 2035, over-expated. 2255, under-expated. Okay, that's pretty funny. I like that. I hope by commenting on old things, people are like, oh yeah, Scott's show. I'm just going to read this one. We did a video 10 months ago in the Sutiava bus terminal, which I need to go film again. Brent, who's on, says, hey, looks like your foot's better. Good deal. It's mostly better. It's destroyed, right? All the toes are in the wrong spots and stuff. The water bladder backpack for hot Nicaragua sounds perfect. When I was there, I carried a water bottle, which was always running out everywhere. The pack would keep a person from running out and free the hands also. One consideration maybe for there with the heat and humidity would be to make sure to bleach it and air dry it well. That's what we do here with them anyway, to keep the mold from growing, especially in the tube. Speaking of water issues, on your walks out of the outer Barrio areas, I assume a tree or bush is fine to relieve yourself. What do you do when walking around town? I had some difficulty when I was there with that. Can't always count on making it back home. I can't remember exactly where I found facilities to use. Maybe only saw a public toilet once on the Malecon in Granada. It was 5 cord and I had no small change. The guards were cool and let me use it anyway. I was wearing, I guess they thought, a kind of military looking cap and they saluted me, which I found pretty funny. In the country, you can go anywhere. Of course, in town, I've never walked so far that I was in need of facilities. I'd normally hit up a Super Express and buy a drink or something and use the bathroom there. All right. On understanding your business, Nicaragua profits, income, and more. Get to the point. Are taxes high? Are not super low, but not super high. Just part of business as you are competing against others at the same tax rate. The rate isn't all that important. That's the thing about taxes. When it's business, it's just business. Oh yeah, I think I asked a question on your Uka video. This is MG Music. I know we need to taxi to the bus terminal. Are there specific taxis we need to look for or avoid going from Managua to Leon Monday? So some people are still using InDrive, but supposedly you're not supposed to. I have no idea. No one said anything. There's a lot of those rumors. You're not supposed to use this thing. They kind of got to tell you. But the Ray app works. But I think InDrive still works. Just don't take the airport taxis. They'll always be terrible. Someone said it's hard to get them to come into the airport to get you. I don't know. These things change all the time. But last time I did it, what I did was I used InDrive. It was before anyone mentioned anything with it. And I paid $8 to go to the UCA terminal or the Terminal Interlocales. And that's it. It was like $8. And you are not really competing with others at the same tax rate, though. What do you mean? What business would an expat typically have? I mean, there's exceptions, but when would you ever have a business in Nicaragua and not be competing at the same tax rate? Or are you going to say that the Cotafias is how everybody's doing it? Yeah, if you're competing against a pulperia, don't open a pulperia. They really specifically don't want expats doing that. They won't stop you, but yeah, the taxes are there to keep you from being stupid. But definitely all the businesses we compete against are at the same tax rate. So it's all just part of the pricing. Which, if you're trying to gauge ahead of time and figure out pricing on things, yeah, knowing the tax rate can have some advantages, but realistically, you don't do that, right? That's missing so many pieces of information that it's meaningless to know the tax rate at that point. You have to know so many things that you can only know by being here. Then at that point, the tax rate is part of the bigger equation that you already have for other things. And for a lot of things, it's probably not actually at the same tax rate. If anything, the tax rate's in our favor. Oh, yeah, Dio says, InDrive is not allowed, but everyone uses them anyway. It's tough to say they're not allowed because they have to tell someone they're not allowed, right? Like, no one's been told. How are we supposed to know? And, like, what makes it not allowed? Right? It's like, what were we talking about earlier? If they ban pocket hot air balloons, how do you know? Most restaurant I go to are Codafia. Yes, but most that an expat will compete against are not. Right? Like that's the like here in Leon, nobody's a Codafia. No restaurant that an expat would go to or operate is a Codafia. None of the ones on the beach are a Codafia. They're not allowed to be. And so, yeah, there are situations where you could be up against a Codafia, but it's almost universally not the case. Like if you go around Managua, all those restaurants that people know, right? Primitivo and Steak and Lobster Factory and the Market, Marché, none of those places. You go into the mall, none of those places. Cajun and Maison Espagnol and just España, all those places, right? None of them are Codafias. They can't be. So it's, that's the stuff that expats are competing with. Expats can technically open something that would be a Codafia and do like a little asado place on the corner. But you know what? It's not the taxes that are going to kill you. It's that you're an expat doing something that there's no business for an expat to do. So the nature of expat things, Intranma, they have rules for taxis and they forbid it. But do they tell anyone or do they just tell the taxis? Because, like, how are you to know you're not supposed to call a taxi that way? It's the way everyone's been told to call a taxi. So it's weird. I mean, we have the same problem in the U.S., right? All the laws are secret. The difference is in the U.S., all the laws are secret, right? Laws are, by definition, secret. Whereas here, most laws are not secret, but there's these rules that float around out there, like the speed limit. If you don't just happen to know, nobody can tell you. No one has, there's nothing you can point to. And Americans are like, you have to show me a website. And you're like, there isn't. That's just not how this works, right? So, just out of luck. All right, it is now just about 1 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm going to call it a night. Thanks, everyone, for being on.